In the early 1980s, as role-playing games were starting to plant deep roots with PC enthusiasts in the West, in Japan, the genre was still very niche. The likes of Wizardry and Ultima were known to only a few, and arcade-style action experiences ruled the market. Yet, as Japanese developers were gradually introduced to the genre through imported PC and tabletop experiences, they began to see the potential of a much more methodical style of gameplay that was more complex and compelling than arcade games, and they sought to make their own. As this market began to blossom, a historic collaboration took shape. United under a unique new publisher, two up-and-coming game creators joined forces with a simple vision: to create a thrilling, role-playing adventure that would stoke players' imaginations and offer a fulfilling challenge. The result of their endeavours was Dragon Quest, the first role-playing game to truly be made for video game consoles, and an unprecedented collaboration between programmers and artists which not only established a beloved franchise, but forever raised the bar of presentation for video games as a whole. For a long time, Japan's gaming industry revolved around arcades and the personal computer ecosystem, and there was a burgeoning crop of rookie developers all eager to find fame and fortune, or just fulfill the desire to create something that other people could play. The most talented, or lucky, were snapped up by companies such as Namco and Soft, who hired programmers to develop their own software in-house. But there was also another route available for those who didn't make the cut. Magazines started to host competitions to identify promising developers, and some publishing companies combed through those creations, offering the creators of the best submissions the chance to live out their commercial aspirations. In 1982, a new company began to wade into these waters, and it emerged from, of all things, a real estate publishing company called Eidansha Boshu Service Center. Eidansha established itself by producing real estate listing tabloids, but its founder, Yasuhiro Fukushima, wanted to branch out in new directions. He created a subsidiary company called Eidansha Systems, designed to chase a couple of prospects, but none of them panned out. At this point, Fukushima began to see the potential of the rising video game market. Thus, he invested his capital and re-established Eidansha Systems as Enix Corporation, with the intent of using it to publish video games. The name Enix was chosen as a sort of portmanteau, referring to both the mythological phoenix and the anagram ENIAC, which stood for Electronic Number Integer and Computer, which was the first programmable digital computer. Right out of the gate, Enix began seeking promising talents and projects. In order to quickly build up the software at their disposal, Enix therefore held a competition called the Enix Game Hobby Program Contest. The grand prize winner could take home 1 million yen, and all of the finalists would have their games published by Enix. It was a win-win scenario for the company and the lucky winners alike. Enix were able to put out a dozen titles with minimal effort, while the finalists had their work disseminated broadly and earned royalty payments. Enix secured a sponsorship from Weekly Shonen Jump magazine, a household name for producing manga aimed at adolescent boys, and used this as one of the major locations where the contest was advertised. Ultimately, 13 winners were named across a smattering of genres, with the grand prize going to Kazuo Morita, who created a turn-based military strategy game. However, amongst the runners-up were two individuals of note called Yuji Horii and Koichi Nakamura. Horii was born on the 6th of January 1954 on Awaji Island, not far from Osaka. In high school, it was Horii's dream to become a manga artist, and such was his devotion to the cause that after his third year of high school, he took his work to Tokyo and sought out Go Nagai, creator of the popular series Mazinger Z and Devilman, begging to become his assistant. Despite this impassioned plea, Nagai turned Horii down emphatically. This crushed Horii's dreams, at least in the interim. After leaving high school, Horii attended Waseda University, where he studied literature. But the itch was still there, and he participated in the school's manga club, honing his skills by contributing to the club's own original manga productions. His seniors recognised his knack for writing. Thus, instead of drawing, they enlisted him to help write articles for various other publications, and he was soon able to earn a living as a freelance writer. In 1981, Hori used the money he'd saved up to buy an NEC PC 6001, predominantly to help with his writing work, but also to check out the video games that were becoming popular on that particular system. He was intrigued by Nobunaga's ambition and a text-based Star Trek adventure game. This then led to the PC 6001 being used for gaming far more than it was used for writing. These games then stoked his curiosity, and Hori decided to learn BASIC as a result, soon creating a fortune-telling game to entertain his friends. Around the same time, Hori was introduced through mutual acquaintances to Kazuhiko Torishima, the editor at Weekly Shonen Jump, who, amongst other duties, was editing a manga series called Dr. Slump, which was being penned by an up-and-coming artist called Akira Toriyama. After hitting it off immediately, Torishima enlisted Hori's help in writing a regular column about PC games for the magazine. Hori was a natural choice with his background as an aspiring manga author and his hobby enthusiasm for programming. And for this column, Torishima asked Hori to cover Enix's Game Hobby Program contest. At first, it seemed like just any other assignment, but Hori was inspired by the prospect after reporting on it and anonymously submitted a game of his own. Hori's game was Love Match Tennis, a straightforward tennis simulator, but unlike other simulators, Hori had injected a touch of character and setting. The player was a female first-year student, and the three possible opponents were other students ranked in difficulty according to their age. Hori revealed his identity as Love Match Tennis's creator at the winner's ceremony months later, which he attended as Shonen Jump's reporter, not as a contestant. It was therefore a huge surprise to the Shonen Jump editorial team to see their very own correspondent amongst the finalists. While speaking to other attendees for his article though, Hori had a fateful meeting with another finalist named Koichi Nakamura. Nakamura was born on the 15th of August 1964 in the Kagawa prefecture, not far from Hori's birthplace, Awaji Island, but 10 years his junior. Nakamura caught the programming bug while experimenting with BASIC at his high school maths club, and was soon able to mimic the code for games like Galaxy Wars all on his own. Like many others of his generation, Nakamura saved his earnings from a newspaper delivery route until he could afford his very own PC 8001. Then, the young prodigy not only continued making clones of popular games, but he submitted them and other original software to PC magazines like I/O and began earning considerable royalties for his work. Amongst his first submissions was an input tool for machine code, which earned him around 20,000 yen, or around $135 at the time. But it was a clone of Konami's Scramble, which he called Attacker, that ended up opening his eyes to the possibilities. It earned Nakamura 1 million yen, or around $7,000 at the time, and just under $25,000 in today's currency when adjusted for inflation, which, for a high school kid who was just experimenting with coding, was pretty impressive in terms of earnings. When Enix's contest was announced, Nakamura was only 17 years old and a third-year student at high school, but was also a recognizable name amongst PC enthusiasts. Yet most of his work published to date have been directly imitating the works of others, and the contest required an original submission. This put Nakamura out of his comfort zone, but he excelled. His submission for the contest was a game called Door Door, an original arcade-style platformer that was inspired by Namco's arcade hit Dig Dug. The player controlled a sprightly hero named Chun, whose name came from Nakamura's own nickname, and the goal was to elude aliens, open doors to capture them, and then close the doors to trap them inside. Due to the quality, Nakamura's entry was awarded second prize at the competition, earning him 500,000 yen as a prize. But this was only the beginning. The real reward, both creatively and financially, was that these games were going to have official releases overseen by Enix. This approach gave Enix a running start in the market, and their name quickly gained prominence amongst Japan's PC enthusiasts. Their unique position as a software publishing house, not as a game developer, also fostered positive relations with the creators they worked with, not least because Enix paid their game creators generous royalties instead of formally employing them, an arrangement that proved mutually beneficial, allowing creators to keep their options open and having a steady stream of revenue while they did so. After the contest, Nakamura went on to study at Tokyo's University of Electrocommunications, while Hori continued writing for Shonen Jump. But he'd been struck by the bug and began to immediately work on a follow-up. Hori's second game, also published by Enix in June of 1983, was called The Bortopia Serial Murder Case, a visual novel adventure game where players explored crime scenes and interviewed suspects to solve a murder. Bortopia was notable for its branching dialogue paths based on commands that players issued by typing words. Everything seemed to be going really well for Enix, but they were not satisfied, and despite their hands-off approach they had fostered, decided to invest in some of their top new collaborators in the hopes that they might increase the quality and quantity of their output. As such, after looking at the roster of talent they had, it was decided that a selection of the company's most bankable assets should attend Apple Fest, a conference hosted in San Francisco where Apple computers showcased the latest products for their own line of PCs. Hori and Nakamura were amongst the selected delegation, as was Yukinobu Chida, a producer at Enix who was responsible for running Enix's Game Hobby Program contest. And they were in their element as they checked out the hundreds of exhibits of software and hardware demos. But two properties caught the attention of the aspiring creators more than any others: Ultima and Wizardry, two breakout games on the Apple II computer. Though this was Hori and Nakamura's first exposure to both games, Ultima and Wizardry had made waves throughout the early 1980s, with each having two sequels by this point. Nakamura, for his part, was more drawn to Wizardry, which was originally developed by Andrew Greenberg, a Cornell University student. Largely based on the foundation of Dungeons & Dragons, Wizardry was a first-person dungeon crawling game which used text-based menus covering most of the screen to show the available keyboard inputs. Players then pressed keys to perform specific actions, such as pressing S to cast a spell, O to open a chest, or F to move forward. Each playthrough began by picking a party of as many as 6 heroes and choosing from 4 basic classes: Fighter, Priest, Mage, or Thief. These brave souls that attempted to explore a vast 10-level dungeon step by step, gaining experience from vanquishing enemies and leveling up to increase their stats, all while seeking out more powerful equipment. It was not an easy journey though, as there was no way to save progress within the dungeon itself. When encountered, monsters appeared in a small window at the center of the screen as simple, static illustrations. If the monsters should vanquish the party, players would be able to create a new party and start from scratch, with the opportunity of finding their old party's resting place and recovering their gear. The threat of getting lost was so great that the game even came with a pad of graph paper, encouraging players to draw a map as they went. Difficulty aside, Wizardry became the best-selling game on the Apple II, selling 24,000 copies in 8 months. When its sequel, Wizardry 2, came out a year later, it expected players to have beaten the first game, exported their party, and imported them into the new game. This allowed players to carry their winning party forward into a harder adventure and established a long-running chronology between games. But while the developed gameplay concepts of Wizardry blew Nakamura's mind, Hori preferred Ultima, which was coded by another student, Richard Garriott, a freshman at the University of Texas. Ultima was released earlier in June of 1981. Like Wizardry, players could customize their characters' races and classes, and distribute their stat points as in Dungeons & Dragons. This game, however, had 3 different graphical modes. While the player explored the outside world, the game took a top-down perspective, changing to a more scaled-down display while in the town or shopping area, and finally switching to first-person when inside a dungeon. Regardless of the perspective though, the graphics were rudimentary. The monsters and environments were rendered as wireframes in dungeons or as stick figure-like sprites elsewhere. But Ultima's menus were sparser than Wizardry's, and most of the menu was devoted to showing the action except for a text box at the bottom. Ultima sold around 20,000 copies in a year, being slightly outpaced by Wizardry, but the phenomenon of the two games combined caused waves throughout the industry. So enamored were Hori and Nakamura that they procured their own Apple II computers upon returning to Japan just so they could keep playing. But the trip to Applefest had also planted the seed of an idea. Hori and Nakamura recognized the appeal of role-playing games and wanted to try their hand at making one through Enix. But such an undertaking was not a simple matter. While the groundwork was being laid down, Nakamura used his ongoing royalty income to found a company of his very own in 1984. He named this game development studio Chunsoft after his nickname and the protagonist of Door Door, though he had to recruit 6 friends to help register the company, as at the time Japanese laws required a minimum of 7 employees to recognize a business. Chunsoft's first game was an updated version of Door Door called Door Door Mark II, which Enix published in 1985. At the same time, Hori continued with his adventure games, leading to the unofficial Yuji Horii Mysteries trilogy, including Portopia's Enix-published titles The Hokkaido Serial Murder Case and The Kuroizawa Kidnapping Guide. By the time Hori's third mystery game was released in 1985, however, the face of the gaming industry had begun to shift dramatically, and Enix's growing stable of talent began to realize their moment was approaching. Nintendo launched their own home console, the Family Computer or Famicom, in 1983, and in short order, it became a focal point of the industry in Japan. Consumers embraced the plug-and-play console as a more affordable and easier-to-use option than early PCs. And it was also more accessible, as players didn't have to leave their home to enjoy some incredible games. These games then started to shift owing to the changes in consumer behaviour. The Japanese gaming market had largely been geared around either action-focused games for arcades or experimental and rudimentary games for PCs. And in the latter market, Japan was catching up with the West. In 1985, there was a boom in popularity for role-playing games on PCs, driven not by Wizardry or Ultima, but by homegrown hits like The Back Onyx and Hyderlide. The latter was one of the best-selling games of the year, and though it skewed action first, RPG second, it showed that the genre could be more exhilarating than the stuffy menus or stick figures of Wizardry and Ultima. Japanese players were clearly eager for more games in their vein, and creators were inspired to put their own mark on this evolving genre. And Yukinobu Chiba, as a senior producer at Enix, saw an opportunity for his company to have both a strong presence on the Famicom and take advantage of this burgeoning RPG craze. There was just one small hiccup. The Famicom's popularity had introduced new gamers to the scene, but most of its software library was action-based. Chida believed that this cohort of gamers who only knew of the arcade-style Mario Brothers might be overwhelmed by the text-heavy presentations of games like Wizardry. Plus, Enix's best contractors were only experienced with PC systems. His solution was therefore simple: produce a version of the well-liked Portopia Serial Murder Case for the Famicom, to test the waters and give his developers experience. This represented the first time that Hori and Nakamura worked together, as Hori collaborated with Chunsoft to translate his adventure game to new hardware. But all the while, their hearts were clearly still with Ultima and Wizardry. As for this new version, they added a maze section to the game that mimicked Wizardry's catacombs. By the time Portopia released on the Famicom in November of 1985, the stage was set for Enix to publish its first original role-playing game. It had attracted and trained 2 up-and-coming talents, Hori and Nakamura, who were inspired to tackle the new genre, and their projects to date had all been considerable successes. The market had also embraced both role-playing games and the Famicom, and even though the audiences were separate, there was a hope they could be melded together. Through personal connections and some strokes of luck, they had also attracted some established creators from other fields to contribute. Hori learned through his connection with Shonen Jump in Torishima that Akira Toriyama, who was now working on a new manga series called Dragon Ball, was interested in illustrating for a video game. Meanwhile, Enix had struck up a connection with well-known anime composer Koichi Sugiyama, who, after submitting feedback on an official players survey for one of Enix's other games, the company had reached out and asked him if he'd like to compose music for one of their upcoming games. The market was hungry, and the roster of talent was assembled, and the last piece of the puzzle fell into place shortly after. At this point, Hori was still an independent contractor, as opposed to being an actual employee of Enix. The company still lacked its own internal game development team, and instead, they continued to hire contractors to make games for them to publish and then paying out royalties. Hori had worked with Chunsoft, but wanted to regain a degree of independence from either company. To that end, he created his own company called Armor Project in December of 1985. The company existed to handle the intellectual property rights of his upcoming games, and this set a unique precedent for game development. In essence, Armor Project had technically hand-picked Chunsoft to develop a game based on their new intellectual property, which was then to be licensed to Enix in order to publish the finished project, all under the supervision of Hori. After the creation of Chunsoft and Armor Project, and an agreement being secured with Enix, Toriyama and Sugiyama, the stage was set for the creation of this brand new role-playing game. But as production began, one question remained. What would this game actually look like? Intentionally or not, Yuji Horii teased the direction in his video game journalism. Through his forays into programming, he retained his game column in Shonen Jump, and frequently wrote about games in other places. In the December 1985 issue of Login magazine, a leading publication focused on PC games, Horii answered a fan's questions about originality. The reader had an idea for a game, but was discouraged when he saw another game had beaten him to it. Hori's advice was that a certain degree of similarity between games of the same genre was inevitable. He added that he'd love to play a game that melded the game systems of Ultima and the progression systems of Wizardry, with the dungeon design of Questron, which was itself another Ultima imitator. But he also wanted this mashup to feature the drama and involved narrative of an adventure game. Why doesn't anyone make this? Horii lamented in his reply. Whether he'd already come to this realization before writing it in Login, or if this was his moment of epiphany, Hori's hypothetical dream game essentially provided the DNA of what he was about to create, as it combined the features he liked best from Western RPGs with a more involved narrative, and built on Nintendo's Famicom hardware for a new demographic. As for the tone of the game, Horii envisioned a setting inspired by medieval Europe and classic Western swords and sorcery tales. The love he and Nakamura shared for Ultima and Wizardry played no small role in this, and like those games, he wanted players to revel in exploring a vast world, but he also wanted the challenge to feel less grueling and more light-hearted. Like so many classic stories, this meant the scenario was to revolve around a quest to save a princess captured by a nefarious foe, in this case, the reprehensible Dragon Lord. Thus, they decided to name their game Dragon Quest. With that initial DNA laid down, Horii set about attempting to tackle what he felt was the biggest challenge with role-playing games: how accessible they were. Even though he had enjoyed his time with the likes of Wizardry and Ultima, Horii appreciated that they were designed for the so-called hardcore gamers of the time. But he wanted to create a game that could be enjoyed by anyone who owned a Famicom, who were perceived as being a more casual audience. But there was also another challenge. The Famicom had been proliferated by action-focused arcade ports, with few developers willing to take the risk and deviate away from making games that they knew were likely to be successful. It meant the same tropes were retained, as arcade ports and even original action-focused games were designed to make players have frequent game overs, and thus hooking them in to keep playing. Except, in the home environment, the volume of quarters was not a prohibitor. So Horii felt this notion could be flipped on its head by delivering play sessions that were just as long, but without relying on moments of intense twitch decisions that would make or break to keeping players engaged throughout those long play sessions. Instead, he wanted players to be able to settle down and enjoy a sprawling epic that hooked them in and kept them engaged through those notions alone. To facilitate this shift towards accessible gameplay and longer, more natural playtimes, Horii and Nakamura drew on their experience porting Portopia Serial Murder Case to the Famicom. The original PC-88 version of Portopia had relied on a limited text parser for players to input commands to their assistant, which mostly used verb-noun combinations such as open door. But for the sequel, the Hokkaido Serial Murder Case, Horii had changed things. Instead of making the player type in specific text-based commands to perform actions, Horii introduced a command menu system, which provided a series of available actions in any given scene, selectable by hitting the appropriate key. Hori felt this new system helped steer players in the right direction, while still allowing them to use their brain to solve the mystery. But the crucial aspect was that they wouldn't have to keep making benign, unending guesses if they couldn't figure out the correct answer. When it came time to adapt Portopia's serial murder case to the Famicom, which had no keyboard, Hori and Chunsoft adapted the command menu system to suit the console's simple controller. Instead of selecting or pressing the correct key, this meant players simply had to scroll through a brief list of options with the D-pad, and then select what they wanted with the A button. This system, born of Hori's murder mysteries, was then adapted to help with traversal in Dragon Quest, as pressing the A button brought up a list of possible commands such as talking to an NPC, using stairs or doors, or searching the area. While this element was derived from the team's previous efforts, the world players explored derived from the two big cultural touchstones that inspired them. One of them was the top-down perspective evocative of Ultima's overworld, but unlike the Western original that inspired it, this graphical view was also maintained in cities and interior locations. When out in the world or in dungeons, random battles could be encountered, which occurred in a separate window in the middle of the screen and showed the monsters in first person. This was not far from Ultima's approach, but showed the foe in more detail like wizardry. Akira Toriyama's illustrations made a huge impact in this regard. Working off of descriptions given by Hori, Toriyama illustrated over a dozen monster designs with multiple colour variations for each, and his signature style, now recognisable to fans of Dr. Slump and Dragon Ball, permeated them all. These illustrations were then converted into sprites for the Famicom by CG artist Takahashi Yasuo, an early Chunsoft collaborator. And despite being digitally recreated and condensed into pixelized forms, Yasuno did a fantastic job of ensuring the features of Toriyama's design still shone through, with perhaps none being more recognisable than the slime. Slime-based enemies had already been established in the genre as a common type that was encountered at the start of a quest, and they appeared early on in both Wizardry and Hydralide. This tradition carried forward, but Toriyama's design added an unexpected twist. Hori's original concept had been simple, a pool of slime that could suffocate unwitting adventurers. Toriyama instead turned in a drawing of a blue teardrop-shaped creature with big round eyes and a prominent smile. Other monsters, like the Ghost and Draki, had a similar, light-hearted look to them, offset by nasty enemies like Knights and Bewerewolves. As a result of these design choices, there was a cohesive aesthetic throughout the game that brought the player closer to the action and the world. For Hori, game development was about more than just programming for a computer. Making games was about communicating with the person playing the game on the other side of the screen and trying to make them happy, just as other forms of entertainment like movies and books could do. To that end, Hori's desire was to create a world that felt more vibrant than his competitors, as he felt that computer games had begun to feel cold. He therefore wanted to create a warm and inviting world that was easy to understand, if only because the Famicom had already established a strong audience amongst children and their families. Though the story's stakes were dire in theory, the story itself was given a lighter tone to match Hori's ambitions, with it focused on the joy of adventure, exploration, and imagination. To work in with this, Hori also wanted to make sure everything was intuitive and easy to pick up, with the game guiding players without them even realizing it. By his own admission, Hori didn't like to read game manuals before playing, but this was often a requirement during the time. To achieve this goal, Hori therefore had the game start with the player character dropped into the world right in front of the king, with them unable to leave the room until they spoke to the king, got their quest, and undertook an intuitive tutorial that taught them how to play the game in the process. Hori also believed that role-playing games were about experiencing a different life. He stipulated that players should be allowed to name the hero so that they could use their own name if they wished, and he consciously made the decision to avoid having the protagonist speak as a way of helping players feel like they were the hero themselves. It wasn't common for playable characters to speak so much at the time, depending on the genre, but this practice had often been born of technical limitations rather than a conscious decision. In this instance, it was a deliberate touch on Hori's part, and it contrasted to his previous hit, Portopia, where the entire investigation had revolved around issuing commands to a fellow investigator. The playable character also broke beyond typical conventions of the time. Despite looking like a traditional fighter that wore plate armor and wielded a sword and shield, and matched the typical fighter and warrior classes in D&D and Wizardry, they were able to use magic with new spells learned upon leveling up. These spells ran a spectrum of uses, from healing to dealing damage, and even specific utilities like warping back to a save point. Hori avoided choosing overtly obvious names for most of these spells too, instead aiming to choose names that would feel unique and natural to the game's world. Thus, the fire spell was called Gira, which stemmed from the Japanese word for flash, glare, or dazzle. And a teleportation spell was called Ruler, from the word for ruler, as it would deposit the caster near the starter castle, where they could easily visit the king or ruler and save their game. Through all of these subtle twists, the world of Dragon Quest felt more robust and vital than the works that had inspired it. And as if to emphasize this, Hori designed the maps by hand, to be coded into the game. And he wrote pages upon pages of dialogue, assigning information to each NPC the player could encounter. His beloved Ultima, he felt, was too obtuse in how it disseminated information to the player, and if Dragon Quest was to become a welcoming game that didn't force players to consult a manual or guide, such in-game direction was critical. With Hori overseeing the game design, Nakamura ensuring that vision was realised, and Toriyama influencing the visual identity, the last piece of the puzzle was the music. Koichi Sugiyama initially composed Dragon Quest's soundtrack over the course of just 2 weeks, and it was then transitioned over to be rendered by the Famicom's robust sound chip. Compared to the music-less adventures of Wizardry and Ultima, and even idolized repetitive sections of classical operas, Dragon Quest's 8-song soundtrack was like a revolution for the role-playing genre. The game booted up to a triumphant march and overture, welcoming the player to a new world of fantasy, and Sugiyama's classical training shone through in the town and Baroque castle themes. The brooding dungeon theme helped instill a sense of uneasiness and dread, which the programmers emphasized by lowering the tempo and tone each time the player descended further into a dungeon. Sugiyama personally stopped by the production office periodically to oversee the process of digitizing his compositions, and as development and playtesting continued, staffers could be often heard humming the overworld theme dubbed Unknown World as they worked. As the main production of Dragon Quest began to wind down, however, playtesting turned up a potential problem. The difficulty curve in the back half of the game was found to be too stale. Between the amount of experience points needed to level up and the limited attack patterns of latter enemies, things just weren't fun. Nakamura and Hori therefore pleaded with Chida for a chance to fix the problem. But despite it requiring them to rebalance a considerable amount of the game's code, Chida, who served as the game's producer, only gave them 1 week to get it done. This was because these last-minute changes risked disrupting the entire production process and incurring the wrath of Nintendo. But as the creators believed that the game's balance was critical, Chida was willing to defend them and explain the short delay if they could get it done in time. Fortunately, the necessary balancing was finished within the given time frame, and after the last-minute rebalancing and a few grueling waves of debugging, Enix's big new role-playing game was finally ready to hit the market. As production approached the finish line, Enix began to spread word about Dragon Quest to potential customers. But with their prospective player base not having a strong preference for the genre, Enix decided to try and leverage the power of the individuals who were creating the product. One television commercial, for example, showed only brief glimpses of the game, with much more time spent on promoting the staff and developers. It was only after Toriyama, Hori, Chunsoft and Sugiyama had been individually name-dropped that the commercial dramatically claimed that the viewer would be the hero of this enigmatic quest. As a result, chatter about the game began to rise amongst informed gamers, and because Hori also talked up the game in his weekly column, it began to rise with manga readers too. Enix also bought a full-page advertisement feature in the very first issue of Famitsu magazine, and it simply featured the box illustration, which portrayed the hero squaring off against the Dragon Lord alongside the staff list and a simple proclamation: Famicom role-playing game. Elsewhere, in Famitsu's first issue, a correspondent recounted their initial experiences with Dragon Quest and how they had been captivated by the mere act of talking to NPCs in the initial area alone. Though Hori had hoped the game would be playable without manuals or other aids, Famitsu's writers gushed about using graph paper to make notes, claiming that it wouldn't be a role-playing game without doing so. This play-along series continued for several issues alongside illustrated maps and tips. Each of these actions was crucial for Enix because, at the time, the best-selling games on Famicom were largely action or platforming based. Side-scrollers like Super Mario Bros., Ninja Hattori-kun, and Gegege no Kitaro, the evil yokai realm, had a strong hold on the market. Following them on the sales charts were simpler recreation games like baseball or tennis, or traditional games from the real world like 1983's Mahjong. While the allure of role-playing games had made its mark on the PC market, they simply hadn't been able to truly land on the Famicom. There were a few action-adventure games cracking the sales charts, like Mysterious Murasame Castle and The Legend of Zelda, and their presence suggested that Famicom owners were indeed looking for something more involved and complex. But the sales were nowhere near as strong as the more traditional titles gamers had come to expect. Thus, when Dragon Quest launched on the Nintendo Famicom on the 27th of May 1986, nobody was quite sure what to expect. During its first 2 weeks on sale, Dragon Quest debuted at number 2 on Famitsu's top 30 sales chart, selling an impressive 376,000 units. However, these sales were much lower than Enix had anticipated, and it didn't sustain its position thanks to competition from fast-paced games like Volleyball and Star Soldier. This was then compounded by Nintendo releasing Super Mario Bros. 2 the week after, as Dragon Quest found itself competing with the long-awaited sequel to the platformer that had made the Famicom a household name in the first place. Ultimately, fans proved dissatisfied with Nintendo's sequel, but some of the win was stolen from Enix's sales, and it was soon competing against a resurgent Mario Bros. This sequence of events was not ideal, and there was genuine concern within Enix that they might even make a loss on the production of Dragon Quest. By the end of 1986, it stood as the 9th best-selling game released that year, with 542,000 copies sold. The consensus amongst those who played it was that it was a very well-made and exciting game, but it was difficult to recommend. And this meant there were too few people willing to take a chance on something more methodical than the usual video game fare. Hori did not give up his opus, however, and used his column in Shonen Jump to keep talking it up, explaining the concepts of role-playing games to his readers in the hopes they'd give it a shot. And though it fought to stay in the magazine's sales charts each issue, Hori was aided in his quest by Famitsu's own editors and readers, who showered Dragon Quest with laurels in its inaugural Best Hit Game Awards. Dragon Quest won that year's Game of the Year, as well as Best RPG, Best Story, and Best Character Design, with Koichi Nakamura crowned as Best Programmer. These post-launch activities then led to a massive swell in popularity, and word of mouth eventually took hold. It led to Dragon Quest going on to sell approximately 1.5 million copies on the Famicom, with the game proving to have incredible legs once it gathered momentum. Despite Dragon Quest being a huge success though, it took some time to make the journey westward to the Nintendo Entertainment System and North American gamers. Nintendo had acted as a gateway for many Japanese developers and publishers who were looking to try and tackle the North American market, and their efforts often centered around simple action games that did not need much localization. Role-playing games, though, were much more sophisticated products, and the amount of dialogue they contained was significant in comparison to porting an arcade racer or shoot 'em up. In the end, Nintendo decided to reach out to HAL Laboratory for assistance in localizing it, and a young programmer named Satoru Iwata was assigned to lead the effort. Iwata knew how special Dragon Quest was, having seen the effect it had on the Japanese industry when it launched. He and his co-workers had struggled to get anything accomplished in the weeks after its initial launch, just as they had done when Super Mario Bros. Released the year prior, and he'd seen the way people conversed about it, sharing their tips and experiences. There was a desire to have Dragon Quest have the same kind of impact in North America, and both Nintendo and Enix felt numerous improvements could be made to make the game more accommodating. The cartridge, for example, was enhanced to incorporate a battery, helping for the creation of save states instead of having to rely on tedious password systems. The character sprites were also updated to let them face in different directions instead of just facing the screen at all times. This gave NPCs a new sense of vitality and made exploration more intuitive, as it now mattered which direction the player faced when they picked an option from the command menu. However, a small legal wrinkle appeared that threatened to scupper everything, and it forced the game's name to change. Dragon Quest was already trademarked in North America, belonging to a tabletop role-playing game first published in 1980. This forced Enix to settle for a new name, Dragon Warrior. This muddled the original meaning of the game's title, but at least it retained a similar sentiment. More drastic, however, was the removal of Toriyama's iconic artwork for the English release. In an effort to make the game more appealing to Western sensibilities and align with familiar games like Dungeons & Dragons, Wizardry and Ultima, Toriyama's chibi scale art was replaced with generic, gritty sword and sorcery illustrations. Dragon Warrior's cover followed the spirit of Toriyama's Famicom cover, but in a less charming and less personable way. Likewise, the art inside the manual was swapped with generic Western-style re-illustrations. The English translation also sought to evoke the medieval era through the use of archaic words and phrasing, with the narration referring to the player with terms like thee and thou. Given how long it had taken to localize though, the English release had years of the series' reputation in Japan to draw upon. Magazines referenced how amazingly popular Dragon Quest was in an effort to drum up excitement. Nintendo, eager to see the game succeed, utilized their main advertising platform, Nintendo Power. Multiple issues hyped up the game's arrival, with massive sections explaining the setting or offering early advice and hailing the RPG that took Japan by storm. At long last, Dragon Warrior was released in North America in August of 1989, over 3 years after its initial launch in Japan. But even though they'd hyped up the game considerably, Nintendo Power only scored it a 3 out of 5. And over the coming months, Dragon Quest struggled to maintain a relevant position on the magazine's charts, just as it had done in Famitsu. Electronic Gaming Monthly missed the hype altogether. They claimed Nintendo's highly touted Dragon Warrior isn't that special at all. They recommended people just go and play Ultima from FCI, as you'll practically get the same game. In an ironic twist of fate, FCI's port of Ultima 3 released in North America earlier that year, and its recognizable name preemptively took the focus away from its spiritual successor. Complicating the problem further, Western gamers were already beginning to look forward to the next generation of hardware, and an older role-playing game from Japan struggled to hold a candle to the first rumblings of what 16-bit systems could do. Dragon Warrior's initial sales therefore dropped even lower in North America than they had in Japan, and Nintendo found themselves sitting on a pile of unsold cartridges. Not unlike its predecessor, Hyderlight, it briefly seemed that Enix had waited too long to offer Dragon Quest to English audiences. The graphics had improved considerably over the 3-year gap, and Western gamers were more familiar with the games that inspired it. To course correct, Nintendo devised a cunning and unconventional strategy. If they couldn't convince gamers to buy a role-playing game, they would instead entice them with a giveaway. A campaign in Nintendo Power offered a deal that was almost too good to be true. If people bought a year's subscription to the magazine, they would receive a free copy of Dragon Warrior and a free strategy guide. The magazine was widely popular and sold subscriptions on its own momentum, so receiving a full-priced game worth nearly triple the price of a subscription was a tremendous saving in itself. Nintendo marketed the deal aggressively with ads, pack-in mailing forms, and even mailers sent to existing customers, and the toll on Nintendo's infrastructure was mighty. Employees even jokingly had t-shirts made that read, "I survived the 1990 Dragon Warrior mailing." Though the game was being given away instead of sold for profit, Nintendo Power's gamble prevented Dragon Warrior from becoming a failure in North America, and in the process introduced a new generation of role-playing experiences to a new cohort of players. Even though the initial release of Dragon Quest did not meet expectations, Enix soon started to see the tide shift, and a year later, everyone was singing a very different tune. Dragon Quest sat as one of the best-selling games to have been released on the Famicom, and Enix were wondering how they could capitalize. Part of this was through word of mouth and the activities of Hori, who was himself relentless in using his column to promote Dragon Quest and educate people about role-playing games, but Enix did not sit idly by either. In October of 1986, 5 months after the game was released, they took an unprecedented step. Koichi Sugiyama's 8-song score, which had received significant praise, was recorded live by the Tokyo String Ensemble. It was then released as the Dragon Quest Suite on vinyl, cassette and compact disc. The album also featured the Famicom original overture and new synthesized arrangements of the entire score. It marked the first time a video game soundtrack was performed by an orchestra, and it helped pave the way for games to take on a much bigger place in culture. Nintendo had raised the bar with the catchy jingles of Super Mario Bros., but Dragon Quest truly elevated video game music to art level. Over the next few years, Enix then released follow-up games at a rapid pace. This saw Dragon Quest II, III and IV all released on the Famicom. But in 1993, due to overwhelming demand, Enix then worked with Chunsoft to remake the original Dragon Quest and its immediate follow-up, publishing them both on the Super Famicom as the Dragon Quest I and II compilation. This saw numerous changes made, with both games featuring enhanced graphics and gameplay that introduced numerous improvements that had been made to the franchise ever since their initial release, including some elements that had only just been seen in Dragon Quest V. Despite releasing on the 18th of December 1993, Dragon Quest I and II ended up as the 10th best-selling game in Japan released that year, selling more copies than the likes of Super Bomberman, Final Fight II and Star Fox. Such was the further that by the end of the Super Famicom's life cycle, it was still the 20th best-selling game on the system, shifting 1.2 million copies, and selling more than the likes of Donkey Kong Country 3, Romancing Saga 2, The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, and Super Mario RPG. This version was then ported to the Game Boy Color in 1999, where it sold another 760,000 copies, positioning it as the 23rd best-selling game ever released on that system. And in 2004, the same version was ported to Japanese mobile devices by Square Enix. Since then, however, Dragon Quest has had to make do with simple ports, first on the Wii, then the Nintendo 3DS, and the PlayStation 4. But as part of introducing Dragon Quest to a whole new generation, Square Enix opted to remake the original game yet again, this time handing it over to Creative Studio 5, also known as Team Asano, who are working with Japanese developer ArtDink on the Dragon Quest I and II HD 2D remake. This new version, which is being released on every major platform, will serve as a complete overhaul of the original game, while also adding in some new content to keep those who are coming back for perhaps a third time excited with the prospect of discovering something they've never seen before. It goes without saying, though, that Dragon Quest had a profound effect on the Japanese video games industry when it launched, and much like Wizardry and Ultima, it inspired a new batch of developers to try their hand at role-playing games. The command menu system revolutionized the way games handle player inputs, acting as a bridge from the rigid text entry from early PC adventure games to intuitive choices in console RPGs. It also clearly illustrated the benefits of making games with a team of dedicated experts in their fields. Many games prior to Dragon Quest had been made by small teams, if not one person who had to wear multiple hats. This meant someone who was programming focused might have been conscripted to write dialogue, make music or draw graphics, even if they had little to no experience or interest in those areas. Dragon Quest took a different approach, assembling a talented ensemble of creators and tapping into their strengths, like Toriyama's light-hearted designs, Nakamura's keen insight into programming, or Hori's experience with narrative. It meant Dragon Quest was a watershed moment for not only role-playing games, but video games as a whole. It offered a compelling theory on the potential of what the medium could become, laying the foundation for all the role-playing games that would set out to follow in its footsteps. And just as Yuji Horii had wished, Dragon Quest had ignited the sparks of innumerable imaginations. Nintendo's Famicom had taken Japan by storm throughout the 1980s, becoming a cultural and commercial phenomenon. Creators from across the country prospered during this time, and there were numerous innovations. One such innovation came in 1986, when a team of unique collaborators produced the first true role-playing game made for home consoles and the Japanese market. That game was Dragon Quest, and it became a huge success story. But even though that success was far from guaranteed, plans were already laid down for the production of a sequel, as the developers felt there were too many ideas they'd left over. Their ambition for this sequel was to therefore get one step closer to fulfilling the full scope of their original vision, while further tapping into the Famicom's potential and introducing role-playing games to even more players. The result of their efforts went on to become one of the more unique entries in the series, and it was called Dragon Quest II: Luminaries of the Legendary Line. The original Dragon Quest was the result of a unique collaboration of up-and-coming talent from across Japan. It was helmed by Yuji Horii, a game columnist from Weekly Shonen Jump and a game designer in his own right, and predominantly coded by Koichi Nakamura, a prodigal programmer and founder of Chunsoft. Illustrations were then provided by Akira Toriyama, creator of the new hit manga Dragon Ball, and music came from the renowned composer Koichi Sugiyama. Their goal had been to make a role-playing game akin to the Western hits Ultima and Wizardry, but tailor-made for the Nintendo Famicom, as opposed to merely trying to emulate the RPGs that had become popular on personal computers. Given the seeming demand for role-playing games in Japan at the time, and the demand of the Famicom, they expected Dragon Quest to be a runaway success, and they weren't alone in that thinking. Enix, for example, who had published Dragon Quest, started to adopt a different approach to publishing, perhaps in preparation for the financial returns they hoped Dragon Quest would deliver. Starting out as a publisher of PC games, their initial wave of products was based on submissions to their competitions, but they then started rehiring some of those creators, using whatever they came up with next to supplement the next wave of games that came via their competitions in the latter half of 1983. Throughout the year, this meant Enix published 35 separate games across the various PC platforms, and they adopted a similar approach in 1984, but the emphasis was far more on established creators than unearthing new ones. Of the 21 published games, this meant only 3 came via their third Game Hobby Program contest, and some of the games were now based on licensed properties, such as Arale no Jump Up and Dr. Slump Bubble Daisakusen, which were based on the manga produced by Toriyama called Dr. Slump, and Wingman, which was based on the Wingman manga series. 1985 followed a similar trend, as Enix no longer held the Game Hobby Program contest, and had even started overseeing the production of ports for games like Xevious and Pac-Land. This saw a further reduction of concurrent projects, with only 15 games published throughout the year. 1986 then saw a huge departure. Prior to the release of Dragon Quest on the Famicom in May, Enix published only 3 PC games: a sequel to Wingman, with music provided by Koichi Sugiyama, a pool game by Takashi Shimizu, who had been a winner during Enix's second Game Hobby Program contest, and a game based on Fist of the North Star. After that, the only further PC game that was released throughout the remainder of the year was a PC port of Dragon Quest. By this point, the Famicom version had started to deliver on those initial expectations, and any concerns Enix had about the strategic decision they'd made were pushed aside. But those concerns only existed because Horii and Nakamura were 100% convinced that Dragon Quest had a future beyond just one game, and they had already begun planning in earnest. Planning on Dragon Quest II started in early April 1986, almost as soon as the master of Dragon Quest had been sent off to Nintendo for production, and nearly 2 months before it was eventually shipped to consumers. But they did not actually have Enix's permission to do so. Horii and Nakamura were just passionate and assumed that such a request would be made if Dragon Quest performed upon release. When that scenario ended up occurring, Yokinobu Chiba, who had served as the producer on Dragon Quest, asked what their plans were regarding a follow-up. He promptly learned that planning was already underway, so the next question was around how long they thought development would take. Without much forethought, Nakamura offhandedly stated that the game would be ready to ship that same November. Given that Dragon Quest had only taken 5 months from conception through to delivery, this was a very modest timeline, in theory, as it would give them around 8 months to finish the project. Knowing that the sequel had to continue to lead players into the world of role-playing games, the team started with spirited debates about the direction for Dragon Quest II. The intent to use a party was set very early on, but that raised a new question in its own right. How many characters should be at the player's control? Something that was further complicated by Horii being adamant that every party member should be visible on screen. In PC role-playing games, it wasn't unheard of for the lead character to stand in for the entire party. Horii felt the Famicom, with its superior graphics, should break this mold, But while the Famicom was more powerful than the Apple II or PC-88, it still had limitations. After some experimentation and debate, the team found that 3 characters was the optimal party size, at least if Hori had his wish of having the whole party visible. Given the size and style of Dragon Quest's character models, the most characters they could display together was 4, so the party was set at 3, so they could still speak to an NPC. Another factor at play was the password system, also known as the Spell of Restoration. The Famicom version of Dragon Quest utilised a 20-character code to save and restore a player's progress, since the cartridge didn't have a battery to store the save data. Players returned to the king at the starting point and spoke to him to receive an updated password. Then, when they started to play the game again, they simply needed to re-enter that password at the main menu. It seemed like a random string of characters, but this string contained the hero's data, such as plot progression, experience, and equipment. It took 20 characters to store this data for Dragon Quest's sole playable character, and this presented something of a problem. Nakamura experimented thoroughly to try and find an optimal solution, and managed to cap the password at a maximum of 52 characters, slightly less than 20 characters per playable character. But while the plan was to eventually have 3 controllable heroes, they wanted Dragon Quest II to still start out with a single protagonist. Hori was aware that some people might try Dragon Quest II without having played the original game, and he didn't want to make things too complicated for those players. Furthermore, it was a natural step forward for those who had played the first game. This setup allowed the game to ease players, new and old, into managing 3 separate characters, and learn how to apply their varied abilities appropriately. It took the team a few months to lay all this groundwork down, so proper development started in early July of 1986. The team split again into their specialties, either scenario or programming. Hori devised a new story set in the same world as Dragon Quest, but 100 years later and in a different region. He also wanted to use the scenario detail to distinguish the 3 playable characters. The initial character was therefore a prince who was descended from the previous game's hero, and their first order of business was to seek out their cousins, the prince and princesses of neighbouring kingdoms. Each was given a traditional role-playing class, not unlike those found in Ultima, Wizardry or Dungeons & Dragons. The main hero, who was the prince of a place called Middenhall, was positioned as a traditional warrior. But unlike the game's previous hero, who was able to wield magic, this prince was strictly a melee fighter. It was the second party member, the Prince of Canuk, who inherited the ability to fight and use magic, acting as sort of a warrior priest. The third party member, the Princess of Moonbrook, was then made a wizard with powerful healing and offensive spells. Hori had already concocted the general storyline, where the hero set out to vanquish the evil wizard Hagen. However, the bulk of developing the scenario consisted of planning all the environments and text in-game. Using heaps of graph paper, Hori and Hiroshi Maioka, who returned as scenario assistant, sketched out maps of Dragon Quest II's enlarged world. Considering events were planned to take place in these locations, they wanted to make sure that they knew where NPCs were going to stand, and what information those NPCs would impart to the player. They developed dungeons using a similar process, planning which items to give through chests and where specific enemies should be found. Those enemies were once again illustrated by Toriyama. As before, Hori provided Toriyama with a list of concepts, including rough data such as tree-human hybrid, and this came alongside a quick summary of the moves they might use and the personality they should convey. With this information, Toriyama devised illustrations, and the scenario team then finalised the monsters' names and parameters. This time though, Toriyama worried that some of the monsters he created may be too similar to beings he'd already made for his own properties, and that this sentiment was exacerbated by Dragon Quest II having such a vast array of creatures. Whereas the original game featured only 40 monsters with a couple of sprite variations, Dragon Quest II ultimately shipped with 82 monsters, with only 5 designs carried over from the previous game. But this vast bestiary was required to help fill out the much bigger world. Dragon Quest II featured twice as many dungeons to explore, and the overworld, based on sprite size, was over 6 times as large. Elfgard, the region explored in Dragon Quest, was even folded into Dragon Quest II's map. When players then visited this familiar land, they wanted it to feel special, and this is where music came into play. So for continuity, they brought back the original overworld theme, Unknown World. For music in the broader sense, Sugiyama produced an original score that ended up being approximately 6 minutes longer than the original soundtrack for Dragon Quest. The overture returned triumphantly for the title screen, effectively promoting it as the official theme of Dragon Quest in the process. However, as the new story was set 100 years after the original, Sugiyama went for a very different tone. To reflect the feel of a comparatively modern era, he took inspiration from pop music, which was immediately displayed on the main menu, where a new, upbeat piece called Joyous Song played. Some of the Baroque influence still shone through, like the new castle theme which blended the two tones. However, one defining element of the game's previous score was removed, as the dungeon theme no longer got lower and slower as the player descended. All this work then had to be converted into the game by Chunsoft's programming team. Toriyama's monster designs were again translated into pixel format by Takashi Yasuno, a high school classmate of Nakamura and one of the 7 founding members of Chunsoft. The sequel's visual identity did change in one dramatic way though. With the shift to multiple characters and monsters being shown on screen, it was necessary to restructure the look of battles. Combat no longer took place in a window overlaid on the map, with a new battle scene created. Transportation was another factor, given the much larger scale of the map. To facilitate this, and keep gameplay from getting stale by walking everywhere, the team introduced a boat. Random enemies could still be encountered while at sea though, meaning the party was never truly safe outside of city walls. The larger world also necessitated another change to the save system. No longer was it feasible to expect players to return to the king to save their game and get the password. Thus the system was changed so that players could speak to any king or minister in the game in order to save. However, as production went on, the team began to run into considerable issues with the Famicom's cartridge. Despite Nakamura's breakthroughs in compression and storing information efficiently, a number of elements had to be cut from Dragon Quest II. While the bestiary was impressive, it was originally intended to be much closer to 100 monsters. Hori and Toriyama had also planned for several large illustrations to be used at certain moments, to help bring big plot developments to life in a way that simple sprites could not. These pictures were inspired by the traditional kamishibai illustrations, a classic method of storytelling in Japan in the 1930s. Toriyama had finished these illustrations, and they had been converted into the game, but because of the sheer size, they had to be abandoned later in development. One did end up appearing in the Famicom manual though, albeit in black and white form. The Alfgard region from the original game also ended up being scaled down to save size, so that focus could be maintained on new areas, while an entire other area, the promontory of Olivia, was removed and set aside for potential use in another game. Even areas that remained were affected by cuts. Many treasure chests in the final game were left empty, as the items they were supposed to contain were removed. Among the cut items was a particularly unusual one known as the Dangerous Swimsuit. This was an exclusive item for the Princess of Moonbrook, which would have altered her sprite while having comparable stats to the mink coat. Perhaps the biggest casualty, however, was a pair of changes to the ending. The original vision was much grander, with a parade of familiar faces stopping by to congratulate the heroes, culminating in a glamorous courtroom dance. Hori had also devised a bad ending, where the Prince of Canuck sacrificed himself to defeat the final boss. The remaining 2 heroes then returned as normal, sharing the good and bad news, but as the celebrations began, the fallen prince's sister, the Princess of Canuck, suddenly swooped in to blame the hero and fatally stab him. It's not clear how this alternate outcome could have been triggered, but Hori cut the twist for 2 reasons. One, capacity issues, but he also felt upon reflection that it would have been too grim for the series' tone. Capacity issues aside, Nakamura himself found the development of Dragon Quest II much more challenging than the first, despite being more experienced. He was still, after all, only a 22-year-old university student, and he was juggling his studies alongside being the president of Chunsoft and his senior development duties. As such, Dragon Quest II marked a considerable shift in the games industry. Up until this point, it wasn't uncommon for one skilled programmer to code an entire game, but given the sheer scale of Dragon Quest II and the November deadline Nakamura had set, he decided to call in assistants, bringing in 5 new student programmers onto the project. In some respects, this lessened his workload, but Nakamura underestimated how much time would be taken up on leadership tasks. He struggled with delegation and communication, and as all his hires were also students, their priorities didn't always align with what his priorities were, something that even deteriorated into arguments and finger-pointing. Despite this, Dragon Quest II was finished on time, or at least it was in theory. On the day the final version was meant to be sent in for production, Nakamura and Hori realised that not one single person on the development team had actually played the game from start to finish. Hori himself had only played the first section multiple times up until receiving the boat, but he'd never played the back half. As the team began to actually play through the finished version, they made a startling realisation. It was brutally hard. Hori and Nakamura knew the game could not be released in this state, as they risked alienating their existing fanbase. If Dragon Quest II was impossible for the adults who made it, how on earth could they release it to the public and their young key demographic who were still quite new to the concept of role-playing games? They felt they had no choice but to postpone, but the release date had just been announced in Shonen Jump's November the 11th issue. Fortunately, by this point, the original Dragon Quest had started to become a huge success, so there was some credit in the bank. Ultimately, after negotiations, the team was given 1 month to get the game fixed, and they immediately put their noses to the grindstone. The main problem was that the encounters just weren't balanced, and even with the additional party members, the difficulty ramped up too quickly. Initially, Nakamura devised a fight simulation program as a debugging tool, allowing the team to set player data and test out each encounter without having to fully replay the game. The strategy didn't pan out properly though. The simulator helped tune the encounters for each individual group of monsters, but when played normally, fighting consecutive battles in dungeons for example, was still incredibly hard. In this setup, Dragon Quest II was so hard that playtesters couldn't even reach the Prince of Canuck. The only way to properly fine-tune the game's balance was to just play from the beginning, with as many playtesters as they could recruit. They therefore had to call on the assistance of every single Enix employee, and they would bring feedback directly to Hori, such as the prices of the items are too high or it takes too long to level up. Hori then had to verify the feedback and fax changes to Nakamura's office at Chunsoft, where revisions were made to a new prototype build. The revised code was then distributed to playtesters and the process repeated. At the start of this playtesting marathon, new prototypes were compiled every 4 to 5 days, but towards the end, prototype builds were being issued multiple times a day. Balancing Dragon Quest II required more than just tweaking stats though, and the world's design itself underwent some last-minute changes. To help players reach new party members quicker, Hori adjusted the initial areas, limiting the number of monsters per battle to 3 and moving Canuck Castle closer. It was a monumental task, but by their new deadline in mid-December, the game was ready to ship, even though Hori still felt the game wasn't as balanced as it could have been. With more time, he was confident they could have found the perfect balance, but he didn't want to make the children wait any longer, and due to a combination of sleepless nights and stress, he'd also developed a pretty nasty stomach ulcer. It meant all they could do was just hope the public appreciated their efforts when the game was eventually in their hands. Before the delay at the absolute 11th hour of development, Enix had unfortunately advertised Dragon Quest II's December launch. They had chosen Shonen Jump to announce the release date, because 1986 had been a banner year for the magazine, driven not only by Toriyama's Dragon Ball, but other influential manga like Saint Seiya, Captain Tsubasa, and Fist of the North Star. It meant Enix, by doing this, was reaching almost 5 million potential customers. Previews also ran through Famitsu's December issues as the fevered playtesting period was winding down. Given the late delay, many of the images printed in these previews did not match up with the final game, showing that the Canuck region was not the only area altered considerably in the home stretch. Alfgard's inclusion was teased, claiming that the original region was changed over the last 100 years, though in the final game, it hadn't changed much at all. The previews and advertising campaign also focused on the increasing scale of the game, like the world map being so much larger and the sheer quantity of monsters, items, and spells along the journey. Even the fact that there were 200 NPCs to talk to was a cause for hype. Needless to say, Enix were unfettered by the unexpected delay, and they pushed their marketing even harder. They capitalised on the first game's acclaimed soundtrack when advertising the sequel, with the overture featuring in TV commercials, and they even commissioned a rearrangement of Joyous Song, converting it into a proper pop track called Looking for a Love Song, performed by a new idol singer named Anna Makino. They were also helped by the original Dragon Quest winning awards. It won Famitsu's grand prize, beating out Gradius and The Legend of Zelda. And it meant that the delay seemed to work in the game's favour, building even more anticipation, as when Dragon Quest II eventually launched on the 26th of January 1987, sales were much higher right out of the gate. During its initial launch window, over 724,000 copies were sold, more than double would have been achieved by the original Dragon Quest, and in the next reporting period it sold another 350,000, taking Dragon Quest II over the million mark in just a few weeks. This generated unprecedented levels of revenue for Enix. Those opening weeks resulted in consumers spending almost 6 billion yen, or around $114 million when adjusted for inflation. The other bonus was that sales of Dragon Quest surged. During the launch period of Dragon Quest II, the original game rose to number 23 on the charts, but it then rose higher to number 12 in the following period and maintained this position for many more weeks until the further finally died down a few months later. Those sales were bolstered by positive ratings from critics. Famitsu had only just begun publishing scores for new games after the release of Dragon Quest, but they awarded Dragon Quest II a 38 out of 40. They cited its ultimate influences and declared Hori a star in the Famicom world. The Legend of Zelda 2 was reviewed in the same issue, scoring 1 point lower, and the editors advised that if readers had to choose between the two, they should go with Dragon Quest. Likewise, Family Computer Magazine awarded it one of the highest scores in their 13-year history, scoring it nearly perfect in all categories and awarding it a 28 out of 30. This combination saw Enix make the news, with reports of crowds of customers lined up outside stores to get their own copies. By the end of the initial run, it became clear to everyone that Dragon Quest II had made an incredible impact on Japanese gamers, and come the following January, Famitsu awarded it their Game of the Year prize for 1987. All this success though came in spite of one glaring problem, as even though they had done extra months of rigorous playtesting, Dragon Quest II was still nefariously hard. Miyako, who had been Hori's lieutenant throughout, even joked that he must be the most hated person in Japan, as he was personally responsible for designing the penultimate dungeon, the Cave of Renderak, which quickly became notorious amongst players. Nakamura was mortified that the final product had turned out this way, and despite its huge commercial success, he even considered quitting the games industry altogether. However, he was heartened by the sight of players of all ages helping each other out. Yes, the difficulty was steep, but the power of human word of mouth helped counteract it, and this turned Nakamura around. The game was just so popular, and there were so many people talking about it, sharing strategies and anecdotes. Instead of turning players away, Dragon Quest II's difficulty had helped to galvanize them. At the time, a difficult game in the Japanese market was likely to be either heavily edited for release in North America, or just overlooked and skipped entirely. There was a sense amongst Japanese companies that North Americans were adverse to adversity in their games, preferring them to be much easier to digest and complete. Furthermore, the original game, released as Dragon Warrior in North America due to copyright issues, had infamously struggled to gain a foothold, making the sequel's chances of being localized even slimmer. Yet Nintendo of America still proceeded with Dragon Warrior 2, aiming to put it on sale just over a year after the original. They just hoped their gamble, whereby Dragon Warrior was given away to Nintendo Power subscribers, might eventually pay off. Enix and Nintendo utilized the same basic strategies in terms of localizing the second game. Toriyama's artwork for the packaging was replaced with a more generic version, one that essentially honored the idea of Toriyama's original, but in the style of a pulp western fantasy novel cover. The game itself continued to employ the same lofty Renaissance fair-level English, with familiar turns of phrase like, "but thou must," returning. While Nintendo's content policies meant specific use of religious symbols had to be removed, including the use of coffins with crosses to represent fallen party members. But Dragon Warrior 2 actually boasted some new content not seen in the Japanese release. For example, a new intro to the story was conceived depicting the attack on Moonbrook that sets the plot in motion. And whereas Dragon Quest 2 began with a soldier telling the king and prince of Middenhall about the incident, Dragon Warrior 2 was updated to show it outright, along with a prologue setting the scene, thereby increasing the cinematic production of the game. The title screen was also enhanced, showing the heroes march towards the screen one by one, as if demonstrating that the party was expanding. The game's title was given in-game though as Dragon Warrior Part 2, diverging from the text on the packaging. Once again, the North American version benefited from a battery save system instead of using the 52-character password system. However, despite the game's reputation for being difficult and the wide time between the Japanese and North American releases, Dragon Warrior 2 did not receive any major adjustments to make it easier for English-speaking players. Experience values awarded for defeating certain monsters were slightly adjusted, but otherwise it was the same daunting gauntlet. Dragon Warrior 2 was eventually released in North America in September of 1990, over 4 years after its original Japanese release. The advertising campaign highlighted it as the #1 RPG in Japan and touted offers for free strategy guides. But history repeated itself. North American critics were less than impressed, something not helped by FCI's port of Ultima 4 releasing the same month. EGM still didn't see what Japanese gamers liked about Dragon Quest, and were even harsher this time around, scoring Dragon Warrior 2 as a 24 out of 40. They compared it unfavourably to Ultima, dismissing it as little more than an underachieving clone or wannabe. GamePro was a little more forgiving, praising it as a good place to start playing role-playing games, and even encouraging readers to revisit the first game for the full experience. And despite their collaboration the previous year, Nintendo Power had little to say, beyond some obligatory mentions in the tips and tricks section. Ultimately, Dragon Warrior 2 was estimated to have only sold around 150,000 copies, and there was no giveaway this time to bail the game out. To make matters worse, their upstart competitor in Japan, Final Fantasy, was faring much better with North American audiences. To this day, Dragon Quest II is still named as the most difficult in the series by fans, and similarly, Nakamura considers its development the hardest challenge of his professional career. However, its launch also ended up becoming one of the best moments of his career, as the development team witnessed the historic lines of people waiting to buy it and the camaraderie that came afterwards. Seeing fans being brought to tears by the ending theme at concerts likewise made Nakamura very proud and emotional, knowing that it was not only the memory of the game's difficulty that brought tears to their eyes, but the sense of accomplishment when they overcame it. Sugiyama's score was also an important part of the game's legacy. Once again, the symphonic suite followed immediately on the game's heels, releasing just 2 weeks after, coinciding so closely with the game's launch that the album's packaging art still showed obsolete, incorrect screenshots from before the delay. The Tokyo String Ensemble, conducted by Sugiyama himself, returned for this initial performance. The ending theme, which became known as My Road, My Journey, was also given the single treatment. New lyrics recounted the hero's perspective, and the theme was rearranged and performed by Kazuo Eiichi, a politician who'd represented Japan's Liberal Democratic Party since 1976 and had some experience singing publicly. Both My Road, My Journey and Looking for a Love Song have been re-recorded and rearranged often since, becoming Dragon Quest II's biggest musical legacy. Since the Famicom era, Dragon Quest II has been inexorably tied to its predecessor, and hasn't been sold separately in all of its remasters and updates. A Super Famicom version brought the original duo back to new and old fans alike in 1993. Moving to a 16-bit console allowed Chunsoft to bring forth the backgrounds for battles, in addition to a plethora of quality of life improvements like revised location layouts and increased storage. This iteration also brought the formerly English exclusive intro to Japanese players for the first time, and it was made slightly easier by tweaking stats for the heroes and monsters alike. But a new side quest saw the Prince of Canuck suffer a curse under specific circumstances, so players either had to seek out the cure or carry on with only 2 characters. Beating the game this way even altered this scenario slightly, with the prince being fully healed and a bit sad when the heroes returned. Between the Super Famicom version and the Game Boy Color port in 1999, this updated Dragon Quest I and II package sold over 2 million copies combined, and it's soon to be brought forward to a new generation via the Dragon Quest I and II HD 2D remake for all modern platforms. Square Enix's Team Asano, also known as Creative Studio 5, is overhauling the game with their signature graphical style, bringing Torland to life in a whole new way. Furthermore, Nakamura's dream for a bigger party will be realised in this iteration. As part of the package, the Princess of Canuck is being added as a 4th party member. In many ways, Dragon Quest II was a tremendous achievement for Hori, Nakamura and the entire team. They churned out a substantial sequel to their first game, continuing to build upon their innovations and realise their full vision bit by bit. Yet even as they strove to continue making role-playing games accessible to younger audiences, they almost veered into disaster. Dragon Quest II's difficulty could have easily sunk its entire reputation, if not for the fact that, instead of deterring players, they rallied around the challenge and helped each other to overcome it. This determination from the players validated Enix's gamble, proving that they were wise to put their faith in their new Wonder Team, even when they requested an extra month of unplanned labour right at the end of development that forced them to delay the launch of a game they'd only just announced a release date of. The sequel, though, was the beginning of the series' cultural status, as the lines of consumers clamouring to buy it proved to be the founders of a time-honoured tradition. For all its faults, Dragon Quest II was a formative moment for Enix, and a crucial step forward towards the series' destiny as Japan's most beloved role-playing game franchise. Role-playing games throughout the 1980s were often not for the faint of heart. They featured complex systems and difficult progression, and they attracted only the most hardcore of fans. But those who persevered did so because they were treated to some of the most in-depth gameplay available at the time, something that was first a hit in the West before finding its way to Japan, where a whole new legion of fans were hungry for what the genre had to offer. At that time, the PC gaming scene was still relatively niche in Japan, but one developer saw the untapped potential and decided to double down on attempting to revolutionize the role-playing genre in their own way, bucking the trends of the time and opting to chase a new experiential form of play that they hoped could bring role-playing to the masses. The culmination of these efforts was Ys, an action RPG unlike anything available at the time. In the years following the conclusion of the Second World War, the world began to enter into a new era that was largely defined by one invention: the computer. The first computers were tools of large companies, organisations and governments, for back then they took up a ridiculous amount of space and were far too expensive. But as technology progressed, computers became not only more powerful, but also more affordable, and most importantly, they became smaller. Because of this, by the late 1970s and early 1980s, computers found their way into nearly every place of business in the world, and they were also starting to gain ground in the consumer space as well. And when the market for personal home computers started to take off, it was led by models such as the Apple II, the Commodore PET, and Radio Shack's TRS-80, which helped to popularize the trend in North America. This same trend was witnessed in Japan. Companies like Sharp and Nippon Electric, also known as NEC, got into the home computer market with their own offerings, and the MZ40K and the PC8001 launched in 1978 and 79 respectively. In particular, this era saw NEC's PC8001 rise to dominate the Japanese market. Shortly following its debut at the 1979 Microcomputer Show, it received thousands of orders. And when momentum didn't slow, NEC became established as a major player in the region. Year over year, computers were finding their way into more aspects of life than many had thought possible, and what they offered seemed truly inspiring. One of those taken in by the potential for home computers was a man named Masayuki Kato. Born on the 19th of August 1946, Kato had grown up very much in the shadow of World War II. And following his graduation from college, he found work as a systems engineer for the vehicle manufacturer Hino Motors. Kato worked there for about a decade throughout the 1970s, but it was while he was sent to work in Bangkok that he first encountered something that truly changed his life: an Apple II. Kato was enthralled by the machine, impressed by its ease of use, and he recognized right away its potential as a delivery system for entertainment, something that set it apart from the more business-orientated computers he'd been used to dealing with throughout his career. Upon returning to Japan, Kato bought his own Apple II and soon began tinkering with it, typing out and inputting game programs published in the back of computer magazines for him and his son to play around with. This eventually led to Kato editing these games and beginning to build an understanding behind what went into making them and how he might one day be able to make his own. Now inspired, Kato wanted to dive headfirst into this very endeavour, so he took a bold risk. He quit his job at Hino Motors to establish a new company, a company that was to be called Nihon Falcon. The name was inspired by Star Wars, a movie he thoroughly enjoyed. He fused the name of Han Solo's starship, the Millennium Falcon, with the word Nihon for Japan, with Falcon becoming Falcom, as he figured it signified that the company was in the computers industry, and com was a popular suffix to add to company names around the time. Establishing Nihon Falcom in March of 1981, Kato had grand designs for this new venture, including opening up his own computer store and publishing his own software. Unfortunately for Kato though, this dream wasn't possible right away, as funds were tight. And so, to start things off, Nihon Falcom took on business analyst work to build some cash reserves, which soon paid off and enabled him to open his computer store called Computerland Tachigawa. With Computerland Tachigawa, Kato set his sights on becoming Apple's primary Japanese distributor, and due to his infatuation with the Apple II, he was relentless in his pursuit of this goal. He was helped, of course, by the Apple II being a very niche product in Japan, but this association meant Computerland Tachigawa's clientele skewed towards the more hardcore computer enthusiasts as opposed to everyday consumers. Kato was not opposed to this though, as he himself was an enthusiast, and he wanted Computerland Tachigawa to be a place where people could come in, relax, hang out and interact, not just with PCs, but with other enthusiasts. The strategy was, on paper, not the most prudent of business decisions, as this laissez-faire environment didn't necessarily help to sell computers. But it did allow Kato to share his passion, and with a small staff that was composed of himself, his wife and a couple of part-time employees, he began to build a community meeting place of sorts. Before long, Computerland Tachigawa had grown into a place where many local up-and-coming programmers and game fans could hang out. And it was only a matter of time before Kato's consumers started to interact with each other in meaningful ways, which naturally began to lead to conversations around some of them making their own games. One of these regulars turned part-time employee was a young man named Yoshio Kiyo. Also working as a mechanic at the time, Kiyo had spent a good deal of time at Computerland Tachigawa talking to Kato and telling him about his desire to just play with computers all day. As Kato's own ambitions were similar to Kiyo's, after a bit of talking, he got the idea to lean in and decided that Nihon Falcom's next venture as a company should be to start making software, in addition to selling it directly at his store. Thus, in 1982, in the span of about a year after quitting Hino Motors, founding Nihon Falcom and opening Computerland Tachigawa, Kato became the head of a new video game development company. And alongside a ragtag bunch of young computer enthusiasts and game fans eager to cut their teeth in the industry, they sought to make the kinds of games they had always dreamed of playing. The initial efforts of Nihon Falcom were focused on making whatever games they could with the resources they had available. Kato was savvy, however, and even though the company were Apple's official Japanese distributor, he made the decision to focus their development efforts on the hottest PC in Japan instead, NEC's successor to the PC 8001, the PC 88001. But NEC was not the only player at this time. Whereas in North America, where the IBM PC had a monopoly due to its proliferation throughout businesses, with competitors only being able to keep up by offering compatibility with IBM PCs, in Japan, things played out a little differently. There, the IBM PC did not prosper despite impressive technological capabilities, because at the time it lacked dedicated support for the Japanese language. This resulted in Japanese companies filling the void, and the likes of Sharp's X1 and Fujitsu's FM7 were released in 1982 as rivals to NEC's PC-88. NEC had the advantage though, as they had launched their latest product a year earlier than their rivals, and they did so when holding nearly 40% of the market with the PC-8001. When word processing software such as MyLetter, Yukara and Bunpitsu became available, this furthered their advantage as users could write and edit documents, and this meant the PC-88 built on its predecessor, becoming the dream of a hobbyist, as beyond its clear business application, many also started to see its potential as a device for entertainment and storytelling. It wasn't long, therefore, until the PC-8's capabilities were used for gaming. Falcom's early games were created almost like homework projects, with their programmers and designers working on them in addition to their actual schoolwork or other jobs in the back of Computerland Tachigawa, with Yoshio Kiyo himself developing their 1982 debut release, Galactic Wars, almost single-handedly. Following Galactic Wars, Falcom put out an impressive 5 games for the PC-88 in the following year of 1983, including a golf game titled Computer the Golf, also by Kyo, and a pair of text-based horror adventure games, Horror House and Horror House 2. But it was another project by Kyo called Panorama To, which was also released in 1983, that shaped the company's legacy more than anyone knew at the time. It served as one of the earliest examples of a full-fledged Japanese-developed role-playing game, featuring first-person dungeon-crawling gameplay that was full of innovative ideas, such as the game flowing in real time with a day and night loop, detailed portraits for shopkeepers, and stat and resource management. The following year, Demon's Ring was released, serving as an adventure game that again showed off Falcom's penchant for creativity and innovation. It used an instantaneous compression expansion system for graphics, allowing them to render real-time on-screen displays as opposed to utilising the slower methods of their contemporaries that sometimes took up to 30 seconds to render. But even though these two games were strong, it was another release called Dragon Slayer that proved to be the real turning point. Released not just for the PC-88, but also the X1 and the FM7, Dragon Slayer was an early attempt at an action RPG, serving as an evolution of the gameplay Kyo had started to tinker with in Panorama To. Featuring a top-down view for navigation and upgradable character stats, Demon Slayer fused the role-playing sensibilities of Panorama To with faster, arcade-style action, tasking players with battling an array of monsters by bumping into them, all the while solving block-pushing puzzles to progress. It served as a direct competitor to the very popular and influential Hydralide, and it resonated with players and critics who were just now starting to become aware of this new type of role-playing experience. That both games could coexist showed that fans wanted more, and as the head of the company, this was something Kato planned on delivering. The following year, in 1985, Falcom and Kyo followed up Dragon Slayer with its sequel, Dragon Slayer 2 Xanadu. Also released on multiple PC formats, Xanadu was an expansion in every way, and the response was incredible. Xanadu managed to sell more than 400,000 copies in 1985, despite only releasing at the end of October. This success put Nihon Falcom on the map as a leading Japanese game development studio in the role-playing genre, and its success even surprised Kato, who was left trying to figure out how they could capitalize on their upwards trajectory. With Xanadu, Kato knew that Falcom had hit something special, so he decided to exploit the Dragon Slayer series as much as he could. Thus, in 1986, Falcom released two more entries into the series, both the sequel to Xanadu, titled Dragon Slayer Jr. Romancia, and an expansion for Xanadu called Xanadu Scenario 2. With these two products, Kato hoped he could continue to push the original game's profitability even further. But they were also used to bring fresh faces into the company, many of whom were largely untested. Takahito Abe and Yuzo Koshiro, for example, both came into the fray to work on these projects, and neither had a huge amount of experience. Koshiro had begun composing music for the PC-88 as a hobby, inspired by early arcade games from Namco, Konami and Sega. Crafting his own versions of songs from these classic games allowed him to hone his skills, and he soon sent demos of his original works to Falcom and many other publishers, hoping to have them included in a game. So, finally getting the chance to contribute to a hit series like Dragon Slayer was a dream come true for the young musician. In a short time, through efforts like these, Falcom rapidly expanded their game development efforts, looping in lots of young, talented designers and developers to bring in fresh ideas and assist them in their quest to develop quality games for their hardcore fans, and they achieved many accolades as a result of their efforts. In 1986, Nihon Falcom won the Amusement Category Award at SoftBank's Software Maker of the Year, and in 1987 they won numerous awards for Xanadu, including the Grand Prix at the 1986 Popcom Awards hosted by Shogakukan, and the BHS Grand Prize from ASCII. What's more, Xanadu, Xanadu Scenario 2, and Romancia all topped Kadawaka's 1986 Software Awards in early 1987, cementing Falcom as a company to watch. Internally though, there were some concerns. Though the role-playing genre was proving to be both financially and critically fruitful, the company began to wonder about the longevity and accessibility of a genre that demanded a lot from its players. And so they started to worry that role-playing games might have diminishing returns if what they had going for them was that they were difficult and took a lot of effort to complete. Xanadu, for example, had many obfuscated rules and statistics, Not to mention that the player could get locked out of completing the game without even knowing it, and that saving was even considered a privilege that cost the player in-game currency to do. Looking at the video game landscape, there was also an appreciation that home consoles like Nintendo's Famicom and Sega's Mark III were proving that there was a space in the market that existed between arcade games and PC games, and that there was clearly a desire for easier to swallow adventure games built for more casual audiences, a fact proved by the release and success of Nintendo's own Legend of Zelda. It itself an iteration of the same ideas that Hydralight and their own Dragon Slayer were based on. This inspired Falcom to try something new, and by the end of 1986, ideas began to be thrown around based upon the idea of making something that could appeal to more consumers, while still building upon what they had learnt thus far. First and foremost was the idea that whatever they made needed to focus on the actual gameplay experience, as this was where they were concerned the role-playing genre was stumbling. Ultimately though, Kato wanted his team to have fun developing games, as he believed that if the creators of the games enjoyed themselves while making it, then the end product would benefit. This notion was captured with Xanadu, but he also noticed that games with storylines were actually harder for creators to enjoy, as they already knew what was going to happen. So, a middle ground had to be found, and to find this space somewhere in between gameplay and story, the team settled on a new guiding principle for the project: kindness. It was decided that by being kind to the player, they would be able to create a gameplay and narrative experience that was more approachable than the complicated role-playing games that dominated the PC market. And as a result, they would make them not only fun to play, but also fun to make, something that Kato hoped would result in another blockbuster. Taking its name from an old Breton legend of a mythical city that supposedly existed off the coast of Brittany, this new game was to be called Ys, and development began sometime around the beginning of 1987. Kato himself was to serve as producer, but the game's director was Masaya Hashimoto, a role he was planned to fulfill alongside also serving as principal designer and lead programmer. On paper, this felt like a risk, as Kiyo had overseen many of Falcom's hits, but Hashimoto was not a novice, having previously overseen a PC-88 adventure game with RPG elements called Temple of the Sun Aztec 2. Together with scenario writer Tomoyashi Miyazaki, these two were the ones most responsible for shaping what Ys was going to be. Koshiro was then tasked alongside Maeko Ishikawa with providing the game's soundtrack, and Koshiro's younger sister, Ayana Koshiro, supported as a graphic designer. It meant the development team for this project was young, and some members, like Miyazaki, were still in school at the time. But this didn't matter. They were just hungry to prove themselves, and considering most were being given their first lead roles, and a chance to make their mark on the video game world, Kato was banking that this would result in another win for the company. Despite the Famicom continuing to prosper though, Ys was designed for the PC-88, as they felt abandoning their core user base would have been a betrayal, while also making it harder for them to see strong financial returns. And so, using the core design focus of kindness as a base, they began crafting a new kind of role-playing game. Similar to Dragon Slayer, Ys was designed around a bump combat system, but they'd also taken steps to make it easier to understand, while adding some extra gameplay depth. In Dragon Slayer, the bump combat initiated a back and forth with whatever monster was being fought, and it had the potential to be very detrimental to the player with no real way to avoid collateral damage or engage with monsters in a different manner. In Ys, bumping into monsters still did damage, but the monster could also take damage from the back. But to add an element of skill to the gameplay, the team also introduced the ability to attack monsters off-axis from the side and behind as well. Attacking from a direction not head-on allowed the player to effectively dodge reciprocal damage, adding increased importance to placement in combat. But it also meant something else. No longer were battles a tired trading of blows. They could now be fast, and this meant that character progression could also be fast. The Ys team wanted to avoid the grinding for experience that had become so essential to the genre. They felt it was yet another unkind gameplay element, and so they designed experience points and the level up system around the idea of quick progression. By allowing the player to progress at a more rapid pace, the idea was that any time spent interacting with the game would progress the character towards something, hopefully avoiding the feeling that playing Ys was like work and lowering the chance that players could become frustrated or quit the game early. What's more, the team ensured that after the player had gained enough levels, fights with monsters became so easy that they were annihilated with no effort, something that the team felt rather cathartic in an arcadey sort of way, almost like popping bubble wrap. If fights did happen and proved too challenging, another key design feature around kindness was introduced: regenerative health. This came into effect if a character was idling when not in a dungeon, something that also helped to reduce the need for giant inventories of healing items. With these core items in place, Miyazaki went about crafting a scenario that then tied into the idea of constant progression, attempting to create an experience where the narrative was always moving as long as the player was exploring. The subject of the player's focus was then to be a red-haired young man named Adol Christian, and the story was designed to follow his arrival in a land called Asteria and his subsequent quest to uncover the secrets of the ancient land of Ys. Though the story itself was specifically limited in scope, Miyazaki and Hashimoto realised that players would not likely be able to finish Ys in one sitting. So to ensure they didn't lose interest by having to replay a large section of the game every time they hit a game over or took a pause, they decided to implement a save anywhere system. This was a huge feature for Ys, as it meant players weren't going to be punished for exploring, and it also made it easier for players of all skill levels to make permanent progress with each session they played the game in. With these solid foundations in place, focus then shifted to presentation. The decision was taken to prioritise the player's heads-up display, making it easy to keep track of Adol's available gold, total experience points HP, and the current enemy's HP. The tone of the game world's graphics was also made accommodating, featuring bright, well-rendered sprite art. And though character sizes were limited, clever workarounds were done to make the world feel more immersive, such as detailed portraits for shopkeepers and other special NPC conversations, in addition to the game's impressive map designs. These designs were thanks to designers Seigo Akitani and Yoshihiko Kurata. And they featured so many different combinations of tiles that Kurata even developed a program to help them auto-populate trees on the game's maps. The natural terrain elements of Ys's field and caverns then became a highlight feature of the game, as they grounded Adol's adventure, but also provided ample opportunity for nice touches of flair and detail to reinforce the game's immersiveness, such as how Adol could only see in his immediate vicinity inside caves. Another important aspect was the game's soundtrack. After working on Xanadu 2, Koshiro felt more comfortable about showing off his talents, so he created his own sound drivers for the game, which, despite being tricky to implement and giving the programming team a few headaches, helped to give Ys's music a distinctive sound. This was, in part, due to the soundtrack's use of FM synthesis. Though it required less memory, FM synthesis's main drawback was that it didn't particularly sound like real instruments. But this didn't faze Koshiro, as he sought to use FM's specific timbres to his advantage, as he liked the way they sounded and enjoyed that the PC-88 made the sounds in real time, in a way acting as an instrument in and of itself, making it for a truly memorable soundtrack. Because of their experiences and their youthful vigour, things moved at a rapid pace throughout development. But as things progressed, issues did start to crop up with the game's scenario that had to be sorted out. Even though previous games developed by the company had featured stories, none had been as in-depth, and the developers struggled to work around the technical limitations of trying to create a story that was more dense without it being prohibitive. This created some issues regarding the implementation of Miyazaki's story, as he had to try and figure out a way to convey the sentiment without the use of kanji, as all the text had to be displayed as hiragana or katakana instead. This was then compounded by the second issue, which was that, when everything was laid out, they felt the narrative concept was just too big to fit into one game. Even when considering that the team had already tried to limit the scope in order to make it accessible, depicting the full story they had envisioned unfortunately wasn't on the cards, and they had to make some harsh decisions about what stayed and what was cut and potentially held back for future works, if, of course, they were even able to explore them. Once fans and critics learned that Falcom were working on a new game, expectations started to be formed about what it might be. There were those who wanted it to follow in the footsteps of Dragon Slayer and indeed Xanadu, while others expected it to relate to Aztec given the involvement of Hashimoto. This was seen as both good and bad. On the plus side, it was great that fans were anticipating their games and that Kato's approach of trying to build up franchises was working. But on the negative side, they were going to be launching a new IP, and it meant those who were anticipating something related to Dragon Slayer or Aztec were sure to be disappointed, at least in the initial sense. To combat these preconceptions, they therefore had to try and make sure the table was properly set for Ys's success, and this started with the initial marketing campaign. Telegraphing to consumers their plans and vision for Ys's experience, advertisements were run that underlined the game's focus on kindness, declaring a new age for the role-playing genre that was more accessible and player-friendly while not sacrificing narrative, challenge, or replayability. Still, even with this ad campaign, the team knew that players would not be engaged with the gameplay unless they could hook them with the scenario, and so they chose an unorthodox approach. It was not uncommon for games at this time to use their manuals as a way of drawing players into the world, with them often using concept art to stoke the imagination while providing small exposition dumps. But with Ys, this was taken up quite a few notches, as within the game's manual was a substantial amount of backstory and world building. Coming in at around 30 pages, this text was akin to an entire short story, centered around Adol's upbringing and life before the events of Ys, and how he came to Asteria in the first place. While it may have been daunting to leave this amount of exposition out of the game itself, the developers hoped that once players read it, they would become engrossed in Adol's adventure before even turning the game on, and thus would become more invested in role-playing as him. Luckily for Falcom, this approach proved to be a success. When Ys launched in Japan on the PC-88 on the 21st of June 1987, just a mere 5 months after development seriously began, right away it established itself as a solid entry in the burgeoning action RPG genre. Though official sales figures for the game were never released on this platform, Ys stayed at the top of Computer Gaming Magazine Login's top 10 list for 6 months following its release, being highly regarded as a game that players were keen to replay over and over again. In addition, it went on to win first place in Kadokawa Shoten's 1987 Software Awards, cementing Ys as another crown in Nihon Falcom's crown alongside Dragon Slayer. In an effort to hit as much of the PC market as possible right out of the gate, Falcom wasted no time importing Ys to the other major Japanese personal computers. This saw them release for the Sharp X1 the following week, while the PC-98 version came 2 months after, produced in just a couple of weeks by Okitani. Later that year, FM7, 77 and 77 AV versions were launched in October, and finally the MSX2 port was delivered to the market in December. These early PC ports were essentially the same game, and the team at Falcom did an amazing job of turning them around so quickly, and to a high standard, in order to widen the launch of Ys as far as they could. However, despite their notable efforts, some versions still saw differences, specifically when it came to the soundtrack. The X1 version, for example, as it didn't have the same capabilities as the PC-88, required Koshiro, Ishikawa and Hashimoto to essentially recompose the game's soundtrack from scratch, and the MSX2 version actually contained new compositions on top of the original soundtrack. These changes, though small, gave each release its own distinct presentation, while showcasing that the team was trying their absolute best to maintain parity across the game's various PC versions, something that didn't necessarily translate that well to the game's wider launch on home consoles. By the back end of 1987, the home console market had proved itself as a viable avenue for publishers to release ports and make a solid profit. And despite their initial reticence to support the Nintendo Famicom, now that all the major PC platforms have been catered for, Falcom decided they could no longer ignore the craze. However, they were aware of their own limitations, so turned to third-party companies to help them port Ys to the Famicom and the Sega Mark III, as they had felt the experience of outsourcing the port of Romancia to Compile, which launched at the back end of 1987, had been a positive one. This time though, for the Famicom version, they chose not to renew their relationship with Compile, and instead opted to work with Victor Musical Industries, who were in the early stages of getting into the video games industry, having produced a few manga-based games based on Outlanders and Fisherman Sanpei. The Famicom version of Ys was released in August of 1988, over 1 year after the initial PC launch, but it ended up being quite a different experience. Perhaps due to Falcom's relatively hands-off approach when it came to the home console releases at the time, this meant there were major layout differences to the game's worlds, towns and dungeons, alongside further changes to the game's soundtrack. Its debut on the Famicom was also modest, as it sold 7,146 copies in its first 3 days on sale, before subsequently selling another 6,000 in the next 2 weeks, bringing total sales up to almost 13,000. By the end of the year, this number had risen to almost 40,000, positioning Ys as one of the top 50 best-selling games released on the Famicom that year, and selling more than the likes of Hanjaku Hero from Square, 1943 from Capcom, and the console port of the original Double Dragon. The Sega Mark III version fared slightly better in terms of quality though, as the port was reprogrammed and published by Sega themselves. It was brought to market in October of that same year, and because Sega opted to try and stick to matching the original PC-88 offering, the differences were minor by comparison with the Famicom version, such as dungeon maps occasionally being flipped horizontally from their original rotation. However, despite the port being more faithful, its market performance was quite poor, even when taking into consideration the poor market share of the Mark III. And this meant by the end of the year, only 1,300 copies of Ys had been sold on the Mark III. Despite this performance, Sega saw the potential for Ys outside of Japan, so they opted to port it to the Master System. This was then a notable step, as it was not only the first version of Ys to be released outside of Japan, but it was also the first time a Nihon Falcom game had been released internationally. The Master System port of Ys was released abroad in that same year, and Sega's hunch proved to be correct. Magazines such as Ace, CVG, and The Games Machine all gave glowing reviews, the latter of which likened it to The Legend of Zelda, and at the time, it was considered one of the top-rated Sega Master System role-playing games available, alongside Phantasy Star, which released around the same time. But that was not the end of Ys's journey, as in 1989, ports were produced for the IBM PC and the Apple IIgs, the latter of which was rather poetic, considering how Nihon Falcom got their start as an official distributor of Apple products. After the successful launch of Ys, Falcom started to explore ways they could further enrich enjoyment of the game beyond the game itself, and this saw them turn to music. Around the same time that Ys had been released, Falcom had worked with Apollon Music Industry Corps to release an extensive musical work related to Dragon Slayer 2. It was called All Over Xanadu, and it contained music from Xanadu and Xanadu Scenario 2. Except instead of being a straight original soundtrack that contained all the original music featured across both games, All Over Xanadu centered around 11 arrangements which were arranged by Ikiro Fujiwara, also known as Amadeus, who had previously worked on numerous anime productions. These arrangements were then performed by the so-called Xanadu Rocklight Orchestra, a purposeful group of eclectic musicians, many of whom were performing video game music for the first time in their careers. As Ys's soundtrack was one of the most heavily praised parts of the game, they opted to further dip their toes into the world of recorded video game music, and released a soundtrack for the game on vinyl, CD and cassette on the 5th of November 1987. It was released by Falcom through a record label called Starchild, a subsidiary of King Records which specialised in anime music and film. And the soundtrack itself featured the game's entire score by Koshiro, Ishikawa and Hashimoto, in addition to a few new arrangements headed up by Ryo Yonemitsu, a composer and musician brought in on the recommendation of King Records. And he was instrumental in establishing what became the series' signature sound of roaring heavy metal guitar over intricate arrangements. Due to King Records' experience in the anime industry, the collaboration with Falcom was a natural fit, and it wasn't long until Falcom decided to take things a step further and established their own label, called Falcom Label, in 1988. King Records still served as the distributor for Falcom Label's releases, building off of their relationship. But this step established Nihon Falcom as one of the first companies to formalize the release of their game's soundtracks as recorded music, becoming pioneers in the industry as a result. Outside of the music, Ys's release was also successful enough to warrant it receiving its own anime adaptation in the form of the short OVA series. The first batch, which was released between the end of 1989 and the fall of 1991, saw 7 30-minute episodes created. Production of the first 4 was handled by Studio Urban Product, with Studio Tokyo Kids handling the final 3. And they remained largely faithful to the original game, albeit with some changes to make it better suit the new medium. Fans had to then wait another year to see the series continue. It returned in 1992 with a further 4 episodes based on the sequel to Ys, with production again handled by Studio Tokyo Kids. The connection between the two games then highlighted a purposeful relationship, as when discussing the legacy of Ys, it's impossible not to discuss its successor, Ys 2, due largely to the fact that their stories are so interlinked. Released less than a year after the original game, Ys 2 picked up right where Ys left off, and continued Adol's adventure, this time in the land of Ys itself. The in-depth story behind Ys 2's development is a subject for another day though, so be sure to subscribe to Datalog to ensure you don't miss out when we talk about it. But following its release, Falcom often treated the two games as a single package, though still as distinct experiences. The first iteration of this concept was seen in December of 1989, when enhanced versions of Ys 1 and 2 were released on the PC Engine home console. This new system was developed by Hudson Soft and manufactured by NEC, the company responsible for the PC-88, and it was a solid attempt to bring PC-quality gaming experiences to the living room, something that Kato and Falcom were very interested in exploring, especially considering that, in Japan, the system was quickly proving itself to be a strong competitor to both Nintendo and Sega's console offerings. In its first 6 months on sale in Japan, the PC Engine had almost outsold the Sega Mark III's lifetime sales, and by late 1989 was outselling the brand new Sega Mega Drive by a ratio of more than 2-1. Thus, Falcom worked hard on this new version of Ys 1 and 2, completely remaking the game less than 2 years after the first entry had even been released, which saw them rework the game's graphical presentation, general sound design, and even going so far as to include new anime-style cutscenes. Taking advantage of the PC Engine's CD-ROM expansion, they were even able to include a completely updated and reorchestrated soundtrack of high-quality audio, alongside something truly astonishing for the time: actual voice acting. Also released for the North American equivalent of the PC-88, the TurboGrafx 16, Ys 1 and 2 was critically acclaimed in both Japan and the West, receiving top marks from publications like GamePro, Famitsu and EGM, who all highlighted the game's presentation and soundtrack as standout features. Continuing this trend, Ys 1 and 2 were later remade, this time for Windows, first as Ys 1 and 2 Complete in Japan in 2001, and then as Ys 1 and 2 Chronicles in 2009, before being released worldwide as Ys 1 and 2 Chronicles Plus in 2013. Ys 1 and 2 also found its way to a number of other systems, such as the Japanese-only PlayStation 2 version called Ys 1 and 2 Eternal Story, and Ys 1 and 2 DS, a completely different reimagining of the games for the Nintendo DS. Even released on mobile platforms in April of 2015, something which allowed fans of Adol's Adventure to play the Chronicles version of the original game wherever they pleased. It's the original version that made the biggest impact though, and it was all down to their decision to change their entire development philosophy to craft games that were fun and engaging to make, not just to play. And at the centre of this was the notion of kindness. It was through this lens that they implemented accessible gameplay that made it easy for newcomers to pick up and play, and when coupled with its Save Anywhere system, this ensured that meaningful progress could always be made, while not removing the challenge. On top of that, its audio-visual identity has endured as one of the most influential aspects, from detailed and immersive design elements like its character portraits, to its fantastic soundtrack, which helped spearhead an entire new industry with regards to the commercial releasing of full game soundtracks. So while Ys may be lesser known in the West, its importance to not only role-playing games but video games as a whole cannot be understated, and it's for that reason that this series has continued to flourish for so long. As role-playing games established a foothold in the Japanese gaming industry throughout the mid-1980s, there was a clear trail of inspiration and succession. The earliest pioneers had played imports of either Ultima or Wizardry, and the creators behind NX's Dragon Quest had even drawn from both games. But instead of being a mere imitation, Dragon Quest became the original template for Japanese role-playing games, and as that series began to take off, it inspired another wave of developers. These developers sought to incorporate what they enjoyed about all the aforementioned games, while trying to make their own stamp on this emerging genre. One of those developers was Atlus, and their debut role-playing game sought to challenge the fledgling genre's dependence on predominantly Western fantasy material. This is the complete history of Digital Devil Story, Megami Tensei. Role-playing games imported from the West had caused a minor cultural phenomenon in Japan. Ultima and Wizardry were part of this, but also Dungeons & Dragons, after the first edition was officially localized into Japanese in 1985. Game developers were intrigued by the concept of trekking through dungeons and getting stronger, one battle at a time. But they weren't the only types of creatives being inspired. People in other fields were also taking note, and one of them was a young, aspiring writer by the name of Aya Nishitani. Nishitani had been fascinated by astrology as a child, as well as the concepts of Western black magic. He attended middle and high school with Buddhist influences and came to admire some of their principles, such as the concept of reincarnation. Though he went to study economics at Hokkaido University and began his career in a rather mundane position at an electronics manufacturer, he still held tight to his more esoteric interests and sought several creative outlets, including visual arts, and at one point even aspired to be a rock musician. Nishitani also dabbled in programming and also made and sold an astrology program. It was through writing, though, that Nishitani made a name for himself, and he had Ultima to thank for that. One of Nishitani's friends, called Mr. X, had attended university in America and become friends with the creator of Ultima, Richard Garriott, who was studying at the same university at the same time. When he returned to Japan, Mr. X recommended that Nishitani play Garriott's newest game, Ultima 4, which had just been released on the Apple II in September of 1985. But this wasn't just a random word-of-mouth suggestion. Mr. X believed in Nishitani's talents as a writer, and although he thought his friend would like Ultima 4 as a game, he also felt it would inspire him to write a novel of his own because of the strong concepts in play. Nishitani took the advice and, after exposing himself to Ultima 4, loved it, and just as Mr. X had predicted, he felt compelled to start writing. Nishitani's initial idea was to write short stories based on the premise of what would happen if the world of Ultima was connected with present-day Tokyo. He then started sharing these short stories online via early iterations of bulletin boards, and he quickly attracted a lot of attention, with fellow users encouraging him to have his works published properly. As a result, Nishitani's prose was soon published in SoftBank's OPC magazine, where again he quickly accrued a following. This then enabled him to catch the attention of Takuma Shoten, a historical publishing company in Japan. They produced the entertainment magazine Animage, in which Hayao Miyazaki's manga Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind was serialized. Nausicaa was turned into an animated film in 1984, leading Miyazaki to create Studio Ghibli, and thus Takuma Shoten's cultural cash was rather high at the time. But they also had a heavy presence in the gaming sphere, publishing Famitsu competitor Family Computer magazine, as well as a plethora of popular strategy guides. At this height of their influence, Nishitani brought his work directly to Animage's editorial department, and their editor-in-chief, Toshio Suzuki, saw its potential. In March of 1986, Takuma Shoten then published Nishitani's serialized works as a traditional novel, and after much deliberation they settled on the name, digital devil story, Megami Tensei. Nishitani's story not only blended the real-life Japan with Ultima, but the physical and digital worlds as well. Its story revolved around two main themes, the concept of summoning and binding spiritual entities like demons via technology, and the Shinto deities Izanami and Izanagi, who, in Japanese mythology, created the country. Nishitani was fascinated by their tale as a child, as well as those Buddhist tales of reincarnation, and thus he made his teen protagonists the reincarnations of these divine progenitors. Their story was continued in a second novel that followed in October of that same year called Digital Devil Story 2, Warrior of the Demon City. But Suzuki and Takuma Shoten believed Nishitani's works could be expanded upon even further, and they proposed a multimedia approach which would see the story adapted into two forms. The first was an original video animation, or OVA, and the second was a video game. Comparable to direct-to-video releases in English markets, OVAs were a growing trend in Japan. Typically longer than a televised episode of an anime, yet shorter than a theatrical release. OVAs were produced specifically to release on home video, like VHS tapes. This medium allowed them to animate Digital Devil Story with minimal risk of investment. Meanwhile, video games were quickly proving a lucrative means of leveraging franchise, demonstrated by the success of licensed games on Western properties like Star Wars, or manga properties like Dr. Slump and Fist of the North Star. But even broader concepts applied, as Square had been signed on to produce a video game based on the Birdman Rally Championships before that deal ultimately fell through, and they instead worked on the Death Trap. With the approach decided, Tokuma Shoten began seeking the right partners to bring the novel to life across these two different entertainment mediums. A new studio called Animate Film was tapped up to produce the OVA, and while Nishitani was credited as the original writer, the screenplay was handled by the director, Mizuho Noshikubo. The result was a 45-minute animation which was released on the 25th of March 1987, and despite being produced as an OVA, it even had a limited screening in theatres that same week. As for the video game adaptation, Nishitani's friend, Mr. X, once again proved an interesting contact, as he connected him with a prominent person at Nintendo whose name, unfortunately, has never been directly identified. Whoever this individual was, they read Digital Devil Story and saw the potential to adapt it into a video game, and promised Nishitani that they'd discuss the opportunity with their fellow executives. The project was provisionally approved, but due to the nature of the IP, when word reached the board, they voted against pursuing the project any further, as they did not feel the family computer should feature a game with such mature content like sex and violence. This ended up being a little embarrassing for Mr. X's contact, and it's reported that they asked Nishitani to make another story for Nintendo to adapt that was more in line with their brand values. Nishitani, though, was adamant that there should be no compromise on the Megami Tensei story, so the search for a development partner continued. Perhaps because of what had happened with Nintendo, when Tokuma Shoten recommenced their efforts to find a partner, they opted not to put all their eggs in one basket. So instead of seeking out one partner to make a video game adaptation, they sought out multiple. This way, they could try a couple of different genres in the process instead of catering too heavily to one audience. Ultimately, two studios were selected to work on separate games. One was to cater to PC enthusiasts, and the other to home console enthusiasts, and their interpretations of the novel illustrated the fork in the road that role-playing games had encountered. Responsible for the PC version was Telenet Japan. Established in 1983, they had developed a few action games for the MSX and various other PCs. Their biggest credit to date was Valis the Phantasm Soldier, an original action game which was selling moderately well. But for the Famicom version, they decided to collaborate with a small, upstart studio called Atlus. Atlus was established in April of 1986, coincidentally just 1 month after Digital Devil Story's publication. Their founding members had met while working at Tecmo, one of the more established companies in Japan's gaming industry. Chief amongst them was Naoya Harano, who managed Tecmo's arcade centres. Harano was close with employees in other departments and knew some were dissatisfied for various reasons. Sensing an opportunity, he therefore secured funding from one of his contacts in the arcade business and offered his colleagues the chance to strike out and establish their own development studio. Thus, Atlus was founded with the minimum 7 employees required by Japanese law, with Harano serving as the company's president. The team quickly got to work, and between November of 1986 and January of 1987, they released 3 games for the Famicom: Galaxy Odyssey, an original top-down arcade game published by Imagineer, a port of the arcade classic Arkanoid published by Taito, and Labyrinth, an adaptation of the Jim Henson film in the vein of Gauntlet, published by none other than Tokuma Shoten. Nishitani and Harano were also old acquaintances connected through Mr. X. Given the budding connections between the companies, Atlus felt like a natural choice to produce the second adaptation, and they were so eager to make the deal happen that Harano used his contacts at Namco to secure a publishing deal for their adaptation. This then set the stage for the 2 projects to be developed concurrently, albeit on different systems, and despite being based on the same IP, their paths ended up being very different. Once the deals were signed and production got underway, both Telenet and Atlus laid out their plans. But before this happened, Nishitani also established his own vision for the game, which he had been thinking about for some time. He wanted to create a field RPG that resembled Dragon Quest, but directly tied into plot elements from his novels, and therefore required the player to defeat demons, symbolizing various elements, in order to rescue the heroine. Given how Dragon Quest had taken the industry by storm following its release in 1986, this was a logical approach. But one of Atlus's founders, Koji Okada, had also been ruminating on some ideas for some time, and this new project granted him the opportunity to explore them. Okuda had started out at Tecmo's manufacturing department designing chassis for arcade cabinets. While also learning how to use CAD software to make blueprints, Okuda had discovered an interest in programming, which led to him buying his own PC, and invariably to Wizardry and Ultima, like so many of his peers. He was so enthused by both games that he began to pitch role-playing game ideas to his superiors at Tecmo during planning meetings. At first, these ideas were shot down because the genre was not established in Japan, and they therefore weren't happy to bankroll such a risky venture. But even as the craze took hold thanks to Dragon Quest, they still continued to shoot down his ideas. Thus, leaving Tecmo to help found Atlus gave Okuda the chance to realise his dream. His vision was to make an Ultima-style dungeon crawler for the Famicom, something that had not yet been successfully achieved on the system even by Ultima itself. Okuda's idea was all mechanical though, simply exploring a massive dungeon in first person. Thus, this new partnership was a golden opportunity. Using Nishitani's plot and characters could bring Okuda's gameplay to life. This approach, however, deviated from what Nishitani himself wanted from the game. But as Atlus was so confident with their approach when he spoke to them, he wanted to see what they could come up with. Telenet, however, took the opposite stance. They had no specific attachment to their own plans and decided to run with Nishitani's. Therefore, from the planning stage, the pair of Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei games set out to subvert genre expectations. It meant, even though the shadow of Dragon Quest loomed large, and many companies were already pivoting to imitate them, such as Hudson working on Motomo Taro Densetsu, Peach Boy Legend, Kenko on Indora no Hikari, Hotbots, Hoshi wo Miruhito, and even Square, who had gone through a similar process to Tecmo, constantly rebuffing Hironobu Sakaguchi's pleas to make a role-playing game, softened their stance. Atlus opted to take the road less travelled though. They were going to make something quite unlike Dragon Quest, an Ultima-style dungeon crawler. Only one other company had attempted this feat on that platform, Hummingbird Soft, whose original title, Deep Dungeon, was published by Square in 1986, but for the Famicom Disk System and not the Famicom itself. But even though it saw decent sales, largely due to the medium, their efforts to recreate the classic PC experience on console failed to gain long-term attention from consumers, nor with critics, who compared it unfavourably to Dragon Quest. Atlus was gambling that they wouldn't suffer the same fate. The irony was that by opting to follow Nishitani's vision, Telenet were going to produce something that was more akin to Dragon Quest, except they were going to be releasing it into a market where the audience was supposedly much older and more aligned with the grindier, mature games like original Ultima and Wizardry. That was the beauty of the split publishing approach though, as Tokuma Shoten had, they hoped, hedged their bets. It's just that those bets now had an element of risk, as both developers were creating games for opposing demographics. With their approach given the green light, Atlus resolved to go against the current with their take on Nishitani's world and set about melding their gameplay concept to his fiction. Upon rereading the source material, Okuda appreciated that Nishitani had made an unconventional protagonist. This was because the main character, Akemi Nakajima, was the antithesis of the standard game's protagonists at the time. Where the avatars in Dragon Quest, The Legend of Zelda and Ys were inherently good, committing heroic acts of bravery and might, Nakajima was motivated by seeking revenge on his classmates, and devised the Devil Summoning Program, a digital means of calling forth supernatural beings, to enact this revenge. Okuda wanted to respect this difference between the source material and the game's competition. But he also recognised that games and novels were polar opposites. One of them was consumed passively, while the other was more interactive, with the player having agency over the story's events. Based on this, Okuda concluded that simply reenacting the novel's plot wouldn't be as stimulating. Thus, the Famicom version of Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei pursued an original path in almost every way, as alongside trying to subvert expectations with regards to genre and general design, they also proposed continuing the story where the first two books had left off, making the game a third installment of sorts. The books had seen Nakajima trying to save his classmate Yumiko Shirasagi, first from the demon Loki, then from Set, and the pair discovered that they were both reincarnations of Izanagi and Inazami, from Japan's creation myth. The new scenario was written by Kazunori Suzuki with light input from Nishitani, and he chose to embrace the connection between Nakajima and Yumiko, promoting her from damsel to heroine. Both Loki and Set were brought back for the game, but in service of Lucifer, who, thanks to Nakajima's experiments with the Devil Summoning Program, had created a hellish labyrinth in the mortal world. By using this approach, prior antagonists were reused in a meaningful way, but the plot was also self-sufficient, and Lucifer's Labyrinth offered a compelling setting to facilitate everything. And Suzuki was confident that this new scenario was therefore catered to both people who knew the source material and total newcomers. The story was then brought to life visually by two artists. One of them was an animator and illustrator called Hiroyuki Kitazame, who had done illustrations for Nishitani's books, while also being involved in the widely popular Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam anime. Atlus' Minoru Eseki then adapted Kitazune's designs for the main character into sprite form, along with a massive bestiary of over 140 demons, inspired by mythologies from all corners of the globe. Music, meanwhile, was handled by Tsukasa Misuko, one of the founding members of Atlus, who had worked on multiple titles at Tecmo, such as Mighty Bomb Jack. Thanks to an enhanced sound chip Atlus had secured for their cartridge owing to their partnership with Namco, Masuko was able to instill the music with a distortion sound. As a result, the 18-song score featured heavy gothic and rock influences, and this enabled him to create a horror-inspired atmosphere that subverted the typical Famicom soundtracks of the time. Okuda's efforts on the gameplay side then helped to ensure the player's experience was similarly elevated. Like Ultima, Digital Devil Story was designed as a party-based dungeon crawler, where a party of up to 5 characters could explore the maze, fight monsters, and obtain new boons, but only 2 of these characters were available off the bat. Upon starting a new game, Nakajima and Yumiko's stats could also be customized to the player's tastes. Nakajima functioned as a fighter from classic RPGs, able to operate a computer to handle demons, while Yumiko had magic at her disposal and the option to make the party flee combat. To fill out the roster beyond these 2 main protagonists, one of Atlus' founders, Kazutoshi Ueda, gave Okuda the idea for 2 original mechanics. To tie in with the mythos of Nishitani's novels and the concept of summoning demons, Ueda thought the hero should be able to directly negotiate with monsters and potentially convince them to join the party. Akin to Dragon Quest II, battles in Digital Devil Story pitted the player against multiple enemies, but if only one enemy remained, the option to talk to them through Nakajima's computer appeared. Negotiation involved making a series of choices in response to the monster's behaviour, either drawing closer or offering particular items, risking them either going berserk or running away. But if the offers were successful, the monster could join the party's team. This made Digital Devil Story the first role-playing game to allow players to recruit enemies, and in the process helped to maintain the book's unheroic perspective, and the theme of binding supernatural beings through the use of technology. Thus, the player could fill the remaining 3 slots in the party with monsters, who, as in the books, were called demons despite being drawn from various mythologies. Negotiation alone was not enough, however. At a certain location in the dungeon, called the Cathedral of Shadow, players could fuse 2 demons together to make a new, stronger demon, an essential mechanic for obtaining the best demons in the game, like Odin. Ueda got the inkling for this idea from the way demons oozed out of the monitors in the books and OVA, wondering what would happen if the ooze rematerialized in a new form. The recruiting and combining of monsters offered a unique twist on Ultima's party development systems and stock role-playing classes, while also honouring the dark tone of Nishitani's novels. Beyond these concepts, Digital Devil Story kept the core gameplay of Ultima, but solved an issue which had briefly given Dragon Quest creators pause: how to convert the complex inputs of a PC game to the Famicom's simple controller. Whereas Dragon Quest adopted a brand new command-based approach to distinguish themselves from Ultima, Digital Devil Story essentially combined the 2. The screen's layout took a familiar, windowed approach, showing the party's status at the bottom and the labyrinth near the centre. But they took inspiration from Dragon Quest by offering a vertical menu with the player's possible commands. Instead of a keyboard, players moved using the directional pad when outside of battles or menus, while the A button brought up a cursor and made selections, and the B button closed menus or brought up the map. This mini-map was an innovation in itself, derived from Yumiko's Mappa spell, which charted the immediate surroundings and helped players keep their bearings. At a time when most people playing role-playing games devoutly charted their progress on physical graph paper, this innovation offered a spot of convenience, even if the manual still did advocate for using the old-fashioned approach. These ambitions were very forward-thinking, but due to the lack of experience working with this genre and the hardware, it started to cause problems the deeper they got into development. One of the main points of contention related to the Famicom's capacity. Given their heavy background in arcade games while working at Tecmo, it was a particularly irksome problem. In the past, if they'd run into memory issues, they could just add more to the arcade board when they ran out. But that wasn't so simple with Famicom cartridges, which had much stricter limits, and those limits were tightly controlled by Nintendo and also had pretty significant cost implications. As such, as development continued, they realised the original plan for the dungeon, which Okuda estimated could take 50 hours to explore, was scaled back dramatically. A plethora of additional events that had been planned to flesh the story out were also cut, as were other elements they hoped would help to keep gameplay feeling varied, such as additional traps and hazards. Ultimately, about half of the planned content needed to be removed, but even still, the final version of the game ended up being quite massive, and by the end of production, the team were very proud on many levels of what they had accomplished. As Atlus and Namco prepared to launch Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei, confusion started to emerge amongst consumers, because Telenet had already launched their game in July of 1987 on the PC-88 and MSX, and not only did it have exactly the same name, it was nothing like the game Atlus were trying to promote themselves. Though they had proposed using Nishitani's game concept for a field RPG, the final product Telenet launched deviated quite a bit in terms of gameplay. And whereas Atlus had gone the route of continuing the story, Telenet offered an alternate version of events from the original book, where Loki crystallized Yumiko and sent her to Set in the Demon World. To save her, Nakajima then ventured to the Demon World himself, in an action-adventure game far more reminiscent of Gauntlet than Dragon Quest. Nishitani's concept of defeating various elemental guardian demons to progress was honoured though, as the Demon World mirrored the shape of the Tree of Life from the Kabbalah, with bosses to be fought on each node, offering various rewards, but despite being a sprawling, open-ended adventure with simple cutscenes, it only had a modest showing with critics and consumers. It lasted just 4 months on Login Magazine's charts, peaking at number 8, as even the unique trappings borrowed by Nishitani's books didn't help it stand out. There were just too many similar games available on that platform releasing at around the same time. To try and bolster long-term sales, Telenet continued to port their version of Digital Devil Story to additional PC platforms over the coming months, but this is where they started to step on Atlus's toes even more, as both Telenet's FM77 port and Atlus's Famicom game were both dated to release in September. This caused confusion for consumers and avid magazine readers who had already seen a different Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei advertised for months. Perhaps to get ahead of this, Atlus and Namco previewed the Famicom game early, showing it off in Famitsu in their July issue, and during the launch window of Telenet's game. Famitsu writers were excited to see the property adapted into a game and teased the unique monster recruitment features. They later scored it as a 31 out of 40 in their October issue, with all 4 reviewers praising its fusion system for setting it apart from similar dungeon games. One even credited this aspect for saving it from becoming too depressing of a game. But in the same issue, Hudson's Momotaro Densetsu was also reviewed, and it stole some of the thunder by receiving a slightly higher score of 32 out of 40. Momotaro Densetsu was a safer, Dragon Quest-inspired role-playing game, drawing upon specific Japanese folklore, and the staff made it their pick of the week, while admitting that either game would be a good buy. A modest ad campaign for Atlus's game then relied on Kitazume's artwork of the main characters from the OVA and the novel, and played up the spooky nature of the scenario. One brief commercial showed employees of Namco's call center being so creeped out by the game that they jumped up and ran away whenever their phones rang. There was also an effort to market the game's music. The November 1987 issue of Beat magazine included a disc with 3 rearranged songs, including the closing credits, Recollections. Following its launch on the 11th of September 1987, Digital Devil Story debuted at number 2 on Famitsu's Top 30 chart, second only to Momotaro Densetsu. But Hudson's competitor had more staying power, retaining its position in the top 5 for the rest of the year, while Atlus's title slipped and fought to even stay in the top 30. This fall was further cemented by the launch of a port of Ultima 3 releasing shortly after. And then 2 other big competitors arrived in the original Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest III. Nonetheless, the game achieved modest sales, with 69,000 copies sold during its first 2-week reporting period and another 59,000 sold in the next. It was only in the 3rd reporting period that things started to slow down significantly, as only 14,000 copies were sold. Regardless, on the list of best-selling Famicom games released in 1987, Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei ranked 14th, having sold 142,000 copies before the end of the year. Though this positioned the game as a success, that success proved somewhat bittersweet for Atlus. Due to how fresh they were on the scene, they had relied on Namco via their Namco publishing brand. This had granted them access to better resources and technology, such as sophisticated sound chips on their cartridges, but this also meant royalties went to Nintendo, Namco, and Takuma Shoten. Atlus was still a fledgling company, and they relied on personal connections to help secure deals and funding. But given how well the game had performed, they were excited about their future in the industry and were keen to continue their momentum. Despite being a modest hit, Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei was never officially released in English. It suffered the same fate as many other role-playing games released around the time, as few publishers had the infrastructure to A. oversee distribution overseas, and B. undertake the lengthy localization process required for a game that featured so much text. Both Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest had been prioritized by Nintendo due to their impact in Japan, but the other factor at play was the game's darker tone. Nintendo Japan had already rejected the idea of associating themselves in an official capacity, and Nintendo of America had an even stricter stance on using religious iconography. The only option was therefore Namco, who had localized quite a few games themselves, but they also seemingly had no appetite to undertake such a task. It meant Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei remained locked to Japan, and for the rest of the Famicom's lifecycle, it remained sort of a cult title before becoming attached to the hip to its sequel. The soundtracks for both games were released in 1991 as a joint 2-disc album, one disc featuring the game's original audio and the second featuring rearrangements. This aspect remained one of Digital Devil Story's biggest legacies, and in 2023, Masako launched a Kickstarter campaign to revive the score, further rearranging a selection of songs from both games and fulfilling his dream by adding vocals to their closing themes. Atlus later followed in the shoes of Dragon Quest and Ys, as in 1995, they recreated the original Digital Devil Story duology for Super Famicom, releasing them as Kyoyaku Megami Tensei or Megami Tensei Old Testament. But despite the overhauled graphics, the seed of the franchise was outshone by its successors, as by this point, Shin Megami Tensei had come into existence. It meant this revised version of the original two games only managed to sell 32,000 copies. Meanwhile, Telenet's version faded into obscurity, mostly seen as a footnote to the success of Atlus's series, although it was ported once in 2006 as part of a 16-game PC-88 collection. Ultimately, Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei offered a unique counterculture spin on role-playing games, forsaking many conventions that had already taken root in the popular new genre. Unbeknownst to any of the creators at the time though, they had begun to blaze a unique path for themselves, and that path would begin to be realised with what Atlus did next. On the 18th of December 1987, a Japanese video game publisher called Square released a game that they hoped would revive their ailing fortunes and lift them up from the ashes of mediocrity. It was by no means a last resort, but for some time Square had been adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Few of their games had fostered any kind of lasting appeal, and their search for the answer highlighted just how much they were struggling to find their feet in the ever-evolving landscape of the Japanese video gaming industry. This new game would be their anchor, a foundation upon which they could build and grow, and following its initial success, countless spin-offs and sequels would be spawned, each one building upon the rich legacy of that original game. As of March 2022, that legacy stands to the tune of over 173 million copies being sold, something that has solidified the franchise amongst the pantheon of gaming greats. That anchor had become entrenched and immovable, allowing Square and subsequently Square Enix to become a juggernaut within the video gaming industry. But it all began with that fateful release back in December of 1987, with a game that was simply called Final Fantasy. By 1987, Square had become an established publisher and developer of video games in Japan. They had found initial success on personal computers, producing numerous text-based adventure games. Cruise Chaser Blasty and Alpha would serve as shining examples. Each pushed boundaries, bringing something new to market. But after witnessing the continued success of Nintendo's family computer, the company was encouraged to move away from the tried and tested. The only challenge was that they lacked the experience to do so in an effective manner. Square had become accustomed to creating games that suited a more mature audience, but the Famicom was attracting an audience that was younger and more vibrant. And the types of games that appealed to this new audience were not text-based adventures or early role-playing games. They were high-octane, action-based experiences that could satisfy the cravings of this younger audience and give them the arcade experience from their living rooms. In spite of this, the employees at Square were undeterred. They had faced challenges before, and a belief was instilled that there was every chance a silver bullet of a game could be made, and that this game would help them to realize the potential for huge financial returns associated with developing games for the Famicom. Square signed on with Nintendo as a Famicom developer on the 24th of June 1985. This made them something of a trailblazer, as they were one of the first Japanese developers to sign with Nintendo. But it would take some time until Square were ready to truly commit to the system. One of the main challenges was that Square's personal computer games had seen a dramatic upturn in performance. Their first game, called The Death Trap, was created by a group of part-time employees with Hironobu Sakaguchi at the helm. It would end up generating around $120,000 upon its release in October of 1984, and its success would prompt the production of a sequel. Again overseen by Sakaguchi, Will, The Death Trap 2 featured the same core gameplay and narrative premise, but this time the scope was much more ambitious. Square went heavy on graphical innovation, and it's believed that The Death Trap 2 became Japan's first animated PC game when it launched during the middle of 1985. These technical features, when combined with a new approach to product marketing, would see The Death Trap 2 end up generating approximately $2.4 million, a 1,900% increase in revenue compared to its predecessor. With The Death Trap 2 launching around the same time as the agreement had been signed with Nintendo, Square's plans to develop for the Famicom were placed on hold. They would still support the system, releasing a port of Thexter, but most of the newfound capital was used to further invest in producing games for personal computers. It saw skilled freelancers hired to either support existing staff or replace those that fell by the wayside, and partnerships were explored to further elevate the quality of the games they were producing. Cruise Chaser Blasty and Alpha served as evidence for this new vision. For Cruise Chaser Blasty, Square would collaborate with a respected animation house called Nippon Sunrise. And due to the scale of the initiative, Square even adapted the story into a manga and planned to release an original video animation to further expand the universe. For Sakaguchi, this was also a first opportunity to showcase his interest in the role-playing genre, as instead of making another adventure game, Cruise Chaser Blasty was created as a first-person role-playing game based around mechs. For Alpha, which would be overseen by a close friend of Sakaguchi called Hiromichi Tanaka, Square would continue to evolve the quality of their interactive text-based adventures. It would see time and money invested in cutting-edge technology, with the final product combining complex animations, sound effects, and music to create a dynamic and engaging video game. Both games would be well received, helping Square to consolidate their position as an up-and-coming video game developer and publisher. And to ensure their trajectory continued to move in the right direction, 3 crucial decisions were made. Prominent staff members, such as Sakaguchi and Tanaka, were rewarded with full-time contracts. The office would be moved from Hiyoshi to Ginza, an upscale part of Tokyo, and they would start developing meaningful games for the Famicom. These steps showed Square's ambitions, but there was one slight issue. When the deal had been signed with Nintendo, Square were reportedly the 7th company to do so. Fast forward a year later, and 26 separate publishers had produced games for the Famicom, with the majority of them, outside of a few outliers like Square, managing to release at least 2 games. Whereas Square had waited, these publishers had seen the opportunity and attempted to take full advantage. As a result, Square were left playing catch-up. But even still, there was a confidence within the company that they would be able to wrestle market share away from their competitors by producing compelling, arcade-based experiences. And to ensure they had the best chance of success, for their first Famicom game, which would be called King's Knight, they assigned some of their top talent. It would see Hironobu Sakaguchi assigned as director, with Kazuko Shibuya and Hiromi Ito assigned to work on the artistic vision. Nobuo Uematsu would then be assigned as the composer, and due to a lack of experience working on the Famicom, Square collaborated with Works, a third-party development company who had previously worked with them on the Famicom port of Thexter. To ensure King's Knight would resonate with the Famicom audience, instead of building on their experience with slower, more methodical games, the plan was to create a vertical scrolling shooter. And the reason for this was simple. The scrolling shooter genre had seen a huge boost in popularity throughout the early 1980s thanks to Japanese arcades, and that popularity had spilled over to the Famicom. This had been led by a range of ports, with 1942 and Twin B both selling over 1 million copies each. And publishers had started to produce Famicom exclusive games in the genre, often based on existing IPs. Even though they didn't have a license to leverage, Square's leadership believed that if they could create a compelling vertical scrolling shooter, success would be easier to achieve. But Sakaguchi didn't just want to create a derivative experience. At the time, many shooters were either based within a modern-day war setting or a futuristic space setting. Neither subgenre was all that appealing to Sakaguchi, but when looking for alternative sources of inspiration, a game called Nightmare stood out. Unlike its contemporaries, Nightmare was set within ancient Greece. As such, instead of using guns and lasers, its protagonist would shoot arrows and use swords. Upon launch, Nightmare would be lauded, with many publications recommending it to their readers due to its innovative visuals and overall quality of gameplay. And due to how well it was received, there was a feeling that it would serve as the perfect blueprint for Sakaguchi's vision for what a vertical scrolling shooter should be. It would see a similar style of gameplay adopted, but for King's Knight, a broader cast of characters would be created. Sakaguchi would also layer over role-playing mechanics, something that facilitated the creation of a brand new genre that was dubbed the Formation RPG. This decision further emphasized Sakaguchi's desire to create role-playing games. But with King's Knight not being well received by critics or fans, the leadership team at Square would end up pushing Sakaguchi to be more direct with subsequent games. Beyond that, even though Sakaguchi did have a desire to make a more complete role-playing game, neither he nor close members of his team had the required technical know-how in order to make it happen. At the time, Famicom cartridges did not have any kind of method for saving data, and there was a belief that role-playing games, due to how long their stories were and how long gameplay sessions can end up being, would need some kind of method for saving. Otherwise, players would get frustrated by not being able to pick up where they left off. As such, Sakaguchi had no real choice but to tackle other action-based genres such as the rail shooter and driving simulator. And although there was still room for innovation, this would come in the form of technical aspects as opposed to intricate gameplay mechanics. As Sakaguchi toiled away trying to make a smash hit for the Famicom, other minds in the company were hard at work creating games for the Famicom Disk System. Nintendo had developed this peripheral as a way of helping to reduce the retail price of games, taking direct inspiration from personal computers. It would see the initial system have a hefty price tag, but the games themselves would retail at about half the price of a typical Famicom game. It would also be possible to buy blank discs, which could then be taken into stores to have brand new games loaded onto them for as little as 500 yen. For consumers, this was a game changer. Brand new games could now be purchased for 90% less than the typical retail price, and the hope was that by removing the price tag, it would lead to increased demand. Publishers flocked to take advantage, and with the storage and medium being much more familiar to Square, instead of waiting around like they had done with the Famicom, they went all in immediately. Such was the level of Square's commitment that multiple games were planned for development. They even founded and helmed the Disk Original Group, a publishing arm that would see them distribute games on the Famicom Disk System for similar-sized Japanese developers such as Crystal Soft, System Sarcom, and Hummingbird Soft. The first game released by Square for the Famicom Disk System would be Crystal Dragon. It was helmed by Hiromichi Tanaka, and by leveraging all the experience Tanaka and his team had gained from developing adventure games for personal computers, as well as aggressive traditional and guerrilla marketing campaigns, Crystal Dragon would end up selling over 500,000 copies. Shortly after launch, another employee at Square called Kazuhiko Aoki started work on an ambitious project that was meant to be called Seiken Densetsu: The Emergence of Excalibur. Deciding to take a big chance, Aoki planned Seiken Densetsu as a party-based role-playing game despite not being given full permission to do so. The story was planned to be rooted in high fantasy, with players taking control of a party that consisted of 4 interchangeable characters. The scale of the game was also planned to be beyond anything seen before. And having become enthused by all of this, Square's publicity department launched an advertising campaign before development had even started, during which it was revealed that the game would come on 5 discs, something that would have seen Seiken Densetsu releasing as the largest game ever produced for the Famicom Disk System. Unfortunately, once members of the senior management team took a closer look at the project, instead of asking Aoki to scale back the vision, they chose the drastic action of cancelling the game outright before any significant progress was made. The fate of Seiken Densetsu was emblematic of the wider sentiment towards role-playing games within Square. There were developers such as Sakaguchi and Aoki who adored the genre and wanted to explore and experiment with possibilities, but there were others within the management layer who felt that creating role-playing games would not be a prudent financial decision. They instead believed that players wanted fast-paced action games, and the Famicom bestsellers list supported that view. By mid-1986, 35 games had sold more than 1 million copies on the Famicom. In the early years, the majority of these had been published by Nintendo, but as time went on, third-party publishers had begun to step out from Nintendo's shadow. It would see companies such as Hudson Soft, Capcom, and Konami release now iconic games such as Bomberman, Ghosts and Goblins, and Gradius. And even though the literal genre differed, they all had a strong focus towards action. Bomberman, for example, was an action puzzle game. Ghosts and Goblins was a 2D action platformer, and Gradius was a horizontal side-scrolling shooter, the very epitome of action. These games highlighted the general trend, and it would be further emphasized by games like The Legend of Zelda and Hydralide. Neither game had been designed with the Famicom in mind, with The Legend of Zelda releasing in Japan on the Famicom Disk System, and Hydralide being ported over from personal computers. But they each showed that the action genre could be fused together with the adventure and role-playing genres to create compelling experiences. It also showed that developers who had the opportunity to take risks would be rewarded, but with Square seeing diminishing returns from their support of the Famicom Disk System, they chose to focus their efforts on initiatives that they believed would reduce the risk as much as possible. As such, they focused on creating adventure games for the Famicom Disk System, explored the creation of licensed games, and kept the Famicom as their platform ace in the hole, where they would experiment but in a controlled manner. After the publishing of King's Knight, this saw Sakaguchi oversee the creation of a rail shooter called Operation Jumpout and a racing game called Highway Star. But while the team toiled away on these new efforts, something quite unexpected was happening within the Japanese video games industry. On the 27th of May 1986, an unorthodox publisher by the name of Enix had gone to market with a game called Dragon Quest. Unlike other publishers who often published games developed by their own internal teams or select partners, Enix operated on a more fluid model. They would instead ask the Japanese public for ideas through competitions, offering cash prizes for the winners. The first major run of this concept saw over 300 programming hobbyists submit ideas. 13 were successful, with Enix publishing them all within the same window. But amongst those 13, 2 stood out. The first, a puzzle platformer called Door Door, was submitted by a 19-year-old individual named Koichi Nakamura. Enix paid Nakamura 500,000 yen for the submission, and with it going on to sell over 200,000 copies, it granted Nakamura access to a sizable amount of royalties. The second, a tennis simulation game called Love Match Tennis, was presented by a 29-year-old individual named Yuji Horii, a freelance writer for Weekly Shonen Jump. For coming first in the competition, Horii was paid 1 million yen, the equivalent of $5,000. Following this initial wave of releases, both Nakamura and Horii would continue to work with Enix. Later that same year, they collaborated to create the Portopia Serial Murder Case, an innovative and influential visual novel that would even inspire the likes of Hideo Kojima to want to make games. Nakamura would then found his own development studio called Chunsoft in 1984, but Enix would continue the relationship, And this would lead to another collaboration with Hori that would end up becoming one of the most influential Japanese video games of all time, Dragon Quest. Keen to continue innovating, Enix decided to send Nakamura and Hori to Apple Fest, a North American conference dedicated to all things Apple. Many Western developers would showcase their latest games, and Enix hoped that the pair would gain exposure to new ways of thinking. The trip would have the desired effect, as two franchises stood out, Wizardry and Ultima. Both games had made waves throughout the early 1980s, with each franchise having 3 entries within the first 3 years of the decade. But even though they were developed for the Apple II, and both Hori and Nakamura had specialized in making games for Japanese personal computers, the pair were intrigued by the Famicom and decided to take a big risk. At the time, role-playing games weren't all that popular in Japan, and they were certainly not popular on home consoles. This in itself represented a real challenge, as they would be pushing against the supposed demands of the market. But Hori felt as though Japanese gamers deserved the chance to experience the thrills that Western role-playing games offered, and he set about attempting to figure out how they could create a more Japanese-centric adaptation of the genre. Throughout the initial planning, Hori was adamant that Dragon Quest should deviate away from some of the already released role-playing games by becoming more accessible. They wanted it to be enjoyable for anyone who owned a Famicom and was curious, as opposed to being restricted to only being enjoyable by the so-called hardcore gamers of the time. They also wanted to create a very clear distinction between arcade action-focused ports that had proliferated onto the system, which were designed to make players have frequent game overs. Based on this, Hori vowed to make a game where players could enjoy long play sessions without having to worry about seeing a game over screen, something that would be complemented by a simple control scheme that would make use of a command-based menu system. They also hired an artist to create promotional and in-game assets as well as the box art, as they believed this would help the game feel more cool and approachable. That artist would be Akira Toriyama, who at the time was a rising star, having started to gain some renown for his work on a relatively new manga called Dragon Ball. Upon its release though, Enix's worst fears were realised. Dragon Quest did not resonate with the Japanese public, and initial sales were so low that there were fears that Enix would even make a loss. In response, Hori went on the charm offensive with the Japanese public, writing a string of articles in Shonen Jump magazine aimed at explaining the concept of role-playing games. Those who were then intrigued enough to purchase found themselves hooked, and over the next 6 to 9 months, the combination of new articles and word of mouth helped Dragon Quest to overcome its slump and become a must-have game for the Famicom. Fast forward 1 year, and Dragon Quest had managed to sell more than 1.5 million copies, becoming one of the best-selling games on the system. And it not only proved from a technical perspective that it was possible for role-playing games to be made on the Famicom, it also proved that they could sell, and sell well. The success of Dragon Quest was just what Sakaguchi needed. He had been enjoying Western role-playing games for some time, as had other members of the team at Square, but due to a combination of factors, even though attempts had been made to produce the type of role-playing game he himself would want to play, there was limited appetite within Square to be proactive in supporting the production of this type of game, and this was especially true following their decision to shift their focus towards developing for the Famicom. However, towards the start of 1987, there became a realization amongst the Square's management team that things were not going as well as they had hoped. This realization led to certain barriers being broken down, and it presented an opportunity that Sakaguchi would attempt to seize with significant gusto. Within a few short years, Square had produced a whole host of video games and made a lot of money. This had then been used to hire a raft of full-time employees and invest in high-end office space within one of the most exclusive business districts in Tokyo. But despite the huge levels of investment, Square's revenue did not increase in any kind of meaningful way. To turn around their fortunes, the president of Square, a man named Masafumi Miyamoto, made an intriguing decision. He decided, in principle, to divide the company into 4 teams. But in the initial instance, each team would only consist of one person, a team leader. It would be their responsibility to come up with a compelling game concept and present it to the entire company, which by this point consisted of around 50 people. The teams would then be formed by using a democratic system, as each employee would be given the freedom to choose the idea that they wanted to work on. As one of the chosen team leaders, Sakaguchi thought hard about what to present. For some time, he had been wanting to build a compelling role-playing game, but after the company shifted focus towards the Famicom, this was considered impossible. That was until the release of Dragon Quest. It not only shattered preconceived notions around the technical limitations of the Famicom, but proved that role-playing games could be a huge commercial success on the system. With Dragon Quest II surpassing the original in almost every way, Sakaguchi felt the time was right for Square to tackle a role-playing game themselves. And so, he presented his vision for a role-playing game to the entire company, declaring that their ambition should be to knock Dragon Quest from its perch. After seeing the presentations, only 3 people decided to support Sakaguchi's vision. Due to how successful Dragon Quest had become, the rest felt that Sakaguchi's ambitions were just too bold, bordering on arrogant and disrespectful. The majority instead chose to support the game presented by Hiromichi Tanaka, which proposed creating a side-scrolling action game based on the Alien movie franchise. This was not an ideal start, but the seed had at least been planted. And even though Sakaguchi was able to only convince a few people that a compelling and successful role-playing game could be made on the Famicom, that was still better than convincing no people. After the dust settled, Sakaguchi and his small team were relocated to another building, a warehouse with just 2 rooms. Here, instead of working on the role-playing game that Sakaguchi had presented to the company, the majority of the team started working on Highway Star, an arcade-style racing game that was more in line with what the leadership at Square were wanting to see at the time. However, not everyone was assigned by Sakaguchi to work on Highway Star. An individual called Koichi Ishii was separated from the rest of the team, tasked with doing initial planning on the role-playing game. And while he occupied one of the rooms by himself, even creating a makeshift cubicle out of some foldable conference tables to make it feel more professional, everyone else was crammed into the other room to work on Highway Star. This was a real sink-or-swim moment for Ishii. Having joined Square towards the end of 1986, Ishii had very little experience within the video games industry, and he almost didn't even proceed through the interview process, as Sakaguchi was quite shocked to see someone turn up looking like a thug, wearing a leather jacket with peacock-like feathers attached. But Ishii turned out to be the very literal manifestation of not judging a book by its cover. As the interview progressed, Ishii showed Sakaguchi his notebook. Inside were tons of cute character drawings and wondrous concepts. They blew Sakaguchi away, and he became convinced that what Ishii lacked in experience, he would make up for with creativity. After being assigned to work on the role-playing game, Ishii was more than aware of the scale of the task ahead. After all, Dragon Quest had been a monumental success, and Sakaguchi wanted this new game to try and take its place as the king of the hill. Having already played Dragon Quest and other games in similar adjacent genres like The Legend of Zelda, Wizardry and Ultima, Ishii's first task was to establish what he liked and disliked about each of those games. Alongside this, Ishii also began to formalize the many ideas and illustrations that had found their way into his notebooks over the years, and he thoroughly enjoyed figuring out how these would translate into a digital format. One of the ideas that had featured with a high degree of prominence focused on 5 elements, and how they should be integrated into a world where supernatural beings were prevalent. The idea was to introduce 4 elements that were grounded in reality, and these would be enriched through the medium of fantasy. The 5th element was then planned to be something unconventional, but after careful consideration, this 5th element, which was meant to be dubbed mana, was removed. The 4 elements that remained would become associated with crystals, and they would end up becoming a focal point of the narrative. They would provide an impetus for the 4 protagonists, guiding their journey around the world to fight 4 powerful bosses, each of whom guarded much larger crystals. Alongside this, Ishii introduced a suite of design concepts that would be retained as development commenced, such as creating a diorama-inspired world map, the introduction of a title card that would show the game's prologue had concluded, and that the game's first boss, Garland, should also be the game's final boss. Another important decision would relate to the battle system. Many of the popular role-playing games, irrespective of where they had been developed in the world, had either seen combat play out in the field or in a separate first-person battle scene. Ishii felt this was restrictive, and instead proposed a side-on view that would allow players to see their entire party on one side of the screen and the array of enemies they were facing on the other. This decision would allow for more spotlight to be placed on a simplified class system, as each job, as they would become known, would have a unique visual style. And by having a side-on approach, players would see how their formation stacked up against that of their enemy. By the time Highway Star was wrapping up, Ishii had been working for a few months on the role-playing concepts. Some solid foundations had been created, but there were numerous challenges ahead. Even still, Sakaguchi was incredibly driven to make this project succeed, and wanted to be as efficient as possible with the remaining time they had. For years, it had been his dream to make video games, but neither King's Knight nor Operation Jumpout were games that played to his strengths as a creator. With both titles struggling from both a critical and commercial perspective, and Highway Star suffering a similar fate, Sakaguchi made a promise to himself. Unless this next game performed well enough to prove that he had what it took to make it within the video games industry, he would quit, return to university, and get a more sensible job. With the team being so small, it became a necessity for everyone to chip in, irrespective of their strengths and weaknesses. They just had to make it work. As Sakaguchi would later share, the mentality of the team at the time was that there was no guarantee this game would make it. There were a lot of worries, a lot of unstable factors going into this project. The notion of mucking in was evidenced everywhere. It meant that despite Kazuko Shibuya being the designated artist within the team, Ishii, for example, learnt how to do pixel art so that he could help out, and this led to him also working on creating the user interface. To create something compelling, he created thick borders around the menu boxes using the iron pipes from Mario Bros. As an inspiration. It would also be Ishii who came up with the now famed white glove cursor, which was inspired by a game called Crackout. But as talented and driven as the team was, they also knew when limits had been reached, and there was a feeling that if the game were to stand out and be seen as a genuine competitor to Dragon Quest, external help would be required to enhance existing skill sets and create something unique. The two major areas that this applied to were the narrative and the artistic direction. Sakaguchi had worked on numerous narratives during his time at Square, but his role would vary. Sometimes he would come up with the wider concepts and work with writers to help formalize those concepts into something coherent, while other times he would take ownership of the entire process. For this game, Sakaguchi decided it would be best to seek external help, so they commissioned a professional writer called Kenji Terada and tasked him with taking the concepts created by both Ishii and Sakaguchi and incorporating them into a compelling narrative. Beyond this, even though Shibuya had become the go-to person for sprite work at Square and was an incredible artist in her own right, Ishii felt that they needed something more. They needed an illustrator. Ishii had been studying illustration for some time, using them as a source of inspiration, and outside of artists such as Rodney Matthews and Roger Hildebrandt, Ishii would almost always come back to a Japanese artist called Yoshitaka Amano. Amano was nothing short of an artistic prodigy. From a young age, he just wanted to draw, and such was his fascination with drawing that he didn't want his creativity to be burdened by rules and regulations. It saw Amano reject the opportunity to attend formal art classes, as he instead wanted to learn and explore by taking his own path. This path would see him join the prestigious Tatsunoko Productions at the tender age of just 15 years old, and such was his talent that the head of Tatsunoko Productions, Tatsuo Yoshida, would end up being his mentor. Amano would end up staying at the company for over a decade, but even though he was given a chance to work on franchises such as Speed Racer and Gatchaman and enjoyed his work, the creative drive inside led to him yearning for something else. It saw Amano start to explore with more experimental art styles, and he became inspired by Western artists such as Frank Frazetta, who had created awe-inspiring covers for comic books. Years of study led to Amano becoming convinced his future lay elsewhere, and so, after leaving Tatsunoko Productions, he became a freelance illustrator. It wouldn't take long for someone to recognize his talent, and Amano was hired to work on Vampire Hunter D. Alongside this, he also started to release books that contained his works, and one of the first, called Maten, would end up leaving a lasting impression on Ishii. When thinking about illustrators, Ishii therefore recommended to Sakaguchi that they speak to Amano, but having no clue who Amano was, Sakaguchi rejected the notion as he wanted to hire an artist of great renown, much like Enix had done when they commissioned Akira Toriyama to work on Dragon Quest. After searching on his own, Sakaguchi found an artist he thought would fit the bill. That artist turned out to be Amano. Soon after, Sakaguchi sent a proposal to Amano, and then proceeded to visit his studio with Ishii and Shibuya to discuss what it would be like to work on a video game. It just so happened that even though Amano was unfamiliar with Square and was tentative about working on video games, he did want to work with fantasy as a theme. With the deal signed, the team at Square thought hard about how they wanted Amano to contribute to the project. They didn't want to place too many restrictions so as to not inhibit creativity, but one aspect was stressed. To differentiate Final Fantasy from Dragon Quest, the artwork had to cater to adults as opposed to children. To ensure this mature theme was consistent, Amano would be tasked with providing artwork for the game's box art and manual, but perhaps his most important role related to the creation of a plethora of illustrations that Ishii and Shibuya could then use as a reference for creating pixel art in-game. By this point, the project was starting to gain some traction, and when other projects at Square finished up, staff members were more than keen to see how they could contribute. At various points, it would see the likes of Akitoshi Kawazu, Hiroyuki Ito, and Ken Narita join, and they would each make significant contributions. Kawazu, for example, leveraged his experience playing and creating tabletop role-playing games while at university. He would create the underlying gameplay mechanics that would bring Ishii's character classes to life. Ito, whose main role was debugging, would also end up having a direct impact on the turn-based battle system. After seeing the side-on view concept created by Ishii, he felt it resembled a typical NFL match, where the opposing sides would square off against each other, making all their tactical decisions before the play started. Narita would then be joined by Kiyoshi Yoshi to program the entire battle system, something that involved implementing the detailed design specifications provided by Kawazu and Ito. And this would be an interesting distinction, as the involvement of Narita and Yoshi on the battle system allowed Nasir Jebeli, Sakaguchi's main programmer, to focus elsewhere. For all of Nasir's talents, having worked so long on action-based games, he struggled to understand many of the concepts relating to role-playing games. And with there being a language barrier, as Nasir only spoke limited Japanese, Sakaguchi struggled to find a way to explain these concepts in a way that made sense. One prominent example was that Nasir couldn't understand the concept of hit points. In his mind, if someone got hit, they should die immediately, or at least lose a life. It meant that even though Nasir was brilliant, using Japanese programmers for these particular elements proved to be much more efficient. Nasir was then tasked with working on the programming for everything else, and that task would end up being massive in scale. It would see Nasir not only have to figure out how to make proper use of all the visual assets and how the various scenes would connect, but he would also be responsible for doing manual coding of every single line of dialogue and every single cutscene animation. Nasir also pushed boundaries and even went rogue at times. It was through his innovations that the airship functioned in such an effective manner, as he figured out a way to have the screen move 4 times the speed without there being any kind of performance reduction. And beyond that, Nasir also had time to program the secret 15 puzzle minigame that not even Sakaguchi knew about, as well as an anti-piracy script that was able to detect attempts to adjust the source code and render the product inoperable. Each of these elements helped to make this project into something that was starting to feel quite special. And after seeing what was being created, more and more staff members wanted to join. Even Hiromichi Tanaka would join after finishing up with a game called The Cursed Treasure of Cleopatra, as would Takashi Tokita. Towards the end, it would see there being 3 programmers, 4 planners, 4 artists, and 5 other people working in supporting areas. And perhaps one of the most notable in this realm would be the game's composer, Noboru Uematsu. Uematsu had been working with Square since the release of Cruise Chaser Blasty, but before that, he had been struggling to make ends meet as a musician. By today's standards, Uematsu was a late bloomer, with his interest in musical instruments only coming at the age of 12. In the following years, that interest blossomed into something else, and it led to a teenage Uematsu growing aspirations to become a professional musician, even wanting to study music at university. But, as it was deemed an undesirable career, his parents refused to let him go down that path. As an act of defiance, even though Uematsu respected this decision, choosing to study foreign languages instead, he chose to study almost 500 miles away at Kanagawa University. And he did so with the explicit purpose of continuing to pursue music outside of his studies. After graduating, Uematsu chose to stay in the area, producing numerous demo reels for prospective publishing houses, and after some luck, this relentlessness ended up landing him a part-time position at Square. After impressing on a few projects like Cruise Chaser Blastia and Alpha, Uematsu was retained as a full-time employee, and with his focus now clear, he worked alongside Toshiaki Imai to produce music for almost every single game they made thereafter. Often, the scores Uematsu produced would only contain a handful of pieces of music, but due to the scale of this new game, not only was there an expectation that the volume of music would increase, there was also an expectation that the quality would need to increase too. And as Sakaguchi himself had been an aspiring musician who had also been dissuaded from following that career path by his parents, he had a particular focus on this area. By the end of production, Uematsu had composed countless pieces of music, with over 20 being deemed strong enough to make the final cut. One of these would be a last-minute request from Sakaguchi, and it would simply become known as the Prelude. Due to this request coming right at the end of production, it needed to be completed with the utmost haste. Uematsu took this in the most literal of senses, composing the Prelude in just 10 minutes. That such a compelling and enduring piece of music was composed in such a short amount of time epitomized the sheer talent that Uematsu possessed. And even though he would often be at odds with Sakaguchi, with them having constructive discussions about the quality and quantity of the work that Uematsu composed, it would be hard to argue with the end result. As each piece of the puzzle fell into place, it became clear that the game would be a captivating and meaningful experience. But there was still one major problem to solve: what the game should be called. The only thing they knew was that the game needed to be based on alliteration. This particular concept for naming games had been used quite a few times within Square itself, but also with third-party titles where Square served as the publisher. Prominent examples of this would be King's Knight, Deep Dungeon, and Rad Racer, the name used for Highway Star's North American release. Outside of these names sounding cool in their own right, the development team also wanted consumers to be able to shorten the name to just 2 syllables, not least because this was what had happened with Dragon Quest, which was often shortened to either Draqua or DQ. With Square having already used the letters D, K, and R, they decided to work with the letter F because they wanted to use the word fantasy. After some deliberation, they felt the name Fighting Fantasy would work quite well. Not only would this allow consumers to shorten the game down to the cool-sounding FF, they also believed it would lead to them referring to the game as Fi-Fan. With the name decided, the legal team started doing their due diligence, but they came back soon after with unfortunate news. 4 years earlier, a gamebook series called Fighting Fantasy had been created, subsequently taking the world by storm. The first 3 books were so popular within the UK that they occupied numerous spots at the same time within the Sunday Times' children's book chart, and by 1987, over 8 million copies had been sold worldwide. Due to the similar themes between the 2 properties, there was no way Square would be able to use the name without coming into some kind of legal trouble, but they also didn't want to budge too much. This meant they would keep the alliteration around the letter F, and they would also keep the word fantasy, as they wanted it to be front and center in the name as a descriptor of what the product represented. After looking at numerous options, the first word ended up being changed to final. This would be apt, as Sakaguchi had vowed to make this his final game should it underperform, and there was also a feeling that Square as a company were on a negative trajectory. But it was not meant to be all that symbolic. Instead, the primary reason they chose the name Final Fantasy was that it sounded really cool. As development continued into the 4th quarter of 1987, Square started to increase their marketing efforts as they built up for launch. This saw numerous methods of advertising utilized, and within print publications, emphasis was placed on the involvement of Terada, Amano, and Nasir, as they were influential figures whose professional works pushed into different consumer demographics. Alongside this, and to ensure that no stone was left unturned, Square also employed some more unorthodox approaches towards driving pre-orders. For example, a letter was sent to everyone who had pre-ordered Seiken Densetsu. Its intention was to inform them of the game's cancellation, but there was also a significant amount of space dedicated to selling them on why they might want to switch their pre-order over to Final Fantasy instead, as it would also be a narrative-focused role-playing game with an emphasis on building a party. As marketing efforts continued, the next questions related to when the game should release and how many copies should be produced. The latent success of Dragon Quest shocked numerous video game publishers and developers across Japan, and when Dragon Quest II released just 8 months later, they were shocked again. Unlike its predecessor, which had taken some time to win over the Japanese public, Dragon Quest II sold 500,000 copies at launch. This made Enix 2.75 billion yen overnight. And due to the nature of the success, many of the traditional and challenger publishers who had continued to create games in tried and tested genres had their eyes well and truly opened. Sakaguchi had sensed this shift, but so too had many other creatives in Japan, and one of the first publishers to act would be Namco. Amongst the plentiful group of third-party publishers to have created games for the Famicom, Namcot, a subsidiary of Namco, were part of the elite. They had published countless games, with 2 of them even going on to sell over 1 million copies each, and their formula for success had been quite simple: focus on action. This would often see them port over games that had been successful within the arcades, but they would also fuse action with other genres, even experimenting with a few action role-playing games such as the Tower of Duraga, which is noted for inspiring the likes of The Legend of Zelda and Hydelide. In 1987, their approach started to shift. They would still focus on action-based games, but Namcot realised that interest was waning around classic arcade ports. As a result, they chose to focus more on sports games. They also developed slower experiences, including Family Mahjong and Sanma the Great Detective, a board game and adventure game respectively. Namcot would also publish Dragon Slayer 4 despite not having worked with Nihon Falcom on the previous 3 installments. But perhaps their most intriguing move would relate to a game created in collaboration with a newly formed development studio called Atlas. Following its release in 1986, a science fiction novel series, Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei, had become a huge hit. Keen to strike while the iron was hot, its author, Aya Nishitani, worked with the publishing house Tokuma Shoten on facilitating the creation of multimedia adaptations. The initial plan was for Nintendo to produce a video game for the Famicom, but even though it received provisional approval, the board of directors at Nintendo vetoed the plan due to the source material being deemed far too mature for their brand. It was subsequently offered to other interested parties, and 2 groups won out: Atlas, who applied through Namco, and Telenet Japan. It would see 2 video game adaptations of Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei created. Atlas and Namco would work on a game for the Famicom, while Telenet Japan would create one for personal computers. And to keep things interesting and ensure expectations were subverted, the 2 parties agreed that not only should the 2 games be quite different, they should be the opposite of what each respective player base would expect. This meant the Famicom version would be a traditional role-playing game that drew heavy inspiration from wizardry, while the version created for personal computers would have a stronger focus on action. At the same time, the likes of Hudson Soft had also laid down plans for the creation of traditional role-playing games, as had smaller publishers such as Hotbee and Kemco. This meant that the latter part of 1987 became a hotbed for console role-playing games, especially as publishers were desperate to release before Dragon Quest III, which had been scheduled for the first part of 1988. Released in September of 1987, Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei led what became a new wave of console role-playing games. 3 other games then released in October, and Final Fantasy would be planned to release in mid-December, just 2 days before another intriguing role-playing game produced by Sega called Phantasy Star. This meant there was enough opportunity for Final Fantasy to stand out, but by also releasing a little bit later than those other 4 Famicom games, it allowed consumers to not only become more familiar with role-playing games, but also create some kind of benchmark outside of Dragon Quest. In this regard, the development team at Square felt that Final Fantasy was destined to land well with consumers. And as more and more people joined the project, this sentiment only continued to grow. But even though the development team had high hopes, the management team were unsure how much that confidence would translate into actual sales, and it led to many heated discussions about how many copies of Final Fantasy should be ordered for its initial shipment. One of the main sticking points around that shipment number was the performance of Sakaguchi's 2 previous games, Operation Jumpout and Highway Star. Both games were aligned with popular genres and employed advanced technology such as stereoscopic 3D graphics. Square believed this would be appealing and ordered hundreds of thousands of copies for each game, but neither would live up to expectations, and unsold copies that took up space in Square's warehouse would serve as a constant reminder. The other main issue was Square themselves. Due to a combination of poor management and games underperforming upon release, the company's financial position had become precarious. To ensure they did not overextend and make the situation worse, the decision was taken to order 200,000 copies of Final Fantasy. Upon learning this, Sakaguchi was said to have been livid. For many months, he had lived and breathed Final Fantasy, pouring his heart and soul into the game. After all, if this was to be his swan song within the video games industry, he wanted to go out with a bang, selling as many copies as possible. He had recommended that 500,000 copies be ordered, but after learning that Square were only willing to bankroll 200,000, less than half of his recommendation, he would end up taking an incredible course of action. Instead of continuing to argue with his superiors at Square, Sakaguchi took a near-finished version of the game and showed it to rival publishers, one of which was Shueisha, the famed publishing house who, amongst other things, were responsible for the very popular Shonen Jump magazine. After learning what was happening, the management team at Square decided to be pragmatic. Instead of admonishing Sakaguchi for his unethical actions, they instead took the opposite stance, as they believed it served as the ultimate testament for how much passion and belief there was in the product. And although they did not choose to order 500,000 copies, at least not right away, they compromised and committed to ordering 400,000. Development on Final Fantasy would wrap in September of 1987, and that such a complex game was pulled together despite facing significant adversities along the way would end up being quite remarkable. Not only was the initial planning done by someone who had never worked on a video game before, it was also done with limited guidance, because Sakaguchi and other senior figures such as Shibuya and Nasir were unavailable due to their commitment to working on Highway Star. Because of this, the reality was that full production happened within a period of just 3 months. And even during that time, when new staff members joined the production team, they would need to get up to speed with the project before they would be able to make an active contribution. That such a polished and innovative game was created against this backdrop showed the sheer tenacity, passion and commitment that existed within the team. And the role that Sakaguchi played towards instilling these values should not be understated. After all, he had been willing to put his entire career and reputation on the line because of just how much he believed in the project. Final Fantasy would end up going to market in Japan on the 18th of December 1987. And not only did Square follow through with making 400,000 copies available during the launch period, they also showed confidence by installing a hefty price tag of 5,900 yen. This would not only make Final Fantasy by far the most expensive price point for a game ever produced by Square in the Famicom era, it was also a significant increase on other leading games, such as Dragon Quest II, which had retailed for 5,500 yen, and the Famicom port of The Legend of Zelda, which had retailed for only 4,900 yen. Critics came out in support of these decisions as they praised the game. Famicom Tsushin awarded Final Fantasy 34 out of 40, granting it a place in their coveted Gold Hall of Fame. To justify this, across the 4 Famitsu reviewers, there was complimentary feedback granted for the game's storytelling and general game design. They also singled out the innovative battle scenes and high-quality graphics. Famitsu also commended Square for even having the audacity to try and challenge Dragon Quest in the manner that they had, especially as it did not come across as a simple clone and even enhanced numerous aspects. Family Computer Magazine, another Japanese publication, surveyed their readers. Across the various elements, this led to Final Fantasy being awarded the respectable score of 59.53 out of 30. Their readers felt the strongest aspects of the game were the characters, the music, and how engaging the design was throughout. However, even though it scored well, they felt the weakest aspect was its originality. These positive elements, when combined with a solid marketing campaign, helped to create a high degree of intrigue in and around the game's launch. And as a result, Final Fantasy managed to sell through its entire initial shipment. That Final Fantasy performed so well was pretty significant for both Square and Sakaguchi, as it vindicated the decisions that had been made by both parties. But it wasn't so much the volume of copies sold that warranted celebration, What was more important was how much money those copies had generated. The reality was that Square didn't struggle to sell games. Instead, they struggled to sell games at a compelling price point. In 1987 alone, Square had managed to release multiple games that would go on to sell more than 400,000 copies, with the likes of Crystal Dragon and even Operation Jumpout achieving this milestone. But where they had continued to struggle was the price point, and the performance of Final Fantasy showed that they had finally found a meaningful property that could justify being sold at a premium. It meant that even though the release of Final Fantasy was not a massive success within the wider context of the Japanese video games industry, for Square it was monumental. After the production had stopped of new copies of Final Fantasy, over 520,000 copies had been sold in Japan. This generated almost 2 billion yen in net revenue, a figure that was over double their previous best performing title. It changed everything, and Square would be quick to adapt. Sakaguchi would also make the decision to stay at the company, and due to the vital role that was played in the creation of Final Fantasy, he would be tasked with spearheading the next phase in the evolution of Square. Over the next few years, Square would pivot from being a company that attempted to shovel out as many games as possible to being one that focused on quality over quantity. And at the forefront of this new approach would be Final Fantasy. But even though Square now had a clear vision for how they could build out the Japanese side of their business, and this vision paid dividends over the next few years, the major question that remained was how well they could transition this vision over to taking advantage of the resurgent North American video game market. By the time Final Fantasy had released in Japan, Square had already released a handful of games in North America, but to do so, they had relied on third-party publishers. It would see Operation Jumpout published by Acclaim as a 3D Battles of World Runner, and Highway Star would be published by Nintendo as Rad Racer. The 3D Battles of World Runner would see modest returns, but Rad Racer turned out to be a huge hit in foreign markets. Selling well over 1 million copies, it became a fan favourite, and whenever Nintendo wanted to showcase the power and performance of their system, they often used Rad Racer. Both of these games had been overseen by Sakaguchi, and it meant the next logical subject for localization should have been Final Fantasy, but the sheer scale of the game would end up being a significant stumbling block. Unlike more arcade-centric titles, role-playing games featured huge amounts of dialogue, and this would need to be understood and translated in such a manner that everything would make sense as an extended narrative, as opposed to just the context of a particular menu or a specific scene. With Square choosing to move away from those arcade-centric titles, the knock-on effect was that expansion into North America was put on hold in favour of consolidating their place within the Japanese market. They would create Squaresoft Incorporated as a wholly owned North American subsidiary in 1989, but the focus of this subsidiary was on the profitable localization of smaller projects such as King's Knight, as opposed to bigger, more complex titles such as Final Fantasy. This was something Square found out the hard way, as their own efforts to localize Final Fantasy would fall flat. As a result, Square would end up partnering with Nintendo. Masters of their craft, Nintendo had become adept at acting as a gateway into the North American market for Japanese publishers. Square themselves had benefited from this, as Rad Racer enjoyed more success overseas than it ever did in Japan, but role-playing games were a different quantity. As had been the case in Japan before the release of Dragon Quest, in North America, role-playing games were sophisticated products that were enjoyed by gamers playing on personal computers, not those who owned home consoles. It would be Dragon Quest again that they hoped would be the catalyst. Retitled as Dragon Warrior to avoid infringing with an existing pen and paper role-playing game owned by Simulation Productions, Dragon Quest would launch in North America 3 years after its initial Japanese release. But in an almost identical mirror to what had happened 3 years prior in Japan, Dragon Warrior did not resonate with owners of the Nintendo Entertainment System, and it led to sales being very poor. They were so poor that Nintendo would end up giving copies of the game away for free to subscribers of Nintendo Power magazine, but this initiative did lead to over 500,000 copies ending up in the hands of consumers. The poor performance of Dragon Warrior could have been seen as a bad omen for the localization of other role-playing games, but Nintendo were pleased enough to commit to supporting Square on the localization of Final Fantasy. When Final Fantasy was released in the middle of 1989, North American audiences were much more receptive. Dragon Quest had again paved the way. But unlike in Japan, where it had gained what seemed like an insurmountable domination over the market due to being an unrivaled trailblazer for so long, this was not the case in North America. Clayton Walnum of Video Games and Computer Entertainment noted that Final Fantasy was role-playing adventure at its best, complementing the job system and extolling that the game design would allow for an exhaustive amount of combinations and challenges to be overcome. Roy Adams III, when writing for Computer Gaming World, was also excited to tell North American audiences about Final Fantasy. For PC gamers, he compared it to the likes of Ultima 3 and Wizardry, and provided a thorough breakdown of how the various gameplay mechanics worked, even going so far as to suggest the optimum party of 2 fighters, a white mage and a black mage. This positive press, when combined with a more tailored marketing campaign that applied learnings from the unsuccessful launch of Dragon Warrior, allowed Final Fantasy to find a foothold in North America, and that foothold would end up leading to over 700,000 copies being sold. It was an incredible number, not least because it exceeded the number of copies Final Fantasy had sold in Japan. But beyond that, the even more significant metric was that Final Fantasy had sold around 40% more copies than Dragon Warrior had managed in the same region. And the importance of this would only be further emphasized when considering that Dragon Warrior only managed to find its way into so many homes because copies were literally given away. All things considered, Nintendo and indeed Square could not have hoped for a better North American launch. And by the end of 1989, Final Fantasy had been established as the preeminent role-playing series on the Nintendo Entertainment System. As the life cycle of both the Famicom and the Nintendo Entertainment System drew to a close, Final Fantasy proved to be a huge hit. Its combined sales across Japan and North America were approximately 1.22 million, positioning it as one of the best-selling games to have been released for the system. And it was awarded numerous accolades, such as coming 9th within Famitsu's Game of the Year awards and 2nd within their RPG category, only losing out to Dragon Quest III. But beyond just sales of the game, Final Fantasy had created a lasting cultural impact in Japan through the production of supporting content. And this related to not just the creation of merchandise, but also physical events that will be used to celebrate the franchise, and even the production of alternative adventures that could be enjoyed by those who were not fortunate enough to own a home console. In the years that followed, Square explored numerous initiatives, and one of the first coincided with not just the 1-year anniversary of Final Fantasy, but also the release of its predecessor, Final Fantasy II. On the 17th of December 1988, this saw Square open an official Final Fantasy store in Tokyo's bustling Shibuya ward. Inside, fans would be able to purchase a wide range of merchandise. This would include some more traditional items, such as posters, pencil cases and t-shirts, through to some more unique items, such as video game soundtracks. Throughout the 1980s, hardware had advanced to the point that composers were able to produce music that had real substance. There were still significant limitations, but these advances saw music become as much a part of the experience as the graphics and the gameplay. Recognizing this shift, an innovative music publisher called Alpha Records decided to take action, but it wouldn't be the first time they would take such a bold risk. In 1978, they published the first album by Yellow Magic Orchestra, famed for its use of real video game sound effects to make music. Fast forward 6 years, and Alpha innovated again by releasing a vinyl album that was dedicated to video game music. It was simply called Video Game Music, and it contained a collection of now legendary pieces from the likes of Pac-Man, Xevious, and Galaga. Such was its success that the following year they published The Return of Video Game Music, and the year after that, The Best of Video Game Music. In 1986, Alpha would then partner with the likes of Konami, Hudson, Tecmo, and Capcom to produce publisher-specific albums. And Nintendo would also take notice, releasing the Super Mario Bros. Original soundtrack on cassette and vinyl. But what made this particular release quite special was that alongside the main overworld theme as it appeared in-game, the album included an orchestral version of the same theme. Square would also get in on the act, releasing soundtracks for Cruise Chaser Blasty and Alpha, and as 1987 progressed, other publishers would start to release albums that would accompany the release of their individual properties. But even though Final Fantasy featured more music than any other game produced by Square to date, the the decision was taken to hold off releasing any kind of album related to Final Fantasy, with Square opting to instead wait until Final Fantasy II had been released. By this point, video game music had become much more popular, and it was not uncommon for there to be well over 10 video game music releases happening every month. And to highlight just how popular video game music had become, there were 7 other albums released on the exact same day that Square and Polystar released their Final Fantasy 1 and 2 combined soundtrack. What was known as All Sounds of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 was released on the 21st of December 1988, and it was made available for people to purchase on CD and cassette. For almost everyone involved, this would be a landmark album. Not only would it allow players to hear music from the original Final Fantasy in its original 8-bit format without having to play the game, but anyone who purchased the album would also be treated to some unused pieces of music that did not make the final cut. Beyond that, All Sounds of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 would feature a special track. It was called Farewell FF World, and unlike every other track on the album, it was not worked on by Nobuo Uematsu. Instead, it was arranged by a musician called Michiaki Kato, and it would feature modern instrumentation. But the most appealing part of the track was that it would serve as a huge medley, combining pieces from Final Fantasy 1 and 2 into a long, blended experience that was perfect for those who had fallen in love with Uematsu's work over the 2 games. At launch, All Sounds of Final Fantasy 1 and 2 retailed for 2,348 yen, or just under $20 at the time. And after selling over 12,500 copies, it would end up reaching number 67 on the Oricon charts, generating hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue for Square. The success of the album showed Square that there was real appetite within the fanbase for products that would enrich, enhance, and extend enjoyment beyond just the games themselves, and that these additional products could be used to generate huge sums of supplemental revenue. Buoyed by the commercial success of All Sounds of Final Fantasy 1 and 2, Uematsu himself started to explore what's possible within the realms of audio, beyond just the production of albums that contained tracks from the games. And one of his main sources of inspiration would be Dragon Quest. Unlike many other video game scores, which were composed by relatively novice composers, the Dragon Quest soundtrack had been composed by a famed Japanese film and television composer called Koichi Sugiyama. Sugiyama had been intrigued by video games and had even written to Enix as a fan. This then opened up discussions about a collaboration, and after working on the soundtrack for a game called Wingman 2, Sugiyama composed the score for Dragon Quest. To say this score was groundbreaking would be an understatement, as beyond just the level of quality, the way that Sugiyama created distinct melodies around 8 central pillars would provide a template for other up-and-coming composers. Those themes would then serve as the backbone for a revolutionary occurrence, as Sugiyama used his experience to collaborate with the Tokyo Strings Ensemble to create one of the first recordings of video game music using a live orchestra. These recordings would be released on the 5th of October 1986 as the Dragon Quest Suite, and the following year, on the 20th of August, that same music would be performed live to sell out crowds at purpose-led video game-related classical concerts. That the music of Dragon Quest had elicited such a strong response amongst consumers was nothing short of mind-blowing for a composer such as Uematsu. But after seeing how well received the music of Final Fantasy had been, he started wondering if it would be possible for his music to receive the same treatment. After numerous investigations, Uematsu decided to reach out to renowned classical composer Katsuhisa Hattori. Hattori had worked on numerous film scores and anime soundtracks, and Uematsu felt he would be more than capable of helping to transition his compositions to a grander scale. In the initial sense, Hattori was not interested, but after Uematsu, by his own admission, begged him to work on the project, Hattori would end up relenting, and he worked with his son Takayuki Hattori on figuring out how they could transition Uematsu's 8-bit score into what would become known as the Symphonic Suite Final Fantasy. Everything would come to fruition on the 20th of May 1989, as the Tokyo Symphony Orchestra performed 7 pieces of music that had been arranged by Katsuhisa and Takayuki Hattori. They would span across Final Fantasy 1 and 2, with 3 pieces being based on tracks from the original game and 4 relating to tracks from the second game. Many fans were present to enjoy the elaborate renditions of these pieces, but perhaps the person who was most affected was Uematsu himself. as he had created the original compositions, he compared attending the concert to attending his daughter's wedding, where he would play the role of a poor father who was going to marry his daughter away to a rich guy. For those who were unable to attend or wanted to reminisce and listen again, Symphonic Suite Final Fantasy would then be released as a standalone album a few months later on the 25th of July. Alongside using music to increase the enjoyment of Final Fantasy, Square also wanted to support people who enjoyed role-playing but didn't own a Famicom or weren't interested in video games. And they did this through the production of gamebooks. The first book of this ilk released alongside Final Fantasy in December of 1987, and it would see Square partner with an established publisher who were well versed with producing this kind of content. Published as the 39th entry in Kaibunsha's very popular Adventure Hero range, Final Fantasy Legend of the Crystal Succession would be a 235-page adventure gamebook that could be played using pen and paper. It would also allow players to embark on a role-playing adventure that wasn't predetermined, much like the video game, but it wouldn't just be a simple retelling. Instead, Legend of the Crystal Succession would act as a distant prequel, focusing on the story of a boy and girl who were in search of the water crystal. 4 months later, a second book was published called Final Fantasy Heroes of the Light, but instead of being released by Kaibunsha, it was published by a rival company called Futabasha. Heroes of the Light became part of Futabasha's own ever-expanding adventure gamebook series, featuring as part of their 1988 lineup that included books about Ys, Space Harrier, and wizardry. Its format was very similar to Legend of the Crystal Succession, but the premise of the narrative would act as an alternative retelling. This would see the Heroes of Light focus on 4 new Warriors of Light who were called Toy, Rom, Marek, and Gia. They had each been blessed by a priestess adopting classic jobs like warrior, thief, and red mage so that they could fight back against the evil forces of chaos. This book would again share its core mythology with the Final Fantasy video game, but everything else would be independent, even the world map. Alongside these 2 books, Square also started to produce supporting literary works that were much grander in scope, and one of the most intriguing was the Final Fantasy Monster Manual. Featuring a name that was a clear reference back to Dungeons & Dragons, the Monster Manual would take a much closer look at the awe-inspiring artwork that Yoshitaka Amano had created in support of the game. And alongside general concept art based around the protagonists and the wider lore, this would see a significant amount of focus placed on their enemies. For many years after, Square used supplemental content such as merchandise, books, and even original video animation to expand the Final Fantasy brand, as they wanted to focus on producing fresh and innovative games as opposed to revisiting older properties. There would be the occasional port to make sure older games could be enjoyed by those who had purchased newer platforms, but seldom would these ports make any significant changes to the core experience. But that all changed at the turn of the millennium. Square was facing considerable financial pressure due to how many resources had been committed to producing Final Fantasy The Spirits Within. It saw them explore new avenues for revenue, and with the handheld scene continuing to prosper, there was a growing desire amongst consumers to experience home console games on the go. The only challenge was that Square could not produce games for the Game Boy Advance, having burnt that bridge when they decided to develop Final Fantasy VII for the PlayStation. As a result, Square decided to align with Bandai. Bandai had been producing home consoles for quite some time, but they had struggled to make the same kind of impact as Nintendo or Sega. To address this, they partnered with Koto, a company founded by the legendary Nintendo inventor Gunpei Yokoi. Their hope was that Koto would help them to come up with a viable competitor to the Game Boy, and what they came up with became known as the Wonder Swan. The Wonder Swan did well enough upon launch, but there were clear deficiencies. This saw Bandai work on a quick follow-up, the Wonder Swan Color, and to ensure it hit the ground running, they partnered with a suite of publishers to create a strong launch lineup. One of those publishers was Square, who committed to producing a new rendition of the original Final Fantasy. This new version of Final Fantasy would be remade from the ground up so as to appeal to both old fans and new fans alike. And to make sure the game delivered on those objectives, even though development was conducted by an entirely new team, they were overseen by Akitoshi Kawazu, Koichi Ishii, and Nobuo Uematsu, with Hironobu Sakaguchi serving as one of the executive producers. By doing this, even though the visuals, game design and music would be modernized, any changes that were made would be in keeping with the original vision. The Wonderswan Color remake of Final Fantasy would end up featuring brand new 16-bit graphics with an expanded color palette, and new sprites were drawn for not just the jobs, but also the various NPCs. New cutscenes were also created that helped to flesh out the story in a way that was not possible on the Famicom due to limited space, and the soundtrack was rearranged, with Uematsu even composing some brand new tracks. These changes helped to make this version of Final Fantasy much more in line with how Final Fantasy had been represented during the 16-bit era. When it launched on the 9th of December in the year 2000, consumers loved it. It would see 50% of those who purchased a Wonderswan Color during its launch month also pick up a copy of Final Fantasy. And due to its quality, this version of the game would become a reference point for almost every future re-release of the original game. Those re-releases would come thick and fast. An enhanced version of the Wonderswan Color remake was released on the PlayStation less than 2 years after, which even included FMVs. But the next major enhancement would come as part of the Dawn of Souls compilation. Having managed to strike a deal with Nintendo, Square were once again allowed to produce video games for their consoles. And after fulfilling their obligation to produce original properties first, such as Crystal Chronicles and Tactics Advance, Square got straight to work on pumping out ports of their older games. The first of these would be Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Advance, which was renamed to Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Dawn of Souls for its Western release. Production would be overseen by Takashi Tokita, who had worked on the original game, and Kosuke Miyamoto, who had worked on the PlayStation port. They would work with a small contingent of employees from Square to provide direction to Tose, their outsourcing partner. There would again be numerous tweaks made to audio and visual presentation, as well as gameplay, but perhaps the most noticeable part of the Dawn of Souls version would be the Soul of Chaos. This will be offered as the collective name for a group of 4 bonus dungeons that could be found throughout the map, each related to one of the 4 elements, and they will become available to the player once the relevant Chaos Fiend had been defeated. Designed to test players, these dungeons will be much longer than the traditional set, and would feature a new suite of enemies pulled in from the wider franchise, such as Shinryu, Omega, and Gilgamesh. Upon release, Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Advance would end up selling 140,000 copies in its first week on sale in Japan, with almost 300,000 copies sold across its lifetime in that region. For a few years, Dawn of Souls will be considered the definitive version of the original Final Fantasy, but for the 20th anniversary, Square Enix decided to pull out all the stops. By this point in time, the PlayStation Portable had delivered significant returns around the world, and Square Enix wanted to take advantage of its power. This meant heavy emphasis would be placed on visuals, and it would see Tetsuya Nomura and Koichi Ishii assigned to supervise a team of artists who were responsible for delivering a significant overhaul of the game's graphics. Yoshitaka Amano would even be commissioned to produce a brand new logo. These elements helped to make the 20th anniversary edition of Final Fantasy feel fresh, and they were complemented by another new dungeon that was called the Labyrinth of Time. This was introduced as a stern test for players who had already beaten and mastered the Soul of Chaos. It would feature 4 distinct floors, each of which contained a puzzle that needed to be solved within a specific period of time. At its conclusion, players would then face off against Chronodia, a devilish superboss that would have its strength determined by how many blue and red seals the player had obtained throughout the course of the dungeon. Sales would not end up being as strong as Dawn of Souls, with only 140,000 copies shipped throughout its lifetime in Japan, but it would end up as a PlayStation Essential, denoting that over 400,000 copies have been sold worldwide. Following the release of the 20th anniversary edition, Square Enix would continue to port this version to other platforms, including mobile devices and the Nintendo eShop, where stereoscopic 3D graphics were added. Due to how well the 20th anniversary edition performed, it wouldn't be another 14 years until the game would see a meaningful re-release, and this was produced for a very specific reason. Over the years, Square Enix had treated each of the 8-bit and 16-bit Final Fantasy games as isolated entries. By taking this approach, even though the original games were quite consistent with how they looked and played across the Famicom and Super Famicom, on modern systems, huge disparities have been created. The Pixel Remastered series was meant to address this, taking each individual game back to its roots, but layering over consistent audio and visual presentation elements. To oversee this, Square Enix assigned Yoshinori Kitase, Kazuko Shibuya, and Noboru Uematsu, with Shibuya even going back to fulfill the same role she did on the original game by serving as lead pixel artist. There would still be numerous quality of life adjustments made to gameplay, but one of the most crucial elements was that this version of Final Fantasy would be a modern version of the original game, as opposed to being a port of either the Dawn of Souls or the 20th Anniversary Edition. And for that reason, quite a few of the new cutscenes would be removed alongside all of the bonus dungeons and bosses. Despite having the focus being around ease of access and consistency of experience, Square Enix chose to only release the pixel remasters on Steam and mobile devices. It would take a further 2 years for them to be released on home consoles. Alongside the various re-releases of the original Final Fantasy, Square Enix decided to go against the original mantra of only having supplemental experiences produced in a non-video game format. It would see new video games produced that would serve as extensions of the story scene within Final Fantasy, meant to enrich and entertain those who wanted to see and learn more about that specific world. The first of these games would be Dissidia Final Fantasy. In its initial stages, Dissidia was intended to be a fighting game focused around Kingdom Hearts. However, after progressing through initial planning, the team felt it would not be in keeping to have Disney characters fighting against one another. It would make sense, however, for Final Fantasy characters. The premise would therefore be to create a game where prominent Final Fantasy protagonists and antagonists from across the franchise would come together and fight against each other. But to ensure this made sense from a narrative perspective, the team went all the way back to the original Final Fantasy. Kind of. When Dawn of Souls was released, it included a small reference to a brand new character called Cid of the Lufane. This retcon was made to ensure every mainline entry into the franchise adhered to the trope of there always being a character called Cid. And due to Cid of the Lufane not actually appearing in the game, as he was instead mentioned by an NPC, it provided a unique opportunity for expansion. When conceptualizing the story for Dissidia, the scenario team thought it would be interesting to take the story of Cid further, and this decision would lead to the creation of a brand new universe and a new iteration of Chaos. Dissidia would also introduce a wholly original version of the Warrior of Light. As the Warrior of Light was more of a broad concept within the original game as opposed to a specific defined character, this presented a small problem for the development team as to who the protagonist should be from the original game. To work around this, the development team decided to create a brand new character who will be based on Yoshitaka Amano's original concept art for the Knight class. The Warrior of Light, as created for Dissidia, would then appear in another property that would have an unorthodox connection to the original Final Fantasy. This property would be called Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, and it would serve as an alternative universe prequel where players would take on the role of Garland, the main antagonist from the original game. Beyond these two properties, others would also exist with a connection to Final Fantasy. Mobius, for example, would feature many of the same characters and plot concepts, albeit with a modern twist. It would see the Warrior of Light, affectionately named Wall, and a quest to defeat Chaos. But that would only be the start of that particular journey. Final Fantasy The Four Heroes of Light would also reuse many of the same concepts, and that so many games have been able to expand and elaborate on the story in such a manner is a testament to the work done by Sakaguchi, Terada, and the rest of the team all those years ago, in spite of the restrictions they faced. It goes without saying that Final Fantasy is and was a special game. Arriving in 1987 as a challenger to the established Dragon Quest franchise, its success would not only convince Sakaguchi to stay within the video games industry, it would change the fate of the entire company and the lives of the many people who worked there. Square would go on to become one of the biggest video game companies in the world, and Final Fantasy would end up becoming the preeminent role-playing franchise, and the likes of Sakaguchi, Uematsu, and Amano would go on to become household names in Japan, recognized for their incredible contributions. But none of that would have been possible without a bullish dream that epitomized what Final Fantasy would grow to become, a franchise that challenged the status quo through innovation, dedication, and commitment, and daring to do what others could not or would not. In the mid-1980s, one piece of hardware took the video game industry by storm: Nintendo's Family Computer, or as it was known outside of Japan, the Nintendo Entertainment System. Developers around the world were drawn to this hardware, and soon it had a robust library of games covering many genres and niches. Nintendo were not alone in the market though, and their success drew competition. Many ended up being pretenders, but a rival did emerge in the form of Sega, who, like Nintendo, had cut their teeth in the arcade scene. But Sega always seemed to be one step ahead when it came to hardware, and one step behind when it came to figuring out software. Regardless, to stay in the game, they knew they needed to try and appeal to whatever gamers wanted to see. And given the rising success of role-playing games developed in Japan, thanks to the emergence of Dragon Quest on the Famicom, it was clear that their new hardware, the Master System, would need a role-playing game of its very own. Sega's response was bold, and it was called Phantasy Star. Arcades were a phenomenon around the globe for a not insignificant period of time, but they really got into their stride at the end of the 1970s. They provided publishers with an incredible way of generating revenue, as potential consumers congregated to a physical location and were then sucked into spending coin after coin, either due to competition with the game itself, many of which were rigged to inspire further spending, or competition from other players, either due to direct PvP-style games or the never-ending pursuit of trying to top the leaderboards. The companies that benefited the most throughout this boon were the likes of Capcom, Taito, Atari, Nintendo, Sega, and Konami. And when it came to the highest grossing spots, they each rotated. In 1979, Space Invaders ruled the roost for Taito, before Pac-Man came onto the scene in 1980 and asserted Namco. Nintendo then rose to the top with Donkey Kong in 1981, before Namco reclaimed pole position with Pole Position in 1982. As arcades then started to become more sophisticated, Sega showed off their prowess, and for large parts of 1983, they held the highest grossing spots on the table arcade side with Champion Baseball and Astron Belt with the cockpit variants. Late 1983 and early 1984 was then all about track and field from Konami. In the US alone, the arcade industry was pulling in just shy of $3 billion a year, around $9.7 billion when adjusted for inflation. But while some creators were more than happy to work on these games, and many were indeed solo efforts, others had aspirations to create games that were much more complex. Games that had rich narratives and slower-paced gameplay that were more thought-provoking, as opposed to demanding incredible fast-twitch reflexes. Those games were still being made, but they were often relegated to personal computers, and the returns were paltry by comparison. Ultima, for example, which was seen as one of the preeminent role-playing games of its time, sold around 20,000 copies in its first 6 months on sale, eventually going on to sell 50,000 copies. Given its retail price of $39.95, this meant the original Ultima only generated $800,000 in its first 6 months on sale, which represented 0.16% of what Pac-Man had generated in arcades during the same time period. So while games like Ultima had an impact on fans across the globe, laying seeds of inspiration for a generation of programmers to come, for several years, major publishers continued to focus on the moneymakers, home consoles, and arcades. In their eyes, role-playing games were obtuse and too difficult for average consumers, especially those that were younger, and given their larger scale, they were deemed too time-consuming to produce, something that was exacerbated when considering the return on investment. They simply required more creative input, such as story, art, and music, and also took longer to playtest. A 30-hour game could easily have a debilitating glitch in the final hour that was simply missed due to how difficult playtesting was back then. Arcade games, by comparison, weren't necessarily designed to be beaten, but even those that had the same goal, to keep players trying and paying, had gameplay that was simpler and more repetitive, requiring less thorough testing. There were also inherent limits to how long players would theoretically spend at an arcade cabinet, and if the player managed to get far enough, many games would infamously hit a kill screen where calculating errors invariably made it impossible to progress any further. Even highly profitable cabinets were susceptible, like Donkey Kong, which became impossible at level 22. There was, of course, a thrill and satisfaction that came from working on these games and seeing the returns they generated. But for those who wanted more, the constant push towards high-octane action experiences was demoralizing. The challenge, however, was that even if these developers were inspired to create something more, like a role-playing game, and pitched solid concepts to their superiors, unless they were working for a niche developer who was supporting PC platforms, they were likely to be flat out denied due to the perceived risk of investing time and money into projects which they believed were unlikely to be commercially successful enough to justify the endeavour. Hironobu Sakaguchi, for example, had been fascinated with RPGs and was able to explore the genre through Cruise Chaser Blasty, which was released in 1986 for the PC-88, PC-98 and Sharp X1. He then created King's Knight for the Famicom, which was dubbed a formation RPG, despite very much being a vertical scrolling shoot-'em-up. Sakaguchi's aspirations to create an RPG remained after the release of King's Knight, but his requests were denied. He was instead tasked with overseeing the production of Tobidaise Dakusen, which was very similar to Space Harrier, and Highway Star, which was very similar to Outrun. It was only once Dragon Quest had released that he was able to try and push forward the idea of an RPG again, but it's not like there was an outpouring of support internally. Square hosted an open forum where every team lead could present a vision for an upcoming game they wanted to make, and staff could then choose which project they wanted to work on. Sakaguchi presented his vision for an RPG at this forum, but he only gained support from 3 people. Koji Okuda, director of digital devil story Megami Tensei, had similar opposition at Tecmo. As a company, their entire reputation was based on their arcade games, and it then evolved into porting those arcade games to home consoles. Tecmo was too reluctant to go against their established niche, something that drove Okuda and others to leave and found Atlus. It was only once Dragon Quest released, was successful, and was then followed up by the even more successful Dragon Quest II that things started to change for these kinds of developers. Enix was a publisher with one foot in the PC world, but thanks to the unique relationship they had with their development partners like Chunsoft, they saw the rising potential of creating a role-playing game for Famicom instead, especially when 2 of our creators, Yuji Naka and Koichi Nakamura, were inspired to make it happen. Drawing upon their experience porting games to the Famicom, the Dragon Quest team cracked the code for programming role-playing games on the console, and even devised a clever password system for saving progress without requiring a battery in the cartridge. They geared their creation at younger audiences and sought to teach players how to play the genre. With innovation and deliberate design, Dragon Quest proved role-playing games could be commercially viable. Dragon Quest II then reaffirmed this notion, selling even more copies despite being markedly harder than the first. It became clear from these 2 releases that role-playing games had untapped potential on home consoles. And just as people eagerly lined up to pour quarters into arcade cabinets to play deliberately hard games, executives took note when people started queuing up on the day of release and even playing truant from school to play a role-playing game. Thus, many other companies pivoted to follow suit, like Square and Atlus. But all of these games were being produced for the Famicom, and Nintendo's biggest competitor in the hardware space started to feel as though they were missing out. Sega Enterprises was effectively formed in 1965 when 3 companies, Service Games of Japan, Nihon Goraku Busan, and Rosen Enterprises, were consolidated into one entity, specializing in coin-operated entertainment machines. Early on, they manufactured jukeboxes and pinball machines and then arcade cabinets, starting with a Pong clone called Pongtron in 1973 and a 2-player maze game called Head On in 1979. When the arcade market's popularity began to cool down around 1983, Sega sought to pivot into home console production as well. They released their first console, the SG-1000 or Mark I, on the 15th of July 1983, the very same day that Nintendo launched their family computer, and a sort of 8-bit arms race ensued. Both consoles cost only around 15,000 yen, the equivalent of $100 at the time, and both companies hoped to leverage audiences they'd garnered in the arcades. Sega even got off to an early lead, selling 160,000 Mark I units in its first year on sale. But Nintendo soon caught up and then became something of a juggernaut. To try and stay competitive, Sega published a revised console in 1984 called the SG-1002, but it did little to change the landscape. So in October of 1985, they launched the Sega Mark III, also known internationally as the Sega Master System. Instead of the Texas Instruments chip used in the SG-1000, the Master System included a new graphics chip designed by Sega themselves, which attempted to reproduce the Sega System 2 architecture used in their arcade cabinets. and the improved console was only slightly more expensive, retailing for just under 17,000 yen. But by this point, Sega were having to contend with something else. When it came to software, both Nintendo and Sega had taken the same initial route, leveraging their own development teams to create compelling first-party software. But as time passed and the Famicom install base grew, Nintendo decided to open their doors to third-party support, spawning an expanded catalogue of diverse games from other companies such as Hudson Soft, Namco, Capcom, and even smaller companies like Square. By 1986, this meant Nintendo's first-party titles accounted for only 11% of the software released during that calendar year. Sega, conversely, were reluctant to work with their competitors from the arcade market, and with 3 console revisions in as many years, plus a motley array of add-on peripherals, there was also a notion that Sega were repeating the same mistakes that had led to the North American console market crash, pumping out too many hardware iterations and not enough quality games to justify them. To compensate, Sega tried to really hit the ground running with the Master System. Their development teams were split into 2 divisions, Research and Development Department 1 focused on arcades, while Research and Development Department 2 was to be focused on consoles. It fell to R&D 2 to support the Master System with launch window games from various genres in an attempt to reach a wider audience, and this resulted in games such as Fantasy Zone, Action Fighter, The Ninja, and Space Harrier. When it launched in North America in September of 1986, the Master System sold 250,000 units by Christmas. But they were up against a Nintendo system that had an install base between 6 and 8 million units in Japan alone. The odds were therefore stacked against Sega, but they tried their best to compete directly with Nintendo on the software front, so whatever Nintendo did that was successful, they tried to answer. In response to Super Mario Bros., this saw the development of their own cute 2D platformer called Alex Kidd in Miracle World. It was designed specifically to rival Mario's colourful world and gameplay, and it did become the system's killer app. Yet, given the Mark III's much smaller market share, it remained a drop in the ocean compared to Nintendo and Mario's success, and Sega kept hunting for the next chance to carve out a bigger niche for themselves. One of the planners on Alex Kidd, Kotaro Hayashida, had been campaigning internally for Sega to make their own role-playing game, even giving presentations to explain the genre and its benefits to colleagues and executives. Like many other people at other companies, his insistence finally paid off after Dragon Quest II proved successful. And even though the game wasn't produced by Nintendo themselves, Sega felt its success warranted closer analysis, and it inspired them to make another game to go head-to-head with an experience possible on the Famicom. For if the Famicom had finally broken the seal and introduced role-playing games into the console market, then Sega had no choice but to respond and compete in that arena as well. Keeping game development for their consoles in-house had hindered Sega's third-party offerings, but it also worked to their advantage. They had cultivated a team of talented developers who had made games across a broad spectrum of genres, and although they had gravitated towards arcade-friendly genres like platforming, sports, racing and side-scrolling action, they were not daunted by anything. Nonetheless, competing directly with Dragon Quest was a tall order, not least because they had raised the bar so high with their first 2 releases. Role-playing games were also everything that arcades were not: slow-paced, system-heavy, and story-focused. The kind of game that could be savoured and approached strategically, instead of a shorter, high-adrenaline experience. If ever Sega would have warranted reaching out to a third party to help develop a game, it would have been this case, where the genre's demands were well outside of their supposedly established wheelhouse. But Sega, still stubbornly, or perhaps out of loyalty and faith in their own teams, opted to use internal resources instead. They polled their teams to see if anyone had ideas that would suit a role-playing game, and a young designer named Cheiki Aoki had exactly what they needed. As luck would have it, Aoki had been quietly brainstorming her own idea for an epic tale for some time, one which blended elements of fantasy and science fiction, had a female protagonist, and spanned 4 planets. Her drafts were so extensive that most of the main dialogue was already written before Sega even decided to go with her idea. Now with concept in hand, Sega's R&D 2 began to assemble the team to bring Aoki's vision to life, and this meant Hayashida got to fulfill his dream of making a role-playing game, taking on the role of planner while also working with Aoki to flesh out the scenario even further. One of Sega's best programmers at the time, Yuji Naka, was also brought on board to handle coding. Having joined Sega in 1984, Naka had been tasked with making a game as part of his training, which led him to create Girl's Garden, a unique action game where a young girl needed to gather flowers, dodge hazards like bees and bears, and traverse maze-like obstacles to win over her crush. Though he was embarrassed by his own code, Sega saw potential and released the game, and Girl's Garden proved to be one of the more outstanding games released on the SG-1000, putting Naka's name on the map. And he was shortly entrusted with the Master System's ports of Space Harrier and Outrun, which had been hits in the arcade. Naka was quite proud of his ability to make these games, which had been developed for more powerful arcade systems, run on home consoles, and he therefore strove to make games for the Master System that would not be feasible on the Famicom. Another member to join the team was an up-and-coming artist called Reiko Kadama, who was recruited to design the characters and 2D maps. After studying graphic design in college, one of her seniors was hired at Sega and then offered to get her a job as well. Kodama wasn't particularly familiar with video games at the time, and she thought she'd be working in the advertising department, but she quickly became intrigued by the game design process. Given a shortage of designers, Sega enlisted her to work on Champion Boxing and Ninja Princess, before assigning her as chief designer on Alex Kidd. This new RPG, though, was a whole different beast, and given the sheer scale of the Mark III's 4MB cartridge, another designer was required alongside Kodama, so Sega assigned a newcomer called Kazuyuki Shibata to design the monsters. He brought with him a love of tabletop RPGs, and used the brass miniatures from them as his inspiration. Miki Moritomo, who had worked on Great Golf for the same system, was then brought on as assistant coordinator, the same official title ultimately assigned to Aoki. Lastly came Tokihito Owabo, commonly referred to as Bo by the team, to compose the music and make the sound effects. His first project for the company was Sega's response to Namco's Xevious Satellite 7, a vertical shoot-'em-up, before creating Alex Kidd's catchy soundtrack. Each of the members who were assigned to the team were proven, but not deeply experienced quite yet. Asking them to pivot into a brand new genre and compete against the biggest game in Japan at the time was therefore a pretty tall task. Energized by the prospect and eager to chart a new course for Sega. With the team selected, they piled into a single office at Sega's headquarters and got to work on planning what would ultimately become Phantasy Star. Aoki's extensive story treatment was used as a base, and the team were enthused because it deviated away from the typical role-playing scenarios that existed at the time. But they also wanted to take things further, so as to approach role-playing games from a new angle. Kodama, in particular, felt strongly that if their game was going to take on Nintendo and Dragon Quest, it would have to be something very distinct and different, thus standing out from the crowd. The genre was, to this point, still very heavily codified in traditional Western fantasy tropes, as shown in games like Dragon Quest or indeed Hyderlight. Outside of RPGs, other types of games drew heavily on the same tropes, like The Legend of Zelda and its sword and sorcery look. Or they delved deep into traditional Japanese culture, like the mysterious Murasame Castle. Science fiction games were popular in action genres like shoot-'em-ups, but blending science fiction with role-playing had not really been explored before, and the team felt Sega could attract a brand new market of gamers by appealing to this combination. But they also decided to deviate in another way by making the main protagonist female, an idea which had been central to Aoki's original treatment. While Dragon Quest II had one female party member, the Princess of Moonbrook, playable heroes in video games had almost exclusively been male to this point, with the earliest exceptions aside from Miss Pac-Man being the Atari 2600 game Wabbit, where a farmer had to stop rabbits from stealing her carrot crops. During Phantasy Star's development, Nintendo did release Metroid, whose protagonist, Samus, was female, but as her identity was concealed by her power armor, there was an assumption that most gamers presumed the character was male by default. Nintendo even leaned into this idea, using misleading pronouns in the manual, and players had to play extremely well to earn the ending where Samus revealed her identity. Given this environment, where female leads were hidden or non-existent, Kodama strongly believed in the idea behind Aoki's protagonist. This was also because Kodama had previously designed the main character for Ninja Princess, an arcade title where the captured princess saved herself. Sega had brought it to the SG-1000 in February of 1986, but when preparing for a wider launch on the Master System later that year, they drastically changed the scenario, making the playable character a generic male ninja. While it's unclear if Kodama was aware that her design was going to be changed in this way, she supported Aoki's idea that the protagonist of Phantasy Star should be female, and designed her to be the kind of character that women could empathize with. And thus, Elise Lansdale was born. Aoki, like many of her colleagues, cited Star Wars as an inspiration, particularly Princess Leia. But where Leia had needed to be rescued in the first Star Wars film, Aoki had a plan for a heroine who saved everyone else instead. In order to bring this character to life, Kodama went through about 10 different design iterations before settling on the right balance between femininity and strength. Outside of the protagonist, like Star Wars, the world of Phantasy Star wasn't designed to be purely shiny, cutting edge and futuristic, even if it was a work of science fiction. Cities were still set amidst natural regions, but they had stylized egg-shaped buildings and their inhabitants wore futuristic clothing. However, to give players something recognizable, they implemented familiar elements of Western armor into the characters' designs. It was a compromise that could help players adjust to the scenario without giving up on the goal of trying to do something different from what had been established elsewhere. By the same token, they hoped to avoid copying Dragon Quest II's boat by introducing 2 new vehicles, the Ice Digger, which could be used to destroy icebergs and reach new areas on the frozen planet of Dezoris, and the spaceship, which could carry players between planets. Coincidentally, to go further against the grain of Dragon Quest, the Phantasy Star team also decided to go back to the first-person dungeon crawling of wizardry. While this visual style had served as a source for inspiration for Dragon Quest, there was a lack of games that tried such a mechanic on home consoles, a conclusion that other developers such as Atlus were also coming to at the same time. Sega's team had an ace up their sleeve though, which helped their dungeons stand apart. The Master System had a leg up on the Famicom in terms of raw graphical power, and Yuji Naka experimented with the idea of actually animating the dungeon as players progressed. No other game had truly accomplished this feat at this time. Instead, when players picked their next direction, the screen had to be redrawn, as if to simulate that the characters had taken a couple of steps forward. Depending on the game and the hardware, it was sometimes hard to tell if the character had even moved at all. Naka therefore wanted Phantasy Star to stand out by making it the first game with smooth 3D dungeons, animating the change in perspective and smoothly rotating to the left or right instead of the abrupt transitions in every other wizardry-like game. This was meant to not only help players navigate the maze, but to show off what the Master System was capable of, while also achieving something that the Famicom could not. And they believed this could be a real difference maker. To this end, Naka first programmed the dungeons as 3D wireframe models. Then, using a program he developed himself specifically for this task, the artists could layer their sprites on top of the wireframes. The experiments worked well, but initially they worked too well. Naka's prototypes scrolled faster, like a roller coaster, so fast in fact that when he showed it to his co-workers, many of them immediately got motion sickness due to how real they perceived it to be. Morimoto compared her physical reaction to being drunkenly dizzy, while others were made nauseous. But having now discovered the phenomenon of 3D motion sickness, Naka retooled the scrolling, working with the artists to trim the number of frames used for the animation, thereby slowing it down and reducing the traumatic effect. It was a meticulous and grueling process, creating individual frames of animation and manually putting them together by trial and error. But even if his colleagues hadn't physically recoiled, Naka would have been forced to alter his experiments anyway. As it turned out, the scrolling technology accounted for 3 megabytes for the cartridge's 4 megabytes of memory, and this left minimal room for the rest of the game. Fortunately, Naka devised a way to compress the data on the cartridge and decompress it as needed during gameplay, which also helped to slow the animation speed down by about 4 to 5 times compared to the original. The first-person dungeons weren't the only visual aspect the team sought to overhaul. They saw another opportunity to make their game stand out by animating monsters. Monsters in role-playing games had come a long way from the simplistic renditions found in the genre's earliest games. PC entries like Ultimate and Wizardry were limited to rendering monsters as stick figures or collections of rudimentary geometric shapes. But game creators were able to get a bit more creative over time, particularly as the genre shifted over to the Famicom. Dragon Quest's monsters popped off the screen, even conveying the artistic style of their designer, Akira Toriyama. But as dynamic as they were still static images, simply plopped onto the screen to stand menacingly, and Sega wanted to make the battle scene much more dynamic. To this end, Phantasy Star's monsters were designed to feature simple animations, each moving in a unique manner when performing attacks. Humanoid enemies swung their weapons, slime monsters bounced closer to the player's perspective, and spiders launched webs. The effect paired well with the more realistic animations of moving through the dungeons, deepening Phantasy Star's immersive tone. However, despite the Master System's capabilities and the size of the cartridge, they weren't able to draw the monsters as huge individual sprites. Instead, they drew the majority of the monsters as background elements and overlaid their moving parts as sprites. Thus, though the monsters appeared to move, it was only the relevant limbs and appendages that were actually animated, while the rest of their bodies remained static. It meant presenting the monsters on a large scale with basic animations gave Phantasy Star a distinct look, but this also demanded a compromise. It wasn't possible, for example, to render multiple enemies on screen at their intended size and have them be animated, so multiple monsters had to be represented by a single sprite. In addition to moving monsters and scrolling corridors, the team also incorporated animations into the overworld. Their goal was to always keep the game animating something, like water lapping against a shore, moving conveyor belt walkways, or unsettling antlion mouths moving in the desert. It was an ambitious target, and they had to scale it back, with animations ultimately being used occasionally for emphasis. Other areas manifested as intended though. So whereas conversing with NPCs in games like Dragon Quest was traditional, with a simple text box appearing to display the conversation, in Phantasy Star, it cut away to distinct scenes, showing the town's personal character as a full-body sprite, as well as the environment around them, like the interior of their home or business. This approach made up for the lack of NPC animations and further added immersion to the world, giving players a closer perspective and making interactions feel meaningful. At certain points in the story, this technique was then applied to party members, showing off their profile sprites to illustrate conversations between them as a sort of rudimentary cutscene. In experimenting with these new narrative techniques, they even attempted staged set-piece battles. At one point, Elise was given a chance to rest at the governor's home before being attacked by a succubus, leading to a boss fight that was made impossible to win. In this regard, Phantasy Star then beat Dragon Quest II, as its programmers at Chunsoft were forced to abandon a similar concept where large illustrations would have highlighted key plot moments. But thanks to the custom graphics chip in the Master System, the team at Sega's R&D 2 division was able to push the technical envelope and truly make Phantasy Star stand out with large, more vibrant and dynamic visuals. Thus, even though it was reminiscent of Wizardry and Dragon Quest II in many ways, having 4 playable characters with specific skill sets, first-person battles and so on, the presentation compensated, making it a more engrossing experience that stood out from the competition on the Famicom and PC alike. The trappings around the gameplay, like interplanetary travel, laser guns and light swords, then made it distinct. But neither the visual presentation, the world or the gameplay would have shone without solid audio design. Similarly to the visual elements, the FM audio chip available as an add-on to the console enabled the envelope to be pushed even further. And this meant Uabo could get more creative with the game's soundtrack. The sound chip added an additional 9 audio channels to the Master System's existing sound chip, which helped Uabo's score compete with the superior sound channels of the Famicom. It also enabled a lot more diversity with the soundtrack, deepening the bass and expanding the range of instruments available. The result was a catchy modern score that stood out from Dragon Quest's classically inspired themes, with a dash of rock and pop influences that suited the science fiction atmosphere. Throughout the process of composing, Uabo often sought input from the wider team, double-checking that he'd captured the right feeling. But this was made relatively straightforward by the small team working in close quarters at Sega's headquarters. Each member of the team was often acutely aware of what the others were doing, and they could easily check in to see how other aspects of the game were coming together. It fostered an environment where each member of the team felt like they had the freedom to do what they wanted while also closely collaborating with other departments. And this reflected the strong culture of mentorship Sega adopted in the mid-80s, where senior programmers were also available for consulting with junior staff. When problems or dilemmas arose, such as Naka's uber-fast dungeon scrolling, the rest of the team was close at hand to provide input and assistance. But where this teamwork helped most was when issues arose around capacity, a challenge faced by almost every developer. Dragon Quest, for example, had used a 1 MB cartridge, and Square was developing Final Fantasy for a 2 MB cartridge. Phantasy Star was working with a cutting-edge 4 MB capacity, but even still the storage ceiling loomed overhead. Aoki's initial outlines for the game spanned 4 planets, but ultimately the scenario had to be scaled down to only 3. Still an impressive feat, yet undeniably a compromise from the original vision which had sparked the whole project. Animations also had to be kept as simple as possible, looped or mirrored to save space, and this led to some occasional awkwardness, like attacks from zombie enemies who looked like they were drooling towards a player and then sucking it back up. But background mirroring also made some of Kodomo's ambitions for lighting and shadows impossible. Kodomo was adamant on the full screen backgrounds though, and was willing to make compromises in other areas to make sure they were kept. Once again, Naka's insight on programming proved vital. After being mentored by arcade legend Yu Suzuki, Naka had come to believe that efficiency of coding was paramount. Hardware specifications alone could not solve a game's problems, but by optimizing their coding practices, programmers could not only make their games run, but run faster. Coincidentally, an incident at a competing studio happened simultaneously and illustrated the difference. Phantasy Star and Square's Final Fantasy were in production at around the same time, both aiming to be released in the same week in December of 1987. But Square's development team encountered a slight yet fundamental snag. Their lead programmer, Nasir Jebeli, was a renowned programmer in his own right before joining the company, and he'd worked on great games like Highway Star, but he had no frame of reference for how role-playing games worked, leading Sakaguchi to have to try and explain fundamental concepts to him like hit points. After they struggled, they had to hire Ken Narita and Kiyoshi Yoshi to take over all battle scene programming as a result, and this led to inefficiencies. At Sega, Naka was able to bring his knowledge of the genre to bear to fix problems quite quickly and efficiently. Towards the end of the project, he went over Phantasy Star's code, trimming, compressing and condensing where he could in order to make everything fit without requiring further cuts. At the very end of development, the cartridge space was so fully accounted for, there wasn't even space for a single image Kodomo hoped to include in the ending, a simple shot of the 4 playable heroes right at the start of the credits. Seeing how disappointed she was, Naka went through the entire code and managed to free up just enough space to fit that one image. But this wasn't Naka's only contribution. He also came up with the name. Of all the things that she had planned, Aoki had never come up with a title for the scenario she'd created. Naka, though, was infatuated at the time with a certain song called Nagasa no Fantasy, or Beachside Fantasy, by an idol named Noriko Sakai. Using the word fantasy as a base, he experimented with different titles before settling on a name that told players this role-playing game was different. A different take on fantasy, rooted in science fiction. Thus, Phantasy Star. For Sega's ambitious new take on role-playing games, vulnerabilities became assets. 2 major competitors, Final Fantasy and a third Dragon Quest, were in the spotlight for Famicom owners at the end of 1987, and RPG fans were eating well, with other offerings from Atlus, Hudson Soft and Nihon Falcom arriving in the latter half of the year as well. But for Sega players eager for a taste of the genre, there was only one stop in town: Phantasy Star. For those who had chosen to invest in Sega's Master System, the hype for the various role-playing games on Nintendo's Famicom now had a cure. And within Sega's market, Phantasy Star had no other competition, giving it even more attention than other Sega exclusives. That being said, Sega's market share was still incredibly small, only about 10% of Japan's domestic console sales, so Phantasy Star was preparing to leap into a much shallower pool. Sega hoped this new game would help to entice more people to buy into the Master System. They boasted in advertising that they had further refined the genre, with miraculous graphics, emphasizing the cartridge size and the FM sounds. The game's protagonist was front and center in magazine ads, though Phantasy Star often shared these pages with Afterburner, another prominent Sega game with a large capacity cartridge. Famitsu, the biggest gaming publication in Japan, was predominantly focused on Nintendo, but sang Phantasy Star's praises in their small Master System section, highlighting specifically how the enlarged scale had enhanced the storytelling. And instead of the magazine's traditional 4-writer review, the Master System column's writer simply gave Phantasy Star an enthusiastic 9 out of 10. Once Phantasy Star did go on sale, it didn't muster the same kind of newsworthy headlines as a Dragon Quest game, but Sega's loyal fanbase mobilized nonetheless. Despite debuting in Japan on the 20th of December, it saw Phantasy Star sell 38,000 units before the end of the year, and its momentum carried through to the early months of 1988, with it going on to sell around 262,000 copies in total. Sega's sales seemed like a drop in the ocean, but for a game on the Master System, it was a sweeping success. Nintendo's hardware numbers were on another level entirely. So while Dragon Quest sold more copies in total, it reached a smaller sample of the total Famicom audience. Hayashida and others at Sega always knew they were fighting an uphill battle. But at the time, in Japan, the Master System only had an install base of around 1 million, so Phantasy Star had an attach rate of about 25%, an incredible feat for a game that arrived so late in a hardware generation. This also meant Phantasy Star ended up as the third best-selling game to launch on the system, beating out the likes of Outrun, Afterburner and Space Harrier 3D. Unfortunately, there was no major shift in console sales, but Phantasy Star proved popular with those who took the chance on it. The official strategy guide even had to see numerous reprints, demonstrating that fans were eager to explore its depths, even though the light of the Master System was fading. Beyond Japan though, Phantasy Star had an even bigger impact. Sega, unlike most of its competitors in the role-playing market, wasted no time in localizing their grand adventure for English audiences, and this was in spite of it being a big, scary role-playing game with lots of text. Nintendo had often put off localizing the genre for this very reason, with ports taking years. But Sega managed to turn around an English localized port of Phantasy Star in less than a year, and they managed to launch it in November of 1988 in not just the North American market, but in Europe too. This made Phantasy Star one of, if not the earliest proper role-playing game produced in Japan to be released for English audiences, introducing Western gamers to a new offshoot genre and beating the likes of Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy by a year or more. The closest thing to an RPG that console players in these markets had seen thus far was Nintendo's The Legend of Zelda, localized in 1987. But this then introduced another question. Since it was a trailblazer, they wondered who would actually buy it, not least because of the price point. Phantasy Star's 4MB cartridge had a steep price tag, costing £40 in the UK, half the cost of the Master System itself, and the price in the US was even steeper, ranging from $60 to $80. It meant that sometimes Phantasy Star cost more than the console itself when it went on sale. But despite the price tag, the English version was also somewhat diminished from the Japanese original, as the FM sound chip was sacrificed to make room for the translated text. Thus, Sega sought to sweeten the deal by including extras in the box, such as a full strategy guide. The price, though, did prove to be prohibitive, and sales weren't as high as expected. But sales numbers didn't reflect how much the game itself was enjoyed by the people who did actually play it. Western critics were intrigued, and Phantasy Star received near-perfect scores from various Sega-themed publications. Computer and Video Game Magazine, a more generalist publication, also scored it as a 75%, praising the graphics and playability but lamenting the sound quality and decrying the price tag. When Electronic Gaming Monthly debuted the following year, Phantasy Star ranked number 2 on their top 10 list, hailed as a new breed of adventure game that could set the standard for future role-playing titles. Phantasy Star was later awarded EGM's Best Graphics Award in their annual awards in 1988. Perhaps more poignantly, Phantasy Star also set the tone for Japanese RPGs with critics, and when Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy did eventually cross over and launch in that market, they faced much harsher criticism from Western media, who expected the same large-scale graphics and animated sprites. Sega may have ultimately lost the sales war in the West, but they didn't go out without a fight, making it a bit harder for the competition in the process. Due to the success of Phantasy Star relative to the Master System's install base, Sega decided they should try and build on this new IP, as it stood out amongst a sea of well-known arcade hits as one of the jewels in their crown. The main difference here was that, whereas most of their other games had no real story, and thus the lasting appeal and expansion possibilities to other mediums were quite limited, Phantasy Star had lore that players could really latch onto, and they genuinely wanted more. To take advantage of this, Sega worked with Futabasha to reimagine the plot as Phantasy Star Alyssa's Adventure, and it became part of a wildly popular series of choose-your-own-adventure style gamebooks. Here, unlike the game where the narrative was largely predetermined, readers could make their own decisions, providing much more agency in terms of how the narrative played out. Some years later, Sega then released the soundtrack, but it wasn't a standalone offering. Sega had been publishing music for their games for some time at this point, with Sega Game Music Volume 1 releasing on the 21st of December 1986. It contained music from some of their biggest hits like Outrun, Space Harrier and Alex Kidd. And Volume 2, which was released a few months later, had music from Fantasy Zone, Hang On, Enduro Racer and Quartet. Volume 3 then arrived towards the end of the year and contained music from Afterburner, Alien Syndrome, Super Hang-On SDI and Dunkshot, and it set the stage for Phantasy Star to appear in Volume 4, but there was no Volume 4. Sega instead shifted to a new series called GSM, and the first volume, which was released in July of 1988, included music from games such as Alter Beast and Thunderblade, but not Phantasy Star. Volume 2, which was released at the end of that year, was called Power Drift and Mega Drive GSM Sega 2. It did feature music from the Phantasy Star series, but focus was now on the second entry, which had launched on the Mega Drive. It meant fans of the original had to wait until 1993 to hear music from that game via another medium, and it was delivered via the Phantasy Star collection. Disc 1 contained just 3 tracks, and each track had a back-to-back playthrough of each piece from that respective game. Phantasy Star clocked in at just over 14 minutes of specific music across 19 tracks. Disc 2 then featured purposeful arrangements from Takanobu Masada, a composer who had worked on the soundtracks for anime such as Dragon's Heaven and Sonic Soldier Borgman. Over the next few hardware generations, Phantasy Star was then often remastered and sold in compilations, first featuring on the Sega Saturn as part of the Phantasy Star collection, and then, after Sega ceased making their own hardware, on the Game Boy Advance and PlayStation 2. More recently, Phantasy Star appeared on the Nintendo Switch in 2018 via a port developed under the Sega Ages imprint. Kodama herself oversaw the initiative as a producer, and it served to be one of her final games before she passed in 2022. Perhaps greater than the sales figures or critics' scores though, Phantasy Star proved to be more than just the start of a new franchise. It was a watershed moment for Sega as a developer and publisher, representing a major opportunity for its developers to prove themselves in the face of a shifting home console landscape. And it was perhaps because of this that its key staff largely went on to be influential names at Sega, working on the Phantasy Star series and beyond. But without the company's willingness to give them a chance to do something which no one else had done before, the landscape of the role-playing genre and video games as a whole might well have been very different. But with that, thank you so much for watching, everyone. My name is Darryl, and together with Chris and Colin, we hope you've enjoyed listening to the incredible development history of the original Phantasy Star. Hopefully, as you watched through the video, you found some interesting nuggets of information that perhaps you didn't know before. And if you did, then please consider showing us how much you appreciate the effort that's put into researching, writing and editing this kind of video by giving it a like. And it needs to be said that because we're still a new channel, any interactions you make will really help out. We're also very thankful for the support we receive on Patreon. Patreon supporters get access to history videos like this one as early as possible, so if you sign up now, you'll soon be able to get access to the next episode in the series, which is focused on Dragon Quest III, as well as a full-length bonus episode that's Patreon exclusive that's all about Hydralide. You can find out more at patreon.com/datalog. Alright everyone, with that, this is Darryl signing out. I'll see you all again soon for more RPG goodness.